The mother god was a slender young woman in a leaf-green dress. How beautiful! Tangwaner and the others stared in amazement. This woman gave off a feeling that they had never seen before. It was a gentleness that could infect a person's soul. Her beauty contained a warmth others did not possess, and her light green eyes contained a certain look, as if she had seen worlds be born, grow, age, and die. A green ripple appeared on the earth with every step she took. It was as if she was a primordial elf born at the same time as the first tree. Her beauty was not just in her appearance, but also the warmth of her soul. Anyone looking at her would feel an involuntary closeness to her. They would even feel willing to entrust their lives to her. The Luo spirit race's experts knelt on the ground, piously calling her name. This woman was the Luo spirit race's mother god. Respected 9-star heir, thank you for your favor. Lingzai will represent the Luo spirit race in revering you as a god for as long as our race exists. We will listen to your guidance. The women bowed to Long Chen. Senior, Long Chen didn't know how to respond. This person was the god of the Luo spirit race, and she was acting so deferentially to him that he felt unnatural. Please call me Lingzai, said the woman. Cough, all right then, Lingzai, I should be the one thanking you. When I was in trouble, the Luo spirit race saved me. Without the Luo spirit race, I might already be dead. The favor of a drop of water in need must be repaid with a gushing spring, let alone the favor of saving my life. Furthermore, we were already mortal enemies with Yi Ming and the divine families before this. You have no need to thank us. We must thank you instead for saving us, said Long Chen. The reason Long Chen had ended up chasing them to the mother tree was because Yi Ming had set up his trap this way. They didn't do this to save the mother tree, and they didn't risk their lives for the Luo spirit race. They had to stop Yi Ming from recovering the heaven-devouring Fiend King's full power. He had only done all this to protect himself. Even without seeing Qi Li be killed, he would have taken the risk of activating the 6-star battle armor. Fighting for his life had now been taken as a huge favor by the Luo spirit race. Despite how thick Long Chen's skin was, he couldn't accept it. 9-star heir you, Lingzai smiled. You can call me Long Chen instead. To tell the truth, I'm not a good person, so you don't need to be so respectful to me. I'll feel guilty otherwise, said Long Chen. Meng Qi and the others exchanged a smile. Long Chen truly had never gotten accustomed to talking so solemnly. He would rather laugh and joke around. The disciples of the Martial Heaven Alliance had seen countless so-called geniuses, but had not encountered someone like Long Chen. He was dauntless in the face of powerful enemies. That kind of fearless courage was extremely admirable, but normally he didn't put on airs, nor did he act icily arrogant like others. Even facing those weaker than him, he didn't go out of his way to express his superiority. In their eyes, this was a true expert worthy of following. Rather than someone who had to trample over other people's dignity to show how different they were, this kind conduct was what made them feel heartfelt respect. His pride did not need others to back it up. All right, Senior Long Chen. Actually, I'm not older than you, so you can just call me Long Chen. Ha ha ha, everyone laughed, while Meng Qi and the others shook their heads. Long Chen really made people speechless, but he was correct. He truly couldn't compare to the mother tree who had lived for countless years. This laughter lightened the sorrow they were feeling inside. Lingzai stared blankly, seemingly not understanding why people were laughing. She awkwardly said, "Perhaps I am not able to communicate properly with you, so I will have Qi Li take my place. I will return to the mother tree. It will take some time to fully activate the life god source, so I won't accompany you any longer." Lingzai bowed to Long Chen once more before fading. Long Chen stared awkwardly. Is she angry? No, the mother god doesn't like talking to others. She normally only communicates using mental messages, but that would be rude to someone like you, so she came out herself. To tell the truth, it is said that she has never revealed her true form before. We've all benefited from you. Qi Li laughed. You have to call him Senior Long Chen, or it would be rude to the god, reminded Lao Wei. HMPH, I don't need your reminder, said Qi Li stubbornly. Long Chen hastily said, you can just call me Big Brother Long Chen. That makes us seem closer, and we don't need to feel so guarded when talking. You see, you don't even know how to analyze the god's thoughts. How can you be the god's emissary? Snorted Qi Li at Lao Wei. He just needs to analyze your thoughts and that will be enough, said Long Chen with a smile. Turning to everyone, he said, let's all rest here. Everyone's exhausted from the battle. This battle had truly been tense. They had been on the edge of death the entire time, and the appearance of the endless black armor corps had truly brought them immense pressure. With the order to rest, many people directly fell asleep on the ground. Theoretically, cultivators didn't need to sleep, but due to the sudden relaxation of their tense nerves, the best thing for their recovery was to return to the most primitive state of sleeping. The battle report quickly came in. Over 300,000 of their disciples had died. As for the Dragonblood Legion, they had also suffered 17 casualties. There was no way around it. In such a terrifying battle, they could not maintain 0 losses. The Dragonblood warriors were silent when they heard that. 17 losses. That was not a number. That represented 17 life and death brothers that were gone forever. Boss, it's my fault. My directions. Chen shook his head. Long Chen waved his hand. Don't say anything foolish like blaming yourselves. We entrust our lives to each other. There were no mistakes in our battle. We are the strongest legion and there is no need to doubt our power. It is simply that we had far too many enemies this time. Without you, the Dragonblood Legion would have taken far more losses. I'm sure those fallen brothers don't blame you, but they'll be disappointed if you feel guilty over it. Chen nodded and clenched his fists. He didn't say anything else. They had been surrounded from the start and pincered over and over again. There had even been a shameless opponent like Zhao Rishan launching sneak attacks and breaking into their formation. Although that couldn't be blamed on Chen, he still felt like he hadn't done enough. He would further study and improve his formations in the future. It's also our equipment that can't keep up with us any longer. If it weren't for Zhao Rishan, they wouldn't have died, said Xuanhuan hatefully. As he said this, he smashed a hammer on his forging table, causing everyone to jump. A scream came from the forging table. Countless fragments of golden immortal metal flew out. Everyone stared. That was Zhao Rishan's voice. He was trapped in the forging table, but his scream was quite healthy. Before this, he had been on his last breaths. Xuanhuan repeatedly smashed his hammer, causing more and more fragments of immortal metal to fly out. They quickly piled up. What's going on? Asked Long Chen. This dogshit Zhao Rishan. I put the immortal metals and ores that I gathered into the forging table on purpose. As expected, he secretly absorbed them to recover. Now I'm making him spit out what he ate. This is saving me quite a bit of time purifying and refining the ores. Here, brothers, if you want a vent, you can try it too. Take the hammer and smash out the immortal metal. It's like extracting juice, but it also brings him a lot of pain. It's very satisfying. Anyone want to try it? Xuanhuan put his hammer down. It had to be noted that Xuanhuan had previously said that a forging master would not allow others to touch their forging table or hammer. But this time, Xuanhuan was breaking that rule for everyone. It's that great. Long Chen stepped forward, but he was too late. Someone else had taken the hammer. Dogshit Zhao Rishan, so such a day has come for you. Zhao Rishan's screams rang out as people repeatedly hammered him. Worried about the disturbance, Chen set up a barrier to prevent the noise from spreading. Zhao Rishan's screams were like music in their ears. Long Chen, you bastard, a warrior can be killed but not humiliated. If you have the guts, then just kill me. Zhao Rishan's voice rang out, filled with hatred. The response was another strike of the hammer. Chapter 25-34, Resolving Hatred. Bang! With every strike of the hammer, metallic fragments flew out. Those fragments varied from about the size of a thumb to a single grain of cereal. Is this really fun? How do you play? Mo Nian took up the hammer and struck a few times. Zhao Rishan screamed with every strike, delighting Mo Nian. He started to smash more and more. Stop, stop, stop! Suddenly, Xuanhuan cried out. Mo Nian had struck too much. Fewer and fewer fragments were flying out, and the final 2 strikes didn't even produce a sound from Zhao Rishan. You can't keep hitting or he'll die. Then my precious cornucopia will be gone. Xuanhuan hastily put away the forging table. Sensing Zhao Rishan's weak aura, he relaxed. It's a good thing this fellow's quite tough. He won't die so easily. Nice job, Xuanhuan. This forging table of yours actually has such a use. Mo Nian looked at the forging table curiously. Even Long Chen was quite surprised by this. Xuanhuan explained, this forging table actually has many runes that I haven't managed to figure out. Chen has helped me out quite a bit. Recently, I found a space within it for breaking down immortal metal. Most likely, it's for the shattered remnants of divine items. But the runes are incomprehensible to me, so it's not too useful. Currently, it can only break down already smelted divine items and not break them down directly. It's a laborious task to smelt down weapons, so I haven't really used this space much. But as soon as I saw Zhao Rishan, I thought of throwing him inside, using him as a chicken to lay eggs. And the result, ha ha ha, Xuanhuan laughed, very pleased with himself. This grand aspiration of his had been achieved. But if he doesn't have any more ores to absorb, won't the eggs stop coming? Asked Gu Yang. Xuanhuan had exposed his plan to Zhao Rishan. If Zhao Rishan refused to absorb more immortal metal, wouldn't it be useless? Chen shook his head. With Zhao Rishan trapped inside, it's not up to him. I managed to learn some more about the runes in that decomposition space. Some of them are gathering runes that I've seen before. My best hypothesis is that the forging table itself might be able to gather, refine, and smelt items all on its own. But the runes are too ancient for us to know how to activate them. Moreover, there are some parts of the forging table that seem incomplete. When Zhao Rishan tried to sneakily absorb the metals, I noticed that he could be controlled within the forging table. Let me show you something. Xuanhuan, take out the immortal metal ores. Xuanhuan summoned piles of ores. They were the most primitive ores that had yet to be refined in any way. Chen patted the forging table a few times. He then took out 2 palm-sized formation discs and placed them on top of the forging table. After that, one particular part of the forging table lit up, its runes activating. Following that, the ores began to glow, and the light from the ores poured into the forging table. They were entering an iron bucket within the forging table. In the end, those ores turned dim and shattered, falling apart like mud. In just a few breaths, those piles of ore were completely absorbed and turned into trash. How strange. If Zhao Rishan has absorbed the ores, why hasn't his aura changed? Said Gu Yang. Bang! Xuanhuan smashed his hammer on the forging table, and Zhao Rishan's scream immediately rang out. Everyone laughed. You wretches, you won't have good deaths. Just wait, the Zhao family will not let you off. You'll definitely, Zhao Rishan cursed furiously. The sounds of his curses made everyone smile brighter. They all felt admiration for Xuanhuan. Every existence had its counter, and Zhao Rishan was perfectly countered by Xuanhuan's forging table. Boss, you can busy yourself. I have some work of my own to do. I'm going to turn all the ores I have into real metal. Then I'll go out looking for metal for Zhao Rishan. My goal isn't big. I just want to extract all the Starfield Divine World's immortal metal to create the best equipment for the Dragonblood warriors. That's the only way to make it up to our fallen brothers, said Xuanhuan. That's a good idea. I'm at ease with your display, but don't just play around yourself. There are quite a few people who hate him outside. Let them vent and hear his screams as well, said Long Chen. You little fuckers. Zhao Rishan heard it all and cursed. He, a sovereign sprout of the divine families, was being treated as a tool for gathering metal and venting anger. He practically died from rage. Zhao Rishan was once more answered by a flurry of hammer blows. Fragments of metal flew through the air. Xuanhuan and Chen went to find a quiet place to purify their ores. With Zhao Rishan, those ores were quickly purified, and to an extremely high degree at that. However, many people followed them, saying that they wanted to help, when in reality they wanted to get a few smacks in as well. Hearing Zhao Rishan's screams, even Liu Zongying ran over. Mo Nian was going to follow Liu Zongying when Long Chen grabbed him. Can you grow up a bit? You're going to fight with them over this chance. Don't I have nothing better to do? You already stole the spotlight and are now the god of the Luo spirit race. I didn't get anything. Mo Nian shrugged with a strange flavor. That nonsense isn't important. How were the losses of your Mogate? Asked Long Chen. We're all archers and we had your people's protection. Some of us were injured but there were no casualties, said Mo Nian. Mogate's disciples specialized in long-range attacks, so the Dragonblood Legion and the Martial Heaven Alliance's disciples had taken care to look after them, keeping them at the center so they could unleash their attacks to help areas that needed it the most. Brother Long. Just at this moment, Hu Feng walked over, apologetically saying, I'm truly ashamed. My luck was terrible this time. The Heavenly Fate die actually summoned a low-grade beast. I wasn't able to help at all. What's a low-grade beast? Asked Long Chen and Mo Nian. It's not worth explaining. I wasn't able to help this time, but I won't let that happen next time. Brother Long, I'm going to leave now. I'm going to see if I can test my luck elsewhere. When we return to the Martial Heaven continent, I will definitely stand by your side, said Hu Feng. He turned and left. He just has to act so mysteriously, snorted Mo Nian. Hey, where's Yun Tian? Asked Long Chen suddenly. Curious, he didn't even say goodbye. He's another fellow who likes acting mysterious, muttered Mo Nian. The sovereigns are unsolved mysteries. As a sovereign's son, he definitely knows something. I've always felt that the Martial Heaven continent is hiding many secrets, but no one dares to reveal them, said Long Chen heavily. ever since stepping into the cultivation world. The feeling that the martial heaven continent was filled with many secrets grew. He had encountered people like the Wine God Palace's high priest, the Huyun Sex Ma Ryan, the Divine Ice Palace's Taoist heavenly feather. They all gave him an extremely mysterious feeling. He was closest with the high priest, but the high priest did not reveal what he knew about many things. In the netherworld, Ming Kangyu had said that the martial heaven continent was the core of a star field. After a terrifying battle, it had fractured, leaving only the core. It could be said that the martial heaven continent was just a broken piece of a whole. However, the martial heaven continent had gone through many battles throughout its history. Why were there no solid records of this past? Had those records been lost in the flow of time, or had someone intentionally destroyed that history? Why was it that the people who knew of it refused to say anything? What was taboo? The five sovereigns were mysterious existences. People only knew their names, but concrete things about them and their accomplishments could not be verified. As his cultivation base increased, Long Chen came into contact with more and more things. The waters of the martial heaven continent were extremely deep. It was precisely due to this that Long Chen had started to grow cautious. But this cautiousness made others think that he was a coward, resulting in some trying to take advantage of him. Long Chen was filled with fury inside. He hadn't wanted to stand out. He just wanted to secretly develop his and the Dragonblood Legion's power, preserving his own trump cards for any future crisis. However, there was always a group of people who refused to let him do as he pleased. They forced him to the brink until he had no choice but to strike back. In this kind of situation, Long Chen's full power had been exposed to everyone, while he knew nothing about other people's hidden power. That was the most dangerous state to be in. His trump cards were exposed, and others could easily counter them. This feeling was not a good one, but idiots like Zhao Rishan just had to provoke him. If Long Chen took one step back, they advanced 2 steps on him. The rage had only accumulated this entire time. What Long Chen needed was time, but his enemies wouldn't give him that time. So what he needed was to find some way to quickly increase his power. After chatting a bit with Mo Nian, the shameless Mo Nian said that he wanted to go see his wife. But Long Chen knew that this was an excuse to go see Guo Ran torment Zhao Rishan. Mo Nian currently possessed the power of the nether god Hong Yeyang's mortal husk, but he didn't truly inherit Hong Yeyang's power. Instead, he was using Hong Yeyang's divine energy to nourish his own energy. His core energy was currently in a transformative state, and what he was using to fight was just Hong Yeyang's power. Long Chen wanted to ask him what kind of situation he was in and how long it would take him to awaken his power, but that fellow refused to talk about it. Nian had just left when Meng Qi, Chu Yao, Tang Waner, Yizhikyu, Dong Minju, Ziyan, and the others walked over. Chapter 25:35, also a sovereign sprout. Long Chen, are you feeling better? Asked Meng Qi concernedly. I'm essentially better. There are still some hidden wounds throughout my body that even Ling's I wasn't able to deal with, so I'll probably need to rely on myself to heal those, said Long Chen. Ling Zai had helped Long Chen heal the majority of his wounds, but a portion simply would not recover. According to Ling Zai, those wounds were not wounds within the realm of the heavenly Taos. They were wounds from another set of laws that did not belong to heaven and earth. She could not do anything for those. Long Chen could only guess that those wounds were from the 6-star battle armor. He hadn't met the requirements to activate the 6-star battle armor but had forcefully done so anyway. This was the backlash. However, as a 9-star heir, this kind of wound shouldn't be permanent. It should slowly go away over time. Zither Fairy, many thanks for your help this time. Long Chen cupped his fists toward Ziyan. She had truly saved them. If it weren't for her and Dong Minju blocking Feng Fei, it was unknown if they could have even won. Even if they did, they definitely would have taken heavier losses. Ziyan smiled. Her smile was like a pear blossom blooming, gentle and dignified. I was only standing on the side of righteousness. The elusive music immortal palace is a protector of the martial heaven continent. We don't just protect the safety of all life on the continent, we also protect proper convictions. Fortunately, we managed to walk along the same path. I remember back when I was hunted down all over by you, sighed Long Chen. Back then, Ziyan had firmly concluded that he was her devil star and was fated to become a homicidal devil. She had spent all day trying to convert him. At that time, their relationship had been extremely icy, and they had fought multiple times. At some point, Ziyan seemed to suddenly change, and even the attitude of the elusive music immortal palace had changed. Although Long Chen had yet to run into the higher-ups of the elusive music immortal palace, from Zai Yan's display, it seemed that they didn't have any hostility toward him. You even know how to converse. Why bring up something so ancient that has nothing to do with anything anymore? Tang Wan'er glared at Long Chen. Zai Yan was currently getting along quite happily with Meng Qi and the others. Tang Wan'er had even started to view her as being on the same side. Long Chen awkwardly laughed. He then suddenly noticed that Nangong Zuyu and Beiding Rushwang were gone. Before he could ask, Meng Qi said, "The two of them already left. They entrusted you to look after their disciples for now. They can cultivate here while the two of them go in search of their own opportunities." There was still quite some time until they could return to the martial heaven continent. Nangong Zuyu and Beiding Rushwang wanted to see if they could test their luck. With the two of them together, their safety was without question. As for their disciples, they didn't want them to continue taking the risk, so they stayed here. After such a terrifying battle, cultivators gained a much deeper comprehension into life and death. They could immerse themselves in those gains in preparation for breaking through to the realm above Nether Passage. "Big brother Long Chen, I'm going to bring these big sisters to the top of the mother tree to look at our home. Do you want to come?" asked Qi Li. Qi Li was in charge of receiving guests. She had been preparing to bring Meng Qi and the others to the top of the mother tree, and it just so happened that Long Chen was by himself at that moment, so he came along. They all walked over to the main trunk of the mother tree. The Luo spirit race's warriors were gone from the ground, but looking up, they could be seen bustling all over the mother tree. Air streams were rising out of the ground. Without them needing to do anything, they rose through the air. The closer they got to the mother tree, the more boundless they felt its life energy to be. Long Chen knew that all he had done was help the mother tree's injuries. It seemed that the mother tree was absorbing the entire star field divine world's energy for itself. As they rose through the air, they quickly reached the mother tree's branches. From here, they could see far into the distance. They could gaze toward the majority of the star field divine world. "You can see so far from here," Tang Wan'er exclaimed in delight. They saw various islands and terrifying walls of fractured space. The further they looked, the greater their sense of awe. This place is connected to the Mother God's spiritual senses, so as long as it is within the range of the Mother God's spiritual strength, you can see it. It is said that, when the Mother Tree was in its peak state, the Mother God's spiritual strength could envelop the entire star field divine world, explained Qi Li. "Qi Li, why do you sometimes say the Mother Tree and sometimes the Mother God? Are there two names?" asked Long Chen. At first he thought it was just a slip of the tongue. "The Mother Tree is the Mother Tree, the Mother God is the Mother God. They are two entities with one body. The Mother Tree is life, the Mother God is the soul. The Mother Tree has its own will, while the Mother God is a consciousness that developed from the Mother Tree's soul," said Qi Li. "Or you can say that I was born from the combined faith energy of the Luo spirit race. I'm the faith of the Luo spirit race, as well as the one they go to for help." Lingzai suddenly appeared beside everyone. "Mother God!" exclaimed Qi Li excitedly. Lingzai gently rubbed Qi Li's head. The Mother Tree was born at the same time as the Luo spirit race. Whether the Mother Tree came first or the Luo spirit race came first, not even the Mother Tree knows. But the Mother Tree and the Luo spirit race were not the original inhabitants of this place. As for where we came from, the karma is too heavy to explain to you. We would not wish for the heavenly Taos to lock onto it and unleash heavenly punishment. "Can I ask if knowing things that you shouldn't know results in the heavenly Taos locking onto you?" asked Tang Wan'er. The existence known as karma had always been a muddled existence to her. "That depends on what you know. If it is something within the realm of the heavenly Taos, it will not threaten the heavenly Taos. To use the laws of your martial heaven continent to explain it, it could be considered a nation with its own perfect laws. As long as you act within those laws, you can do anything you want. However, if what you are doing exceeds the scope of those laws, you will be punished. I'm not within the same scope as you, so I will not be affected by karma by explaining things to you. But when you return to the martial heaven continent, the karma will fall on you. It might harm you at that time," said Lingzai. "The executor and the judge are both the heavenly Taos. Then who controls the heavenly Taos?" asked Tang Wan'er like a curious child who wanted to get the root. Lingzai simply smiled and didn't speak. Long Chen was the one who said, "What's important isn't who controls it. The important thing is that the heavenly Taos are bigger than us for now. If we want to win, we have to act according to their rules. Unless we can one day overthrow the heavenly Taos, we have to make sure to stay within their laws. Lingzai, am I right? Lingzai shook her head. My apologies, but I cannot answer you. That would be the same thing as telling you the truth and would still invoke karma. All right, so it seemed that this kind of wordplay also wouldn't work. Long Chen sighed inside. He had thought that going around the topic could get him an answer, but it seemed Lingzai was quite sensitive to karma. However, based on her words, it seemed that every world's heavenly Taos were different, just like every nation in the secular world. Within one nation, one action might be against the laws, but it might be fine in another nation. There were different sets of heavenly Taos. Didn't that mean that certain cultivation techniques could be limited by different heavenly Taos? For example, the 9-star Hegemon body art. Condensing the 6th star forcibly had resulted in a major backlash. But if he had condensed it in the martial heaven continent, would the laws have been different, resulting in no backlash? Senior Koff Lingzai, have you met other 9-star heirs? Asked Long Chen. I have, Lingzai nodded. Can you show me images of them, or maybe scenes of them fighting so I can study? Long Chen started to grow excited. Sorry, but the 9-star heirs are not within the scope of the heavenly Taos. I cannot display them or their cultivation technique. I have seen them, but as time passes, my memories of them fade away. All I can remember is that I have met them. Not only them, you are the same. As time passes, my memory will gradually fade until I cannot even remember a name. I will only know that you existed, said Lingzai. What about my wives? If we separate for a year or two, will they not remember me? Asked Long Chen, appalled. Meng Qi and the others also jumped. They had never thought of such a thing. Lingzai smiled. That will not happen. You come from the same world, so you won't be limited like that. Even people from other worlds will not forget you so quickly. However, if you die, not even your name will be remembered by others. People will remember your divine ring and your identity as a 9-star heir, but that is all. As for why that is, in truth, neither I nor the mother tree knows. Meng Qi and the others looked at Long Chen in shock. Just what kind of existence was a 9-star heir that it only allowed others to remember his status, but nothing about his history? They suddenly thought of the sovereigns. Weren't the sovereigns the same? People only remembered their names and that they had saved the continent. But as for what they had actually done, nothing was remembered. Long Chen, are you also a sovereign sprout? Meng Qi and the others came to a shocking conclusion. Chapter 25-36, The Peak of the Mother Tree. Sovereign sprout, me, Long Chen laughed. I'll never be able to have the same charisma as the sovereign, nor will I obtain the entire continent's approval. The past sovereigns were respected by all beings on the continent, and they transcended the barriers between races to unite the entire continent's lifeforms against their enemies. As for me, I have enemies everywhere. I slaughtered all the disciples of the corrupt path and the sea demon race. Can I hope for them to call me sovereign? This battle had truly been intense. The Martial Heaven Alliance had lost 300,000 disciples. On the other hand, even excluding the heaven-devouring Black Armor Corps, the other side had lost almost 3 million disciples. The corrupt path and the sea demon race's disciples had essentially been wiped out. If any of them survived, they must be isolated within secluded places of the star-field divine world. Those little fish that hadn't joined in on this battle were very few in number. Doesn't make sense. The sovereigns were able to win over everyone, not just because of their amazing power but also their actions and integrity. I haven't seen other sovereigns, but Sovereign Mo Li truly gave off a feeling of being unrivaled, and it had nothing to do with his cultivation base. It was purely his charisma. Yun Tian possesses almost the exact same kind of nobility in every one of his movements. So why is it that Yi Ming, Feng Fei, Zhao Rishan and the others wanted to kill him? He's a sovereign's descendant. Even if they don't want to submit to him, they shouldn't be enemies, right? Said Tang Wan'er, frowning. The others were also unclear on this. The sovereigns had saved the Martial Heaven continent repeatedly. Why was it that, rather than respecting the sovereigns, they would want to kill one of their descendants? Was it really just due to the competition of the martial path? Was it all just for the shot to become a sovereign? Long Chen shook his head. There are definitely some people who know the answer, but they refuse to say anything. Since that's the case, I can't be bothered. We should just focus on ourselves. As for Yun Tian, he will definitely be standing on our side. Sovereign Yun Shang's descendant can be trusted. Before we leave this place, we should work hard on cultivating so that we can reach the peak as fast as possible in preparation for the realm above Nether Passage. We're still too weak. Within the same generation, there aren't many that can fight us. But whether it is the corrupt path, Pill Valley, or the divine families, they all have a terrifying foundation. They definitely have more than a few experts above Nether Passage. Against experts like that, we don't have the slightest chance of winning. Long Chen had killed the king of the sea demon race and Dongfeng Yuyang, and they had captured Zhao Rishan. Perhaps the divine families were still unaware of Zhao Rishan's fate, but the six-horned sea serpent race and the Dongfeng family were definitely aware of the deaths of their peak heavenly geniuses. Once Long Chen and the others left the star-field divine world, they would definitely be facing another fierce battle. In this world, the weak were prey to the strong. As reason could not be counted on, it didn't matter who was right. The only thing that mattered was whose fist was bigger. Heavens, we've entered the empty void up here. The stars are so pretty, Tang Wanner suddenly exclaimed. At some point they had reached the top of the tree's crown. Here they could see countless stars. It was as if the stars were right beside them, close enough to touch. Lingzai, what is that river? Long Chen pointed to a black river. This river seemed to sever the entire star-field divine world. From the top of the mother tree's crown, they could sense just how vast and frightening it was. It was a river of darkness that caused even the surroundings to darken. It was as if the river was sucking in all light. Just looking at it made them feel like their souls were going to be sucked in. That black river was drawn over here by the invading experts during the battle from back then. It was called the River of Darkness by us. Due to its invasion, we were only able to restore the star-field divine world to its current state, and it can no longer reach its peak. This river contained dark energy that destroyed the source of the star-field divine world. The unending dark energy it releases is what supports those dark lifeforms, sighed Lingzai. Dark energy? Long Chen and the others were startled. They instantly thought of Yi Ming. Would Yi Ming draw out that black river's energy to fight them? As if seeing through his thoughts, Lingzai said, "You don't need to worry. At first, there were people controlling the river. Later on, they all died, so the river was abandoned and created its own laws. It has become the river path for the ghost ships as they pass through the past and future. Its dark energy has manifested another kind of law, and others are no longer able to absorb its energy. The human enemy of yours who possesses dark energy is unable to control it. His dark energy has not reached the highest level of purity to even attempt doing so." Hearing that, Long Chen felt better. Yi Ming was a scheming fellow, so they had to be careful of him. "Evil Moon, can you absorb the river's energy?" asked Long Chen. "No, that black river's energy has mutated and is bound by a different set of laws. I can't use it. There's no need to take the risk. My current power is more than enough for you to use. You're the one who is too weak right now. Yun Shang's seal means I can only release my full power through you. If you weren't so weak, do you think I'd be bullied to this state?" Evil Moon sighed, like a tiger that had been bullied by a dog. "Fine, I'm sorry for your loss." Long Chen also sighed, somewhat apologetically. The dragon race was the proudest of all races. To follow a master like him, Evil Moon truly had suffered. The feeling of having power but not being able to release it was aggravating. Evil Moon was limited by him, its master. Long Chen suddenly clapped his forehead. "What a fool! Why didn't I ask Sovereign Yun Shang to undo your seal?" "You're not a fool, you're stupid. The Yun Shang that sealed me was at his peak. The one you encountered was nothing more than his past self. He could not undo this seal," snorted Evil Moon. "Well, we should have still tried it. What if it worked?" "What if my ass? I already asked him and he told me this," said Evil Moon irritably. Just as Long Chen and Evil Moon were talking, Lingzai brought everyone to the peak of the mother tree. Here, they were surrounded by stars. It was as if they were within a world of fantasy. How beautiful! The light of the stars illuminated Ming Qi and the others. Tang Wanner looked around at the starry sky in wonder. "You're all even more beautiful," said Long Chen. "You know how to talk," Tang Wanner laughed, blushing slightly. "This is the edge of this world and the limit of the mother tree," said Lingzai. "Haven't we already reached outside the world? It entirely feels like we can fly to the closest star from here," said Tang Wanner. "That is nothing more than a misperception. Those stars are such a great distance away that it cannot be expressed with words. The stars you see might not even be in the same spacetime as us. They might be millions of years away from us or might not even exist any longer. Every star is its own world, just like the star-field divine world with its own laws. We can see them, but we are separated by spacetime. If you want to go over, you will have to find the spatial node between the two worlds to create a passageway. Just like with the Martial Heaven continent, as long as two worlds are close enough, with their world barriers touching, it is possible to pass through a spatial node. It is different from minor worlds. Major worlds all have tough barriers to break through. To destroy two major worlds is comparatively easier than connecting two major worlds. Usually, only gods are capable of doing such a thing. Ah, it seems we've gone off topic. I brought you here because this is a good place for comprehending the laws. The edge of the star-field divine world has the laws of two worlds clashing. Hence, heavenly Tao energy is rather plentiful here. You will be able to experience the most primordial world energy, so it doesn't matter what kind of energy you cultivate, you will be able to gain deep insights here. Chu Yao, you can give a display, said Lingzai. Chu Yao was suddenly propped up by a branch that extended into space, and she turned a bit pale from how high up she was. Wood element experts were naturally a bit afraid of being thrown high into the air since their power stemmed from the earth. Suddenly, countless wooden stakes stretched out of Chu Yao's back. They were of various colors and had different runes on them. They were like thousands of hands stretching out into the void. Chu Yao suddenly grew delighted. The wood energy contained within the barrier of the world has millions of varieties. Therefore, you can choose the energy most suited to you to comprehend and absorb. Your wood energy also contains metal energy, so you can also absorb metal energy at the same time. The proportion will be up to you. Wood is easy to slash, flexible, but lacks sharpness. Metal is easy to shatter, lacks flexibility, but has plenty of sharpness. You can make up for the disadvantages of one with the advantages of the other. We are only at the edge right now, so if you want stronger power, you can reach out into the depths. There's no way to fly, but you also don't need to worry about falling because the mother tree will keep watch over you, said Lingzai. Hearing this, everyone was delighted. Liu Ruyan then went over to Chu Yao's side, stretching out black wooden stakes that looked like vipers, emitting a shocking black qi. The qi of underworld corpses. You come from the corpse devil demon forest. Lingzai stared in shock at Liu Ruyan. Chapter 25, 37 Cultivation Land. The corpse devil demon forest. What's that? Asked Liu Ruyan. She had never heard this name before. You don't know where you come from? Asked Lingzai curiously. Liu Ruyan shook her head. I was just a seed back then. By the time I started to have memories, I had been tossed into the spirit world. I grew up there, so I don't know anything else. Liu Ruyan's gaze grew icy. This had always been a sore point for her. She had been abandoned in a foreign world, so she had no emotions for it. In her life, the only one she viewed as family was Chu Yao. She rarely spoke and was rather secluded. Did you grow up in an old battlefield with the bones of countless lifeforms buried in the ground? Asked Lingzai. Liu Ruyan started and then nodded. The spirit world had its ancient battlefield with countless corpses, just as Lingzai said. Then you are a life form from the corpse devil demon forest. You need to absorb the qi of corpses to grow up faster. Have you been stuck at a bottleneck recently? You've been unable to undergo your next metamorphosis, correct? Asked Lingzai. Yes, could it be? Liu Ruyan thought of something. Long Chen, this person is very dangerous. If she cultivates here, she will absorb the qi of corpse devils that has accumulated for countless years. She will then undergo a transformation and become impossible to control. Lingzai sent a message to Long Chen. Her tone was rather grave. Long Chen was also started. It seemed that Liu Ruyan's origins were very terrifying. Even Lingzai was warning him. There is no need to control her. I trust her, responded Long Chen. Lingzai seemed to want to say more, but she decided to swallow those words. Senior Lingzai, can you tell me where the corpse devil demon forest is? If there's a chance, I'd like to go take a look, said Liu Ruyan. Chu Yao held Liu Ruyan's hand and nodded. She could sense her emotions. Liu Ruyan never spoke to others, but she had opened her heart to Chu Yao, so no secrets could be kept from her. Before encountering Chu Yao, Liu Ruyan had been filled with hatred for the world. She didn't know who her parents were or why they would cast her aside. In her memories, she vaguely knew that she had a father and mother. It seemed that when she was weak, they had bullied her. Upon growing stronger, she wanted revenge. In the spirit world, she had always been alone, and she didn't even know how long that period had been. Later, she had been imprisoned by Long Chen, and Long Chen had given her to Chu Yao. It was Chu Yao who had changed her because she could sense the goodness in Chu Yao's soul. From that moment, she had decided to follow Chu Yao for a lifetime. It could be said that only Chu Yao knew Liu Ruyan's secrets, and she had kept those secrets from everyone else, including Long Chen. Liu Ruyan was afraid of being alone, but she was also stubborn and proud. She never allowed herself to show it. Perhaps it was due to this that she rarely interacted with others. Chu Yao knew that Liu Ruyan had a desire to find her parents, but as for whether it was longing for family or for vengeance, Chu Yao didn't know. Liu Ruyan instantly grew excited upon learning that she came from the corpse devil demon forest. Long Chen held her hand to help her stay calm. The corpse devil demon forest is not in any one world. They go wherever they want to in order to cultivate. They break the walls between worlds and go wherever they please. They are vicious existences that are bloodthirsty and violent. They are the essence of corpses, devils, and demons. To tell the truth, as a fellow wood element life form, I don't like them. In my principles, they misinterpret the true essence of life, so I don't like them. I'm sorry, I don't say this to anger you. I just feel like you want to know my true thoughts, said Ling Zai apologetically. For someone as polite as Ling Zai to say that she didn't like them, perhaps that could be understood as being enemies. That was also why Ling Zai would send Long Chen a message as a warning. Many thanks, Senior. Liu Ruyan then bowed deeply toward Ling Zai. Ling Zai's distaste for the corpse devil demon forest didn't affect her, as she had no sense of belonging toward them anyway. She just wanted to know where she came from. After that, Chu Yao and Liu Ruyan continued stretching into the void. The closer they got to the wall of the world, the stronger the energies of the heavenly Taos grew. Finally, the wooden stakes around Chu Yao wrapped into a cocoon around her. It seemed to be absorbing some kind of energy. Liu Ruyan also wrapped herself into a cocoon, but hers was black. The runes on top of it were like vicious centipedes, and the aura it exuded was hair-raising. This is, Meng Qi and the others were startled to see this. Liu Ruyan's aura instantly became far more sinister than before. The star-field divine world is filled with death qi from that battle, and this death qi does not dissipate due to the existence of the river of darkness. She can absorb that qi to strengthen herself rapidly, explained Ling Zai. Ling Zai, don't worry. No one is completely good or completely bad. Even the most wicked person has a good side. As long as their good side is turned toward us, they are friends. In any case, I myself am not some good person. If someone treats me badly, I treat them the same way. Right or wrong can only take a step back when it comes to keeping our lives. I want to keep living. Long Chen shrugged nonchalantly. Ling Zai nodded. I trust the vision of the 9-star heir. Perhaps only a 9-star heir can suppress such evil. Just then the cocoon around Liu Ruyan grew bigger, stretching out even further. 8 legs grew from it, piercing into the void like a giant spider. The void rumbled and black qi swirled over, even affecting the mother tree's leaves. Black spots appeared on them, and they began to wither and fall. Long Chen's jaw dropped. Ling Zai said, she has absorbed enough core energy for her breakthrough and was only lacking this qi. Now, she has a chance to undergo her transformation and soar instantly. After this transformation, she will start awakening the inheritance of the undying willow. At that time, at the very least, she will not be weaker than anyone in the battle just now. Not weaker than anyone in the battle. In other words, she would be just as strong as Long Chen. That's a good thing. The stronger she gets, the happier we'll be. Cooling off under the protection of a giant tree is a good thing. It seems like I'll have to be nicer to Liu Ruyan in the future, said Long Chen with a mischievous laugh. Ruyan hates you. You'd best be careful not to get put in your place, snickered Tang Wanner. They all knew that Liu Ruyan still disliked Long Chen for being able to suppress her back then. She even liked interjecting a few words that could cause him some trouble. In that aspect, she was a petty person. After laughing, Tang Wanner also started cultivating. To avoid affecting Liu Ruyan, she went to a rather distant place. Wind blades whirled around her as she began to interact with the barrier of the world. As Ling Zai said, this wall contained all kinds of energy, so Tang Wanner quickly found the wind element laws that she needed. She began to comprehend, corroborate, and absorb them. Tang Wanner's manifestation appeared behind her. She was rather smart, as she could use her manifestation to quickly sense the wind laws. Yijikyu also went over. As soon as she went up, ice covered her entire body, and even the void around her was frozen. It became impossible to see anything but ice around her. Yijikyu's ice energy was truly frightening. Even the mother tree had to distance itself from her, making Ling Zai stare in shock. As Meng Qi went up, her spiritual strength's ripples spread, covering the top of the crown in a dreamlike color. Everything became indistinguishable between reality and illusion. The spiritual strength here. Meng Qi originally hadn't had much hope since she was a soul cultivator, but she found her manifestation activated on its own to envelop the entire tree crown. I wouldn't have believed it if I didn't see it myself. She has formed a resonance with the star-field divine world soul. You really are blessed. To be able to form a resonance with the world soul, your future accomplishments are limitless, said Ling Zai. She was extremely shocked at just how terrifying every single person here was. Minju, you should, huh? Where did she go? Long Chen suddenly realized that Dong Minju, who had just been beside him the last time he had checked, was gone. She was the first to merge into the world's barrier. Even before I gave the introduction, she had started. Now, I don't even know where she went. Her aura-concealing techniques are truly marvelous, said Ling Zai. Dong Minju had been the first to sense how special this place was. Perhaps being an assassin made her extremely sensitive to her surroundings. Ling Zai, can everyone else also come up here? Asked Long Chen excitedly. Such a good place had to be shared. Of course, it's no problem. Haha, that fellow Zifeng's sword Dao is definitely going to progress. The first one that Long Chen thought of was Yue Zifeng with his limitless potential. For him, coming up here is meaningless, said Ling Zai. What? Chapter 25:38 A Feast. Why is that? Asked Long Chen. The sword Dao is not encompassed within the heavenly Daos. Or rather, the sword Dao exists outside the heavenly Daos. It can be said to be above the heavenly Daos. Hence, even if he came, he wouldn't be able to benefit from the laws here, explained Ling Zai. Can you explain that a bit clearer? Probed Long Chen. He felt like he had heard others say that the sword Dao was above the heavenly Daos, but he didn't know what exactly that meant. I'm not very clear on it either. All I know is that the sword Dao is not within the heavenly Daos. I have some vague inherited memories that seem to say that the reason is related to the sword god, but I don't remember anything about the sword Dao. It seems that it's taboo, said Ling Zai hesitatingly. It seemed she couldn't be sure and didn't dare to randomly say something for fear of misguiding Long Chen. Then can I cultivate here? Asked Long Chen. Ling Zai smiled slightly. She just looked at Long Chen and didn't reply. Being looked at like that, Long Chen was embarrassed, as expected of the mother god of the Luo spirit race. Even though she wasn't used to communicating with humans, it didn't mean she was so easy to fool. She wouldn't reveal anything about the 9-star Hegemon body art. Long Chen awkwardly laughed. I feel like I should be able to cultivate here. Yes, definitely. Ling Zai smiled. I also feel like you can. All right, it seemed that they had come to a tacit understanding. Long Chen gave up tricking any information out of Ling Zai. After all, she was an existence that had lived for countless years, and his little ploys couldn't beat her. In the distance, the sound of a zither began to ring out. The white-robed Zai Yan was sitting in the sky, and the 7-string sea-suppressing zither was quivering in front of her, spreading ripples to their surroundings. Zai Yan's zither music was the music of the heavens, and she could use it to assimilate with the heavenly Daos. As she played, the world was immersed in her music. Long Chen sighed in amazement. Zai Yan was truly like a fairy from the heavens. Her music was sacred and transcendent, and just listening to it could cleanse the soul. That beautiful feeling could not be expressed with words. Long Chen took a deep breath and drew himself from the music. If everyone else was cultivating, he couldn't laze about. Long Chen walked out to the very edge of space, which was the wall of the world. At first, the resistance wasn't too bad, but the closer he got, the greater the pressure. Rumbling rang out in his ears as he advanced. It was as if he was in a tsunami. Flames and lightning burst out. Without Long Chen summoning them, a lightning dragon and a flame dragon flew out. At the same time, the void shuddered. Flame runes and lightning runes gathered around them. Those runes varied in color and shape. Every one of them represented a kind of law. Big brother Long Chen, this place can let me recover my energy much faster. Huo Linger transmitted a message to Long Chen excitedly. Having used the 9-star world extermination flame lotus, she had used up all her energy. Hence, she was happy to be in a place full of flame energy that could help replenish her energy stores. Lei Long was the same. Thunder boomed and the thunder force here seemed to be willingly absorbed. Huo Linger, bring in the moon and star refining furnace with you as you recover. You can help me refine some more pills, said Long Chen. He then sent the moon and star refining furnace flying over to the flame dragon. Without Huo Linger, the moon and star refining furnace couldn't refine pills effectively on its own. It would just be a waste of time if it tried to refine pills with its core flame. Now Long Chen was preparing to attack the next realm. He had managed to activate the 6-star battle armor. However, in order to fully control its power, he would need to attain a higher realm. Bring me in too. The demon moon furnace flew out as well. All this time, Huo Linger had been refining nethergate pills with the moon and star refining furnace, which made the demon moon furnace go crazy. Now that Long Chen wanted pills to advance realms, it could also refine them. The flame and lightning dragons coiled in the air, and their light grew brighter and brighter. Both of them absorbed all the various kinds of flame and lightning energy present. These energies came from the star-field divine world. However, after observing for a while, Long Chen couldn't help frowning. Lingzai, why is the Thunder Force here so much weaker than on the Martial Heaven continent? The Martial Heaven continent is the core of the star-field. As for the star-field divine world, it is nothing more than a corner of the star-field that is no longer complete. The law representing the heavenly Tao's, heavenly punishment has dispersed here. Hence, the remaining lightning energy can only strengthen your lightning dragon, but it will not allow it to break through its current bottleneck, explained Lingzai. Long Chen nodded. Long Chen had heard that the Martial Heaven continent was the core of a starfield before. Ming Kangyu had mentioned it, along with saying that the Martial Heaven continent had a giant secret. Long Chen felt like he could comprehend Lingzai's explanation, yet wasn't sure that he fully understood it. However, he didn't bother asking more questions, as he didn't want it to become awkward if Lingzai refused to answer again. Long Chen then looked at the lightning dragon and the flame dragon. It seems that there's nothing here for me. Long Chen's gaze suddenly brightened. Lingzai, can you give me a tree branch? Of course. Even if you want the toughest wood heart, it would be fine to give you a bit, said Lingzai. No, just a branch is enough, said Long Chen, realizing that Lingzai had misunderstood and thought that he wanted a weapon. Lingzai stared at him questioningly. After that, she pulled at her hair, plucking out a single strand and placing it in Long Chen's hand. It then transformed into a 3-foot branch the thickness of a thumb. The wooden stick was dark green and heavier than an ordinary divine weapon. It pulsed with life energy. Long Chen thanked her and carefully planted it inside the primal chaos space. However, its life energy rapidly faded and it withered, transforming into a pile of dust that dispersed into the soil. What? Long Chen stared blankly. Just what had happened. He didn't bury it in the black soil, so how could it wither so quickly? What is it? Asked Lingzai. Long Chen explained that he had a mysterious soil space that could grow all kinds of precious medicines, but not this branch. Lingzai said, every part of the mother tree is blessed by the Luo spirit race, and the mother tree is so powerful due to the Luo spirit race's faith energy. Hence, that branch was only useful within the realm of the star-field divine world where the mother tree's energy can reach. Without faith energy sustaining it, its divine essence will quickly fade. The mother tree and I are manifestations of the Luo spirit race's faith. Without the Luo spirit race, we would not exist. Without us, the Luo spirit race would not exist. We are codependent existences. Hearing this, Long Chen sighed. His dreams of obtaining a forest of mother trees were destroyed. It seemed that he could only raise his demon trees. All right, I give up. Are there any places in this world with particular evil creatures? I need a large number of corpses. It's very important. The heavenly killing demon trees had withered, and Long Chen wanted to revive them as soon as possible. Without them, he wouldn't even have the power to use the 6-star battle armor. Without an unending stream of life energy, he couldn't fight with it. There are plenty. The Poison Dragon Abyss, Heavenly Scorpion Canyon, the edge of the River of Darkness, or even a channel to another world. There are plenty of terrible beasts there. They are all enemies of the Luo spirit race, and we used to fight with them when the star-field divine world was still complete. During that age, if it wasn't for the king of the spirit dragon race helping us, we probably wouldn't have been able to hold out. If you want corpses, I can gather my people for battle, said Lingzai. Long Chen shook his head. The Luo spirit race has just endured a major battle. They should rest. Whether it is the Luo spirit race or my people, they all need some time to recuperate. Then what? The mother tree and I can only support the Luo spirit race in battle. We cannot fight ourselves, said Lingzai. Sometimes problems don't always have to be solved entirely by martial power. There are some tricks that can save a huge amount of manpower. Ah, speaking of which, can your gaze help me find Yi Ming? I want to return his favor. I can't do it right now. The mother tree's current power is only enough to see the outline of the various lands. I cannot lock onto specific people yet, said Lingzai. Oh, then forget about it. That lucky bastard, I have no time to handle him. Can you give me a detailed explanation about the 3 areas you mentioned, including the weaknesses, strengths, and habits of the lifeforms inhabiting those places? I'll come up with a battle plan, said Long Chen, a bit regretful. Having been led by the nose by Yi Ming for so long, he felt bad not paying him back. However, there was no way around it. Yi Ming was now all on his own. In a place as large as the star-filled divine world, it was like searching for a needle in an ocean. After receiving a detailed explanation of the three areas, Long Chen descended down the mother tree. He then ordered the disciples of the Martial Heaven Alliance, the Xuanhuan beasts, and the Dragonblood Legion to gather. With Ling Zai's help, their injuries had healed and they were invigorated. Long Chen then sent them up the mother tree to cultivate. He only kept behind Xuanhuan, Yue Zaifeng, and Wilda. "Let's go, I'll bring you to a feast." Long Chen's group of four quietly left the mother tree. Chapter 25:39 Battle Plan. Big Brother Long. As HH. Wilda had just opened his mouth when Long Chen gestured to be quiet. At this time Long Chen, Yue Zaifeng, Xuanhuan, and Wilda were hiding behind a mountain, looking at a valley filled with ferocious beasts. These beasts included dragons, phoenixes, tigers, wolves, and more. Every one of them gave off a sense of immense pressure. Wilda involuntarily swallowed one mouthful of saliva after another while he stared at them. After waking up, Wilda was stuck in a weakened state, which was the only way for him to endure the pain of hunger. But that weakness was uncomfortable. Right now he needed powerful meat, and those beasts were perfect for that. Hence, he began to drool. Moreover, Long Chen had brought them to take a look at the poison dragon abyss and the heavenly scorpion canyon, but they had left just after arriving. Now that they were here, Wilda's stomach was rumbling like thunder. He almost couldn't hold back. Wilda didn't know how to speak spiritually, and with his loud voice, even whispering was like shouting. "Wilda, endure it, we'll get you some food soon," comforted Long Chen. He then turned to Xuanhuan. "How is it, can you handle it?" "I can, but I'm worried about drawing over something we can't deal with. Boss, I'm sure you can handle a single 13th rank beast, but if there are 2 or 3, we won't be able to endure. Wilda is currently too weak to fight," said Xuanhuan. Long Chen had brought them to scout the area before coming up with a battle plan. He had decided against the poison dragon abyss and the heavenly scorpion canyon because they were too spacious, and the terrain was not favorable to them. If they were surrounded by 13th rank beasts, they wouldn't be able to run. "No need to worry. Ling Zai told me that these beasts came from a different world. The laws of this place are foreign to them and they haven't fully adapted yet. Even after so many years, they remain in this valley with a spatial channel at the back that feeds them energy. Do you see that faint blue barrier? Once they leave that region, they will be suppressed by the laws of this world. Even if multiple 13th rank beasts come, we'll still be able to easily run. All I want to know is if you have some way to kill them in batches. I want a large number of corpses, the more the better. I'm in a rush too, so killing them one by one is too slow, do you understand?" Since the mother tree had recovered some of its power, Long Chen's group had been given a leaf that allowed them to move anywhere within the range of the mother tree's territory. They hadn't wasted any time traveling, so Long Chen hadn't had the time to explain everything. "Then it's no problem, I still have quite a few bombs, with the exploding bombs providing support. Fool, I brought you to the poison dragon abyss and the heavenly scorpion canyon to think of possibilities. For example, using the poison dragon's poison against these beasts to kill them all. Ling Zai told me that the beasts have been accumulating here for tens of thousands of years, so they might outnumber the black armor core buried beneath the mother tree back then. Even if they didn't resist and stuck out their necks for us to sever, how long would it take?" Long Chen shook his head. "Oh, I've been working on new armor and weapons, so I wasn't thinking properly. Cough, well, the beasts here seem to be mostly furred beasts, so they shouldn't be particularly powerful when it comes to defense. As long as we get enough poison, my bombs can spread the poison and give them fatal wounds. With Zhao Rishan, I can gather the fragments of the bombs back. The main thing is that the poison dragons and poison scorpions aren't so easy to handle," said Xuanhuan. The poison dragons were definitely frightening. If someone was stabbed by them, that could be fatal. They could also spit out toxic gas. Although their physical bodies weren't powerful, their toxicity was something they had to be cautious of. As for the scorpions in the heavenly scorpion canyon, their defensive power was extremely high. Armored beasts were always a headache as their bodies were difficult to pierce through. They had almost no weaknesses, so killing them could only be done with brute power. "Okay, since you don't have a better method, we'll go with my plan. We'll give up on the heavenly scorpion canyon. There aren't that many of them and they lack flesh. I'll take charge of the poison dragon abyss. Although they also lack the meat we want, we can get poison from them. The 3 of you can start launching some probing blows here to test their bottom line and get some food for Welda. For goodness sake, every time he opens his mouth, the smell of the corpse devouring armored spiders bursts out." Despite his appetite, I'm sure he'll get tired of eating the same thing over and over eventually. You launch some probing blows here. Once I bring the first batch of dragon corpses back, you can launch the real attack, said Long Chen. Wilda immediately grew excited. Long Chen truly understood him. Although he wasn't picky, he had truly gotten tired of eating the corpse-devouring armored spiders. Boss, I should go with you. There are countless poison dragons in the poison dragon abyss. It's too dangerous, said Yue Zaifeng. If there were poison dragons that had reached the 13th rank there, then it could easily be fatal. If both of them went together, they could look out for each other. No need, I have evil moon so those poison dragons can't touch me. Let's split up. After that, Long Chen activated the leaf. A leaf-shaped rune appeared on his chest and he vanished. Let's start. Xuanhuan didn't hesitate. He summoned his battle armor and charged toward the valley. As soon as he appeared, the beasts inside the valley roared and attacked him. Damn, there's this many. When he entered the valley, Xuanhuan was shocked to find that there was a special spatial law inside the barrier. These beasts were actually many times larger than they had appeared on the outside. Only once he was inside the valley did he see a giant channel in the distance. The channel was pitch black, but when Xuanhuan entered the valley, he saw countless lanterns light up inside of it. In truth, those weren't lanterns but eyes, and they looked like stars in the cosmos. Xuanhuan felt a chill, and he almost ran away. Yue Zaifeng was already attacking. An eagle was cut down as it flew toward them, its head leaving its body. Wilda grabbed it before it even landed on the ground, sucking it into his bowl and devouring it. I'm finally getting some good meat, Wilda sighed in gratitude. He had almost forgotten the taste of proper meat. The corpse-devouring armored spiders had cast quite a shadow on him. The first ones to arrive were the flying beasts. They let out heaven-shaking roars as they attacked the three of them. Yue Zaifeng's sword danced in the air as he cut through them like tofu. His sword qi was even capable of cutting Zhao Rishan's immortal metal body, so flesh and blood was easily sliced. Seeing that Yue Zaifeng was so powerful, Xuanhuan relaxed slightly. His own weapons, dual sabers, had been destroyed by Zhao Rishan, so he was using 2 backup sabers for now. Even peak 12th rank beasts were nothing before Yue Zaifeng's sword qi. Every slash of his sword killed a mass of them. This was the terrifying power of a sword cultivator. Their sword qi was a special kind of energy, and its sharpness was not limited by laws. That was why they were said to be number 1 in terms of offense. A cultivator's magical arts or battle skills could not manage to concentrate all their power onto the thin edge of a blade like sword qi could. While the larger hammer was definitely stronger, when it came to the ability to kill in one blow, a small knife surpassed it. Yue Zaifeng cut down countless beasts with his sword qi, which contained the will of the sword Dao. Those struck had their souls extinguished. Yue Zaifeng was the main force, while Xuanhuan provided support. Although Yue Zaifeng's killing power was terrifying, his defensive power was particularly lacking. He killed those beasts easily, but if they got close to him, they had the potential to kill him in one blow. Suddenly, a roar rang out that made those beasts suddenly retreat. The void exploded, revealing a giant claw that smashed toward them. A 13th rank beast, exclaimed Xuanhuan. He slashed with both his sabers. Boom! Xuanhuan's backup sabers shattered, and he was smashed into the ground. Just at that moment, the owner of the claw, a wild lion, appeared in front of Yue Zaifeng. This lion's fur was the color of blood, and it had 2 heads. Even its eyes were scarlet. Xuanhuan had managed to draw over and block its attack, while Yue Zaifeng's sword fell once more. Blood splashed. What? Yue Zaifeng was shocked to find that he could only cut open its skull with his attack. He wasn't able to go any deeper. The 2-headed tiger then roared in pain, and a powerful sound wave resounded through the sky. It pounced on Yue Zaifeng. Yue Zaifeng was about to dodge when a furious roar rang out. All of a sudden, a giant door bolt smashed into the lion's head. The door bolt landed on the already injured head, causing it to explode. When one head was destroyed, its body began to spasm. Waldo attacked with the door bolt again, striking the other head. That head caved in, and then Yue Zaifeng followed up with an attack, cutting it in 2. The 3 of them managed to kill a 13th rank beast by working together. Waldo excitedly ran over and started eating the lion. Every bite filled him with energy. Wilda eat later, run now, Xuanhuan crawled out. His armor was covered in cracks. When he saw the spatial channel in the distance, his soul almost fled from his body. Chapter 25, 40 Dragon Slayer. Long Chen's vision changed as he arrived at the edge of a bottomless abyss that looked like a gaping maw in the ground. Dragon roars occasionally rang out from within. This was the poison dragon abyss, the main lair of the poison dragons. According to Ling's Eye, this place was also a 10,000 dragon nest. The king of the poison dragons had been the heaven-devouring fiend King Steed. However, that poison dragon had been killed by the king of the spirit dragons. Despite that, the poison dragon king had managed to strike the spirit dragon king with its poison, which resulted in the spirit dragon king's death in the end. If it hadn't been for that poison, the heaven-devouring fiend king wouldn't have been able to fight to the death with the spirit dragon king. In order to preserve its power, the Fiend King had hidden the poison dragon's 10,000 dragon nest within an abyss. Due to its existence, there was an evil chi present that was poison to the Luo spirit race. After spending so many years developing, there were now countless poison dragons inside. Demonic bugs had also grown from the evil chi and were the main sustenance for the poison dragons. The poison dragons inside seemed bound by some law and were unable to come out of the abyss. They could only be active within. Even after so many years, they hadn't charged out into the star-field divine world. The Luo spirit race was unable to provoke them, so they had coexisted for all these years. Based on Ling's Eye's estimate, those poison dragons had a spiritual seal placed on them. As for the one to lay down that seal, it was most likely the heaven-devouring Fiend King. It was one of his backup plans for when he revived, as they would be his new army. However, those plans were destroyed when Yi Ming set his gaze on the Fiend King. The latter had been possessed by him, becoming his tool. In the end, Yi Ming had detonated his corpse, so the poison dragon abyss was truly a masterless existence now. Evil Moon, do you have a way to control them? If I could bring an army of poison dragons to the martial heaven continent. Long Chen looked into the abyss and saw poison dragons hibernating like bats. What's the point of bringing back a pile of trash? Without the Dragon King, this 10,000 dragon nest can't even produce poison dragons of the 13th rank. They're nothing more than reptiles to those experts above Nether Passage. They can destroy these dragons with a wave of their hands. You're hoping they'll be of help against experts of that level. Evil Moon snorted disdainfully. There are no 13th rank poison dragons here. Why? Asked Long Chen. The poison dragon race's 10,000 dragon nest is different from the spirit dragon race. The king of the poison dragons will only permit those absolutely obedient to him to progress. Otherwise, they'll threaten his existence. It's a bit similar to the dark evil dragon race. My subordinates had to swear on their soul and blood to be loyal to me in order for me to allow them to advance to the 13th rank. If someone went against that, they would be suppressed by the laws of the 10,000 dragon nest, and I would immediately go eat them, said Evil Moon lightly. What a con, snorted Long Chen. You're a human. You don't understand. Without those bindings or suppression, dragons will definitely fight back. They'll eventually try to kill me and replace me. Are you not afraid of your subordinates betraying you one day and taking your place? Retorted Evil Moon. If they want to take my place, why would they kill me? If they want to be the boss, I'd happily give them the spot. It would save me from being so tired all the time. I'd like to find a big tree to rely on, said Long Chen. Furthermore, they're not my subordinates but my brothers. The reason we could band together is because we are unwilling to be controlled by fate. We have a similar goal, which is to live freely and with dignity. Within this chaotic world, who knows how much longer we'll live. Just like this, we had some brothers who are forever gone. We're still too weak to control our own fates, so why would they bother fighting for the position of boss? Long Chen sighed. This battle had shown him that he was still too weak. Perhaps he couldn't yield any longer. Any further yielding would draw himself into the abyss of death. Let's not talk about those things. Do you have a way to help me subdue those poison dragons? Asked Long Chen. I do. Haha, great. No. What? Because I won't tell you. What the fuck, raged Long Chen. They're a disgrace to the dragon race, an insult to our sacred and noble blood. They shouldn't exist in this world. If you want to kill them, I'll help you. But if you want to subdue them, then you understand, said Evil Moon. Fine, then let's kill them. I want their poison. Long Chen could only acquiesce. All right, prepare yourself. Buzz. Suddenly, space fluctuated, and Qi Li appeared with millions of the Luo spirit race's warriors. Why are you all here? Asked Long Chen, startled. We came to help. We can wipe out the poison dragons together, said Qi Li excitedly. It's very dangerous. Once the poison dragons charge out, it'll cause huge casualties. "Don't mess around and go back," said Long Chen directly. He had fought countless battles, but he still hadn't managed to harden his heart to the point of calmly seeing the people beside him die in battle. The sight of the Luo spirit race's disciples self-detonating to buy him time was a nightmare to him. He didn't want to experience something like that ever again. Qi Li's eyes reddened. Rather than being scared away, she stubbornly said, "Although we're not as strong as you, we're not afraid of death. We have a duty to eliminate enemies for our fallen clansmen. We're not going to retreat because of fear." That stubbornness made Long Chen feel an urge to both laugh and cry. He was unable to scare her off. He was going to try to persuade her one more time when Evil Moon suddenly said, "Have them stay. They can be of help. Although we can't use them here, they'll definitely be useful on Xuanhuan's side." Long Chen was startled and quickly understood Evil Moon's intentions. He nodded, and to Qi Li, who was bitterly holding back tears, he said, "Fine, you can stay, but you have to listen to my orders." Only then did Qi Li smile and wipe away her wet eyes. After that, Long Chen slowly walked into the abyss with Evil Moon, and countless poison dragons charged over. "You just have to circulate your spiritual strength. Leave the rest to me," said Evil Moon. Suddenly, a black two-headed dragon appeared behind Long Chen. Its 4 eyes had flickering runes inside of them, and its appearance caused the world to rumble. "Damn, this is your true body. You have 2 heads," exclaimed Long Chen. When Evil Moon woke Long Chen up last time, he was in a strange state and couldn't remember this form. "Shut up. Do you even know how mighty a 2-headed evil dragon is? I'm a genius that might not appear again in millions of years. If you don't talk so much, you won't appear so stupid," roared Evil Moon. Long Chen was startled by Evil Moon's anger. It seemed that having 2 heads was one of Evil Moon's proudest points. This roar contained a mighty dragon pressure. Affected by it, the poison dragon suddenly stiffened and fell, unable to move. Dragon pressure suppression. Long Chen stared surprised. The poison dragons fell to the ground, their bodies stiff. After that, they stared in terror at Long Chen, or more accurately, they stared at Evil Moon behind him. "Damn, you're amazing. Why didn't you use this during the last battle?" asked Long Chen. "What do you know? Those poison dragons were corpses being controlled. Spiritual and bloodline pressure are useless against them," snorted Evil Moon, still angry at Long Chen's foolishness. "Amazing, truly amazing. Evil Moon, why can't we discuss?" "Shut up. If you want to enslave them, I'll immediately retract the dragon pressure," raged Evil Moon. Long Chen could only give up on that thought. He turned to Qi Li. "Qi Li, you can go kill them now. Bring me their poison stingers, poison claws, poison fangs, and poison sacks." Qi Li and the others stared blankly, having anticipated a fierce battle. However, they hadn't expected the poison dragons to instantly lose their ability to fight back upon seeing Evil Moon. After that, the Luo spirit race's warriors quickly shot arrows that stabbed through the poison dragon's eyes, instantly killing them. These frightening poison dragons were killed easily. Qi Li also led a group to clean up the corpses that piled up. She then pulled out the things that Long Chen asked. When no more poison dragons flew out, Long Chen went in deeper and had Evil Moon retract its dragon pressure to avoid scaring them. After an hour, 7 waves of poison dragons had attacked, and at this point, Long Chen ran out of spiritual strength because Evil Moon was unleashing its dragon pressure through his spiritual strength. Hence, he didn't go any deeper and walked out, sending the piles of corpses into the primal chaos space. When the poison dragon corpses landed in the black soil, the withered heavenly killing demon trees finally began to show signs of life once more. Chapter 25, 41 New Comprehension. This time, Long Chen had gained over 800,000 poison dragon corpses. When the corpses landed in the black soil of the primal chaos space, they were quickly devoured, and the heavenly killing demon trees began to thrum with life once more. This allowed Long Chen to relax slightly. It was only with the heavenly killing demon trees that he could barely use the 6-star battle armor. Having this trump card available again made him feel much more at ease. Although the heavenly killing demon trees had yet to fully recover, it still gave him some confidence. "Let's go." Long Chen led Qi Li and the others away, activating the leaf once more. A rune appeared on his chest, and they were transported to the Valley of the Wild Beasts. When they arrived, Long Chen couldn't see Xuanhuan and the others anywhere. "Boss, over here." Long Chen finally saw Xuanhuan hiding within a pile of rubble and jumped in shock. Xuanhuan was covered in blood, and his armor was badly damaged, on the verge of shattering. "What happened?" asked Long Chen. Boss, if you weren't my boss, I'd really think you were trying to con us. We were attacked by 4 13th rank beasts at the same time and almost died. If it weren't for Wilder breaking a golden eagle's wing, we wouldn't have been able to run. Xuanhuan almost cried. This was his first time being so unlucky since entering the star-field divine world. 4 13th rank beasts. Long Chen sucked in a cold breath of air. The Luo spirit race's warriors were just as shocked. The fact that Xuanhuan, Yue Zifeng and Wilda had managed to survive such an assault was a testament to how tough their lives were. Long Chen looked into the distance and saw fresh blood in the valley. There had definitely been a bloody battle, and there were still some corpses left behind. Countless beasts inside were vigilantly keeping an eye on their surroundings. However, Long Chen didn't see a single 13th rank beast. Back then, the 3 of them had joined forces to kill a 13th rank beast, but that had drawn out 4 terrifying beasts from further within. Yue Zifeng had unleashed his sword qi on them repeatedly, but they were too powerful for his sword qi to leave any fatal wounds on them. As the battle went on, Yue Zifeng was almost killed by a golden eagle's wing. It was fortunate that Wilda was strong enough, and he managed to break the golden eagle's wing with his door bolt. Only then did the 3 of them manage to use their speed to escape from the other 3 beasts. After escaping, they didn't dare go back. If they had gone any deeper, they would have been surrounded and probably would have died there. At that time, their lives had truly been hanging by a thread. The 3 of them had been waiting here the entire time since then. Now, Wilda was busy eating the 13th rank beast that they had killed. His mouth was bloody. Boss, this place is too terrifying. Even if they can't leave the domain of the blue barrier, we can't deal with them, said Xuanhuan. If 4 13th rank beasts had come out in an instant, then who knew what was deeper? No need to worry, I've obtained the good stuff. Long Chen began to take out house-sized poison sacks filled with black liquid. These are the poison dragon's poison sacks. Xuanhuan cautiously opened one of them, only to find that the poison didn't have any odor, confusing him. Evil Moon said that those poison dragons had spent a long time consuming demonic bugs, which strengthened their poison even more than the ones that we fought against before. You just need to turn it into poison mist, and you can instantly poison all of the beasts here. I've already tried it, and it was very convenient, said Long Chen. Xuanhuan took out an arrow and dipped the arrowhead in the poison. When he took it out, the arrowhead had turned pitch black. The poison had automatically merged into the metal. Damn, this really is convenient. Xuanhuan immediately took out a huge number of arrows and tools. After that, he poured the poison into a giant vat, and the Luo spirit race's warriors immediately stepped forward to help. Long Chen warned them all to be careful. This poison was extremely potent. If they were nicked by a poison arrow, it could instantly take their lives. The Luo spirit race's warriors also knew how terrifying these things were, and they were cautiously slow. With their help, things rapidly progressed. Long Chen then called Xuanhuan to turn the poison stingers, poison claws, and poison fangs into tiny bone fragments. The Luo spirit race's arrows were made of wood containing sacred energy that allowed them to easily pierce armor, but those arrows could not be poisoned. However, these poison stingers, claws, and fangs already had poison in every inch of them. They contained 3 different kinds of poison, one for pain, one for paralysis, and one for corrosion. If these fragments entered the body of a 13th rank beast, the poison would automatically be released. As a result, it was these fragments that were the true killing weapon. Long Chen had Xuanhuan bind those fragments to the wooden arrows. If shot into the body of a beast, then probably even a 13th rank beast wouldn't be able to endure being shot by too many. As a result, the millions of Luo spirit race warriors became Long Chen's most dependable helpers. Xuanhuan took charge of the poison bone fragments, while the Luo spirit race's warriors quickly poisoned the arrows. With their immense manpower, they were finished in just half a day. Xuanhuan was now confident and ready to charge right back into the valley. However, just as he was about to charge back in, he suddenly courteously said, "Boss, something as badass as this should be left to you to lead. This little brother will support you from the rear." Long Chen curled his lip. Xuanhuan was most definitely worried about his broken armor and didn't want to take the vanguard. "You can stay with Qi Li and control the tempo of the battlefield. Zifeng, Wilda, and myself are enough." Long Chen charged into the valley, with Wilda and Yue Zifeng following. As soon as they entered the valley, countless roars rang out. Those beasts glared at Long Chen through the blue barrier with an ominous light in their eyes. It seemed that they were waiting for him to enter so they could tear him to pieces. Split the heavens 8. Long Chen swept evil moon out horizontally, and a black crescent moon shot out. It quickly grew as it flew through the air. After that, Long Chen followed this crescent moon forward. Only now do I understand what the old man meant about the essence of the eighth form. While the blade leaves the body, the soul resides within it. Only then does the attack contain its own soul. I was never able to find that feeling before, but I can sense it easily now. Is it due to the sixth star? Wondered Long Chen. As the crescent moon left evil moon, Long Chen felt a subtle connection between it and his soul. Before this, the eighth form's attack would have its power constantly ground down as soon as it left the blade. The eighth form was strongest just as it was unleashed. As it flew through the air, its power began to scatter, and it was impossible to concentrate it. That was a common problem with all battle skills. However, in a battle between experts, who would allow Long Chen to unleash his strongest attack right next to them? That was why assassins were so terrifying, because their power was concentrated and erupted in an instant. Such an attack was the most dangerous. However, no matter how lethal an attack was, if it couldn't reach the opponent, it was meaningless. So the most terrifying thing about assassins was not necessarily their attacks, but their ghost-like movement techniques. Other than the attacks of assassins, other attacks were essentially all large-scale attacks. Once the attack left the body, it would leave the control of the user. This was common knowledge. However, now Long Chen had gained insight into the old man's realm. When the eighth form of Split the Heavens left his body, he could merge his soul with it, strengthening it as it passed through the air. The crescent moon continued growing, and rumbling rang out. It was as if the world was being cut in two. Xuanhuan and Yue Zifeng were dumbfounded to see this. They had seen Long Chen use Split the Heavens many times, but they had never seen such a phenomenon. The crescent moon was not scattering, but growing stronger and stronger instead. This had already escaped the realm of common sense of battle skills and magical arts. Finally, the crescent moon fell upon those beasts, tearing through the blue barrier. Those beasts were cut through as easily as tofu, and blood filled the air. The most shocking thing, though, was that normally Long Chen's attack would explode at this moment, but now it continued onward through the beasts. Long Chen followed his attack, his divine sense still locked onto the giant crescent moon. In that instant, he felt like the ruler of heaven and earth, as if he possessed the power to split heaven and earth, as if all Taos in this world existed for him. It was a feeling he couldn't explain. Long Chen focused on his attack as he had to fully comprehend this power. If he couldn't, then whether or not he could replicate this attack next time would be up to luck. Countless beasts were cut in two by Long Chen's attack like wheat being reaped. That sight stunned the Luo spirit race's warriors. Heavens, as expected of the prophesied son, he only grows stronger and stronger, exclaimed the Luo spirit race's warriors. They had witnessed Long Chen use the eighth form of Split the Heavens before, but this time his attack was many times stronger. In just a few days, he had managed to completely transform the same technique. They couldn't help being stunned by Long Chen's talent and comprehension ability. His growth rate was astonishing. The giant blade swept through the entire valley before finally exploding, transforming into a mass of runes. After those runes faded, it revealed a valley empty of beasts. Damn, boss is growing more and more monstrous. Xuanhuan was gobsmacked. Just at this moment, furious roars rang out from the channel at the back of the valley. Countless beasts poured out. Boss, be careful. Those four fellows have come out again, shouted Xuanhuan. He saw the four beasts that had almost killed them within that tide of beasts. 6-star battle armor. 6 stars lit up within Long Chen's divine ring, and a berserk aura erupted. In the face of a giant rhinoceros, he unleashed a single punch at its head. Chapter 2542, Giant Demonic Forest. Boom! The giant rhinoceros was sent tumbling back by Long Chen's punch. After that, a huge wave of earth exploded, and even the other 3 13th rank beasts were affected and staggered back. Damn, Xuanhuan's jaw dropped. Those 13th rank beasts were incredibly powerful. Back then, they had been forced to flee miserably by them. Yue Zifeng's sword Qi was only able to leave a cut on their necks and unable to cause any lethal wounds. Hence, this scene was hard to believe. However, while the rhinoceros was sent tumbling back, fresh blood poured out of Long Chen's arm. As expected, it's still no good. This power is too violent. No matter how careful I am, it's useless. Long Chen looked at his bloody arm and sighed. However, he was also pleasantly surprised by how powerful the 6-star battle armor was, and he looked forward to when he could fully control it. Long Chen retreated from the state of the 6-star battle armor. After that, he slashed Evil Moon at the rhinoceros's neck, shouting, "Zifeng!" Yue Zifeng instantly understood and unleashed a streak of sword qi. Long Chen's attack caused a cracking sound to ring out when it landed on the rhinoceros's neck. Although he managed to break its bones, he was unable to sever its head. Just at that moment, Yue Zifeng's attack accurately landed on the wound Long Chen had made. Blood splashed and a mountain-sized head flew into the air. What? Long Chen jumped, not having expected Yue Zifeng's attack to actually kill it. He had thought that at most, Yue Zifeng might be able to cut apart its bones and not its whole head. It's thanks to Boss's saber attack just now. Because of it, I managed to break through a bottleneck that has trapped me for many years, said Yue Zifeng excitedly. When Long Chen used the true essence of the 8th form of Split the Heavens, it gave Yue Zifeng the spark of insight he needed to break through his bottleneck. His sword Dao required comprehension, and Long Chen's insight allowed him to understand an aspect of his sword Dao as well. This understanding was then what allowed the power of his sword Dao to soar. Boom! Just at that moment, Wilda's door bolt smashed into the golden eagle. Both sides were knocked back. Again. All right. Long Chen and Yue Zifeng grabbed hold of that opportunity, once more attacking from the left and right. Sword Qi and a saber image sent the eagle's head flying. After 2 attacks, a hint of rosiness appeared on Yue Zifeng's face. He was just about to attack the third 13th rank beast when Long Chen suddenly shouted at him. "Zifeng, stop, retreat." Yue Zifeng stared at him blankly, but he still flew back. Long Chen grabbed Wilda and also retreated, but he didn't forget to grab the 2 corpses on the ground. "You ran attack," shouted Long Chen. As a result, arrows rained down and miserable roars came from those beasts as they fell. The poison dragon's poison was so powerful that even these powerful beasts were only able to struggle for a few breaths' time before dying. "Boss, Yue Zifeng suddenly felt the world spinning around him, like he was about to faint. "Your soul was affected. Just now, there was definitely something wrong with your 2 attacks. The saber Dao is not a match for your sword Dao. You can use it as a reference, but you can't imitate it," said Long Chen. After Yue Zifeng had unleashed his second attack, Long Chen noticed something off. Yue Zifeng's spiritual strength could only be considered average because a sword cultivator did not cultivate the body, the soul, or magical arts. They only cultivated the sword in their hand. Other than their sword Dao, everything else about them was lacking. The 8th form of Split the Heavens required a domineering spiritual strength as a foundation. It was very different from the sword Dao's light and graceful attacks. Although Yue Zifeng's comprehension skill was very high, he had yet to completely think it through and had already put his new comprehension to use. Because of this, his attacks just now had deviated slightly from the sword Dao, resulting in a backlash. That was why Long Chen immediately gave the order to retreat. If they were surrounded by those beasts, he wouldn't be able to look after both Wilda and Yue Zifeng. Boom! As expected, even 13th rank beasts were unable to endure the poison. A spotted tiger finally fell to the ground once it was turned into a hedgehog from the rain of arrows. It had been struck by tens of thousands of arrows. Despite the arrows barely being able to pierce its tough hide, the poison was too strong. The other 13th rank beast also let out one last unwilling roar before collapsing. As for the other beasts charging out, they also fell to the ground. A mountain of corpses quickly piled up. "Wilda, hold the line. Quickly clean up the battlefield," shouted Long Chen. He had the Luo spirit race's warriors suppress the channel with their arrows, while the others quickly grabbed all the corpses. After just a few seconds, rumbling came from the channel, and more 13th rank beasts came flying out. Seeing that, Long Chen immediately gave the order to retreat. Long Chen and the others quickly retreated to outside the barrier. In just a moment, the space within the barrier was already packed with powerful beasts. Amongst them were over 10 13th rank beasts. They roared furiously, but they didn't dare to charge out of the blue light. Long Chen led everyone away. Finding a secluded place, they began to count their spoils of battle. "Zifeng, are you all right?" asked Long Chen. "Boss, I might need to go into seclusion to fully digest this spark," said Yue Zifeng. Long Chen nodded. He then sent Yue Zifeng back to the mother tree, the best place to go into seclusion. Once Yue Zifeng had fully explored his new insights, Long Chen believed that he would be much more terrifying. The 4 13th rank beasts' corpses were given to Wilda. As their meat possessed such immense power, even Wilda could only eat them one mouthful at a time. Also, it was a good thing that he was immune to poison and could eat the 2 beasts that had been poisoned to death. As for the other corpses, Long Chen tossed them into the primal chaos space. The heavenly killing demon trees had grown slightly listless after he activated the 6-star battle armor and needed to heal his arm, but with the addition of millions of corpses, that loss was negligible. There were so many corpses that there wasn't enough space to place them all. Hence, Long Chen ended up with a mountain of corpses on top of the black soil. They were slowly devoured. After that, the abundant life energy caused the heavenly killing demon trees to grow wildly. Since there was no way for Long Chen to grow a forest of mother trees, he could only focus his attention on the heavenly killing demon trees. They had originally reached a height of 300 meters, but as the huge amount of life energy filled this space, they quickly grew. After just 2 hours, all the corpses were absorbed, and the heavenly killing demon trees reached a height of 3,000 meters. They had grown 10 times taller, but the amount of life energy they contained was more than 100 times greater. At this point, they finally grew out of their sapling state. Branches and leaves had sprouted, growing in every direction. Let's go back to the poison dragon abyss. Long Chen was so excited that he almost started shouting. If the heavenly killing demon trees had possessed this much life energy in the last battle, he would have dominated the battlefield. Even if he was constantly injured and healing while he fought, he would be able to exhaust them to death. As long as he wasn't killed in an instant, it could be said that he also possessed an undying body. As for the Tao wounds in his body, although the mother tree was powerless to heal them, the heavenly killing demon trees caused them to quickly heal now that their life energy had reached such a level. As a result, Long Chen could be said to have recovered to his peak condition. After that, they returned to the poison dragon abyss. As Long Chen's spiritual strength had essentially recovered, Evil Moon unleashed its dragon pressure once more. On their way, Xuanhuan and the others killed the terrified poison dragons and harvested their poison sacks and other things. This time, Long Chen went deeper than before, and he finally saw the giant 10,000 dragon nest. But at this point, his spiritual strength ran out once more. After cleaning up the battlefield, he didn't wait for more poison dragons to come out, and they retreated again. They then returned to the Beast Valley and unleashed their poison arrows, killing the beasts. After using up their poison arrows, they hunted again in the poison dragon abyss and so on. Things repeated themselves. After a full 7 days, Long Chen didn't have any idea just how many poison dragons he had killed or how many beasts they had gathered. In any case, just Wilda already had 230 13th rank beast corpses. That was not counting the ones he had eaten. Moreover, the heavenly killing demon trees were flourishing. They had finally reached a height of 300 miles. Every one of them contained an astonishing amount of life energy. It felt like Long Chen had an endless spring of life now. Boss, the poison dragons have all been killed. Xuanhuan shrugged, standing inside the 10,000 dragon nest. Damn, it's too bad the 4 divine bones have had their energy sucked away. Well, if not for that, it wouldn't have been able to produce so many poison dragons, said Long Chen regretfully. All right, call out Zhao Rishan to do his work. He can absorb the 10,000 dragon nest. There's definitely an enormous amount of immortal metal contained within it. Chapter 25:43 Long Chen's Fear. In front of everyone's shocked gazes, the giant 10,000 dragon nest began to turn to ruins. Long Chen, Xuanhuan, you won't have good deaths. Unless you kill me, I'll definitely make you live a life worse than death. Zhao Rishan's miserable scream came from the forging table. His voice was full of bitter resentment, as he had been turned into Xuanhuan's tool for extracting metal. With the forging table's runes suppressing him, he couldn't even fight back. He could only obediently absorb immortal metal for Xuanhuan, and once his power reached a certain level, Xuanhuan would start forcing that immortal metal out of his body. Xuanhuan was very cautious about this. He didn't want Zhao Rishan to recover too much and be able to break his seal, so he immediately smashed the metal out of him once Zhao Rishan had absorbed enough. Zhao Rishan's hatred for Xuanhuan could no longer be expressed with words because he had used up all the curse words he knew. He had even made a few new ones, but that didn't resolve the hatred in his heart. Fortunately, Xuanhuan had gotten used to his cursing, and he continued striking him with his hammer, causing the immortal metal to fly out of Zhao Rishan's body. After he was done, he left with Long Chen. The channel in the Beast Valley had also been emptied, and they finally saw what was on the other side of the channel. It was a giant altar. The beasts had been killed, so there was no need to keep this channel. Long Chen then destroyed the altar, severing this channel between the star-field divine world and whatever world the beasts were coming from. Both regions had been destroyed by Long Chen. After a bit, Long Chen was preparing to go to the heavenly Scorpion Valley, but Ling Zai stopped him. Ling Zai said that the heavenly Scorpion Canyon was now the only training area of the star-field divine world. It wasn't good to destroy it. Furthermore, the heavenly Scorpion Canyon was the weakest of the three regions. Leaving one place for the Luo spirit race's warriors to train was good. Moreover, they couldn't threaten the Luo spirit race's safety. Due to those reasons, Long Chen left the heavenly Scorpion Canyon as it was. After that, he brought everyone back to the mother tree. There, he saw that everyone had climbed to the peak of the mother tree and had gone into seclusion. The lightning dragon and flame dragon were already done with their training. Unfortunately, the flame and lightning energies here were only enough to allow them to recover their energy, not to let them make a breakthrough. Since staying any longer was meaningless, they returned to Long Chen's body. Long Chen was also planning on going into seclusion. The moon and star refining furnace and the demon moon furnace had refined a huge number of pills for him that could allow him to advance. Boss, don't go into seclusion. If you do, I'll be on my own. I can't go looking for ores by myself. What if I run into Feng Fei or Yi Ming? I don't even have my battle armor any longer. Who knows whether or not Zhao Rishan has a way to message Feng Fei? You have to stand guard or I can't go out, said Xuanhuan. Although Xuanhuan was able to quickly transport himself within the range of the Mother Tree's territory, an opponent like Feng Fei was more than capable of locking space and preventing him from fleeing. Since Xuanhuan had Zhao Rishan in his hands, he wanted to use him to the fullest. Moreover, Xuanhuan's goal was to gather all the ores of the star-field divine world, so he was itching to get started. Fine, I'll go with you. I can cultivate while you gather the ores, said Long Chen. He could eat pills wherever. After that, Long Chen and Xuanhuan were quickly transported to one of the star-field divine world's largest mineral deposits. According to Ling Zai, there were over 10 large veins of ore in the star-field divine world. Those ore veins were so large that even someone like Zhao Rishan would need a few centuries to absorb them all. Therefore, Ling Zai only pointed out 4 of the purest veins, and Long Chen and Xuanhuan chose to go to one of those locations. Upon arriving, they saw a golden mountain range. Damn, the immortal metals are already revealed on the surface. The purity of this vein is incredibly high, exclaimed Xuanhuan. He quickly took out his forging table. It went without saying that Zhao Rishan was truly amazing. This giant ore vein rapidly dimmed, and in just half a day, the majority of those ores were sucked away. Then Xuanhuan got to work with his hammer. Between Zhao Rishan's screams and curses, fragments of immortal metal came flying out. After that, Xuanhuan put those away and continued gathering ores. This giant vein was filled with precious immortal metals, and not just one kind of them. There were hundreds of different immortal metals here. It was a very rare place. Xuanhuan was particularly fond of this place because the wide variety of immortal metals meant that he could forge even stronger battle armor for himself. As Xuanhuan got to work, Long Chen didn't slack off. He kept an eye on Xuanhuan while he consumed pills. The 4th step of Nether Passage was the peak of the Nether Passage realm, the 9th heaven stage. However, Long Chen had 13 heaven stages to go through due to the 9-star Hegemon body art. He was currently at the 9th heaven stage. That was the end of the Nether Passage realm for others, but not for Long Chen. He had no idea how these final heaven stages were supposed to be cultivated. All he knew was that he needed to consume pills if he wanted to advance. When he had reached the 4th step of Nether Passage, he had relied on the life and death spring, but now he had to rely on medicinal pills. During this time, the moon and star refining furnace and demon moon furnace had refined mountains of pills. Looking at those pills, Long Chen felt nauseous. His stomach rebelled. After that, Long Chen took a deep breath and activated the evil dragon race's swallow the heavens, devour the earth divine ability. In this state, Long Chen's stomach was like a devouring space. Fuck, I'll go all out. Long Chen grabbed a basket filled with spirit pills and demonic pills, which were all top-grade giant pills. Long Chen then opened his mouth, and those pills poured into his body. Rumbling rang out as those pills entered his stomach. They were like volcanoes exploding. unleashing a huge amount of energy. Long Chen had expected a powerful impact from consuming so many pills. However, it wasn't as big as he had expected, as he didn't feel uncomfortable at all. His stomach simply grumbled. You've activated the 6-star battle armor and your physical body has gotten stronger from it. These pills can't injure you, so you can be at ease, said Evil Moon. So that's it. Long Chen immediately started devouring more and more. If it was before, he would need to rest for a while after consuming so many pills in order to digest the medicinal energy. But now he had no need to rest. His stomach could endure the torrent of medicinal energy pouring through his body. Long Chen could clearly feel the medicinal energy pouring toward the Feng Fu, Alioth, Life Fate, Enlightenment Palace, and Divine Gate stars. However, that energy was not shared with the 6th Nethergate star. The energy of the pills poured only to the 5 stars. Could it be that the final 3 heaven stages of the Nether Passage realm had to do with the 5 stars? Long Chen's divine ring automatically appeared along with the black and white energies within the 5 stars. Life and death energy connected them. If he simply allowed this life and death energy to connect the 5 stars, then there was no way that it could create a cycle. That was because there was an extra star disturbing the cycle, the 6th star, the Nethergate star. It's doomed. Long Chen's heart sank and he began to sweat. Even Evil Moon was silent. It seems that my cultivation order was wrong. Long Chen's voice trembled. I want to comfort you, but you're a smart person, Evil Moon sighed. Only at this moment in his cultivation did Long Chen realize that his life and death energy was trying to enter the image of a 5-point star. That perfectly matched with the 5-star battle armor's image. However, now that he had already summoned the 6-star battle armor, the Nethergate star was shining brightly. The 5 stars in the divine ring had become 6. That was why, as his life and death energy tried to connect the 5 stars, it repeatedly failed. The Nethergate star disturbed the flow of life and death energy. Sweat soaked Long Chen's back, and he thought of a terrifying possibility. That was that it was forbidden to fully activate the 6th star within the Nether Passage realm. As a result, he now had no idea how he was supposed to take his final steps in the Nether Passage realm. Was his cultivation of this peerless cultivation technique about to be crippled just like this? Long Chen felt an unprecedented fear. If he was crippled like this, then there would be nowhere for him to go in this world. Everyone he cared about would die to his enemies. Thinking about this, Long Chen's hands quivered. In the distance, Xuanhuan was still pounding Zhao Rishan, not sensing Long Chen's fear. Long Chen's head was empty, and his palms were sweaty. His life and death energy continued to try and condense the 5-point star in his divine ring, but it was useless. After that, a strange sound began to come from the 5 stars in his divine ring. Upon hearing that, Long Chen felt like his heart was no longer pounding. He felt like the heavens were playing a huge joke on him. He could almost hear fate laughing at him. The cruelest thing in this world was to give you endless hope and then give you despair. With his cultivation path severed, all his dreams became illusory. He wasn't even qualified to undo the secrets of his origins. Long Chen clenched his fists. At the same time, his teeth creaked and his hair stood on end. He was furious. Why was the 9-star Hegemon body art playing such a joke on him? Why hadn't the pill's sovereign memories not mentioned this? Why was there nothing indicating such a giant cultivation taboo? Long Chen, calm down. Perhaps there's another way, shouted Evil Moon upon seeing the darkness reappearing in Long Chen's eyes. Calm down, fuck that. Since I've deviated from the correct cultivation technique, I'll deviate it all the way to the end. Long Chen let out a furious roar. After that, the life and death energy flowing within his divine ring suddenly exploded. Chapter 2544, Creating a Side Door, 10th Heaven Stage of Nether Passage. What are you doing? Don't be impulsive, Evil Moon cried out in shock, feeling like Long Chen had gone mad. The life and death energy within Long Chen's divine ring was vainly trying to create a 5-point star. However, that energy suddenly exploded, and Long Chen coughed up a mouthful of blood. You're crazy. You want to forcibly change the circulation of your cultivation technique. This was no ordinary cultivation technique. The 9-star Hegemon body art was something that even made Evil Moon feel afraid. It definitely had a frightening origin. Now that Long Chen had cultivated it in the wrong order, he wanted to forcibly change the foundation of the technique. But was that really possible? Every cultivation technique that was inherited had been passed down by countless generations who had already improved them as much as possible. It could be said that after going through thousands and thousands of revisions, they had even received the approval of the heavenly Tao's. Hence, every cultivation technique that remained in the world could be said to be as perfect as possible. Even a regular battle skill or magical art was essentially set in stone and could not be changed, let alone a technique like the 9-star Hegemon body art. Despite Evil Moon's roars, Long Chen didn't stop. Furthermore, Evil Moon knew Long Chen's character. He wouldn't change his decision no matter who tried to convince him. In the end, Evil Moon fell silent, sighing. The 5-point star kept appearing within Long Chen's divine ring and then exploding. As a result, Long Chen repeatedly hacked up blood. Looking worried, Xuanhuan ran over, only for Long Chen to gesture for him to stay away. He had no other path to walk. He had no Danshan, so he couldn't cultivate other cultivation techniques. The 9-star Hegemon body art was his only option. "You're going to break and bend to my will," Long Chen roared furiously. The 6th star quivered, forcibly changing the shape of the 5-point star. Suddenly, cracks covered Long Chen's entire body. It was as if he was about to explode. "Long Chen, stop. A cultivation technique on this level cannot be changed by anyone, not even a god." Evil Moon finally couldn't help interjecting again. If this continued, Long Chen would die. "I refuse to believe it. Since it chose me, it shouldn't try to tease me. Since it is mine, it has to serve me. I will not be controlled by it. I am me and no one can control me. I'm going to gamble. From today onward, it will submit to me. This 9-star Hegemon body art is mine." Long Chen clenched his teeth. He vaguely realized something. However, this realization could not be confirmed, and since he had no other choice, he could only gamble. If he won, he could continue on his path. If he lost, everything would come to an end. All of Long Chen's spiritual yuan, physical energy, and spiritual strength poured into his astral spaces and then flowed toward his 6 stars. This was opposite to the normal flow of the energy of the 6 stars entering his astral spaces and then the rest of his body. Rumbling rang out, and berserk power clashed against the 5-point star in his divine ring. As a result, the 5-point star was repeatedly destroyed and reformed. With every explosion, Long Chen's body was heavily injured, but these injuries were not being healed by the primal chaos space's life energy. Perhaps it was due to coming from the same source. It could be considered harming himself, so it was different from his other injuries. If this continued, perhaps he really would die. However, Long Chen didn't budge. Even as he didn't heal, he continued to stubbornly suppress the 5-point star. The 5-point star had been broken dozens of times now, every time reforming according to its original circulation. On the other hand, Long Chen was covered in blood and was on the verge of collapse. Looking at him, Xuanhuan was appalled but had no idea what he could do. Anyone else would give up after failing so many times, but Long Chen didn't. He had to succeed no matter what. As a result, the ground turned red with his blood. Every failure caused fresh blood to splatter out even more. Evil Moon wanted to stop Long Chen, but it understood him. To give up or change his mind implied that he was giving up fighting against his fate, that he was giving up hope. His cultivation path had been severed, resulting in his combat power never advancing again. To the prideful Long Chen, he would rather die than accept such a conclusion. If Long Chen didn't continue cultivating, then even ignoring that he would never fulfill any of his dreams, he and the Dragonblood Legion would be facing a miserable death as soon as they left the star-field divine world. Hence, Long Chen had no choice but to gamble. However, after being in contact with him for so long, Evil Moon had no confidence in Long Chen's luck. "Yun Shang, as the first-generation sovereign, you wouldn't have misjudged him, right?" Evil Moon sighed silently, praying for Long Chen. Long Chen's body cracked like porcelain, signifying that he had reached the limit. He had failed 99 times. 99 failures are fine. Just one more time, I'm going to do it. Long Chen clenched his teeth, or he tried, but he lacked the energy to do so. His body was now no longer under his own control. A light touch from someone else could shatter him. All his energy had been exhausted. All he had left was only enough for one final attempt at shattering the 5-point star. The first 99 tries were all repeats of the same failure. Now, his power and body had reached their limits. This was truly his last attempt. If he gave up, he would still have his life. If he continued trying, there was practically no chance of success. In all the previous 99 attempts, the 5-point star had not shown any sign of submitting. At this time, a normal person would hesitate, but Long Chen didn't. Boom! The 5-point star in his divine ring exploded again, and Long Chen's body was given the final blow to its destruction. As he collapsed, the 5-point star slowly reformed just like before. Long Chen could vaguely feel his body collapsing as his consciousness descended into darkness. Failure, I'm sorry everyone. Long Chen's consciousness sank deeper and deeper. He felt like he had descended into a bottomless hell. You are you, but you are not you, so why do you have to be like this? Why do you refuse to give up? A faint sigh rang out from within the darkness. The voice contained a gentle note as well as sorrow. Cough. A coughing fit pulled Long Chen out of the darkness and into the real world. Immediately, he felt a sharp pain throughout his entire body. I'm still alive. This intense pain felt like a good thing. Boss, you're awake, Xuanhuan cried out emotionally. Help me sit up, I can't breathe like this. Long Chen weakly lay there. Xuanhuan carefully propped Long Chen, taking out something for him to lean on. Boss, did you end up bedeviled? Asked Xuanhuan. From the side, Xuanhuan had essentially watched Long Chen as he tried to kill himself. Xuanhuan had no idea what Long Chen was doing. It was only when Long Chen collapsed that he ran over. At that time, he found that Long Chen's aura was gone, and the flame of his soul was extremely weak. He panicked. Moreover, he was no healer. If he made the wrong move here, it might only quicken Long Chen's death. His head turned empty, but just at that moment, Long Chen woke up. Fuck, it was still a failure. Once I recover, I'll have to try again. Long Chen took a deep breath, which caused his wounds to flare up. Long Chen instinctively used the primal chaos space's energy to heal, but then he remembered that these wounds weren't being healed by the primal chaos space. However, at this moment, his wounds began to rapidly heal on their own, and in just a few breaths' time, his wounds were gone. Other than his spiritual yuan and spiritual strength still being empty, his body was normal. What? Long Chen was pleasantly surprised. After that, he consumed a few recovery pills. After recovering a bit, he summoned the divine ring to replenish his energy faster. However, when he called it out, he noticed something off. His aura was different from before. I've reached the 10th heaven stage. Long Chen realized that his aura had grown, and his spiritual yuan was more condensed. His spiritual strength was also a bit stronger. That was a sign that he had advanced. After that, Long Chen circulated his little bit of life and death energy. But when he circulated it, the 6 stars in his divine ring slowly appeared. He was in a normal state and not the 6-star battle armor state. At this moment, the 5-point star once more appeared in the divine ring. However, this 5-point star no longer possessed its stubborn will. Following Long Chen's will, it instantly changed shape, and the 6 stars absorbed the little bit of life and death energy he had remaining. Congratulations on succeeding, Evil Moon sighed. This was inconceivable, incomprehensible. According to reason, it was impossible for Long Chen to succeed. Ha success. Long Chen suddenly raised his head and laughed. He felt like crying from emotion. Only someone who had experienced despair and finally regained hope would know just how moving that feeling was. In that instant, Long Chen became filled with confidence toward the future again. Long Chen, there are some things that I shouldn't say at this time, but I can't help it, said Evil Moon after hesitating. Speak, I know you don't want to give me a blow while I'm down, right? Long Chen still smiled. Correct. You have managed to change the method of cultivating your technique. But that also signifies that you have completely deviated from the original path of the 9-star Hegemon body art. Chapter 25:45 Not Dead. Long Chen smiled. No one taught me or warned me. I was essentially leaving things up to fate before. After fighting with the other 9-star heir, I realized that I had deviated from the 9-star Hegemon body art's cultivation path. Now that it's fully deviated, it's not necessarily a bad thing. It means that starting from the 6th star, I'm in charge. That's quite a lofty ambition. Although I don't know the origin of your 9-star Hegemon body art, it's definitely the most frightening cultivation technique I've ever seen. When my power merges with you, my soul is bound tightly by it without the slightest ability to resist. It's such a terrifying cultivation technique, but now you've decided to mess around with it near its end. Do you think you have the ability to create a new 9-star Hegemon body art building on its foundation? Asked Evil Moon. If I said that I do, would you believe it? Asked Long Chen lightly. No, said Evil Moon without hesitation. I don't believe it either. What kind of time is it for your fucking jokes? Raged Evil Moon. Who has the time to care? No matter what, the 6-star battle armor has already formed. It corresponds to the realm above Nether Passage. As for the path above Nether Passage, well, "A way will show itself once I get there," laughed Long Chen. Having changed the path of the 9-star Hegemon body art, he felt like he had caught sight of a new path for himself, a path of limitless possibilities. He had never managed to fully comprehend the 9-star Hegemon body art, so he had been forced to cautiously guess around. However, now this cultivation technique belonged to him, and his future path was in his own hands. He preferred this feeling. Although he knew that the 9-star Hegemon body art was an extremely terrifying cultivation technique, and that trying to blaze a new trail for it was practically as difficult as ascending the heavens, he liked having his fate in his own hands. After resting a bit and recovering 30% of his spiritual strength and spiritual yuan, Long Chen returned to consuming pills to increase his cultivation base. Seeing that he was fine, Xuanhuan got back to mining with Zhao Rishan. 3 days later, Long Chen's divine ring began to rumble once more. The 5-point star appeared again, only to be shattered by the power of the 6 stars. Its energy was consumed by the 6 stars, and that energy bathed Long Chen's astral spaces in divine light. As a result, Long Chen's aura soared once more, and he could sense his physical body growing stronger. He knew that due to the strengthening of his astral spaces, his world energy and physical body were growing as well. This was one special aspect of the 9-star Hegemon body art. As his world energy grew, his 6 stars unleashed energy that nourished his body, allowing him to control his new world energy. This mysterious connection allowed him to fully use his new power. The 11th heaven stage. Long Chen finally realized that the final 3 heaven stages were used to balance the power of his physical body and his 108,000 astral spaces. At this moment, Long Chen clenched his fists and it brought forth a thunderous sound. Upon unleashing a single punch, the void shattered, and the wind blasted through the mountain in front of him. This was a mountain containing extremely tough immortal vein ore. Although Xuanhuan had absorbed plenty of its immortal metal, it still crumbled from the wind of Long Chen's punch. "I've increased my realm by 2 levels, and my physical strength has increased by around 30%. Based on my previous experience, though, every realm increase after the 9th heaven stage should cause my physical strength to double." Long Chen's mood started to fall. Clearly, the reason the increase this time wasn't so high was because the efficiency of his new 9-star Hegemon body art had fallen. This was not a good start. "Whatever, let's keep going." Long Chen shook his head. Since he had chosen this path already, there was no point in regrets. He could only figure things out along his way. Just the fact that he had 3 more realms than other people meant that he had a huge advantage. 10 days later, Long Chen had yet to reach the 12th heaven stage, but Xuanhuan had essentially finished sucking away the ores of this vein. They then switched locations. The new location was a desert, and the ore vein was located beneath it. Since that was the case, Xuanhuan brought Zhao Rishan underground to continue mining, while Long Chen continued consuming pills. After 7 days, the 6 stars lit up once more, a sign that he had reached the 12th heaven stage. To test his strength, Long Chen then unleashed multiple punches, resulting in a whirlwind of sand exploding. After a while, Long Chen stopped and smiled. "My physical strength has almost doubled compared to before I started." He had essentially consumed all the pills he had accumulated during this time. Fortunately, the Moon and Star refining furnace and the Demon Moon furnace were busy refining more pills. Once he had enough, he could attempt to break through to the realm above Nether Passage. Originally, Long Chen had been worried about not being able to keep up with everybody else's realm. If Yi Ming, Feng Fei, and the others advanced before him, it would be troublesome. However, he was no longer worried about that. No one would attempt to advance beyond the Nether Passage realm within the Star Field Divine World. All he knew was that the old man and Jiangying had warned him more than once that advancing beyond the Nether Passage realm would have to wait until he returned to the Martial Heaven continent. However, no one had mentioned why. It seemed that there was some taboo. In any case, Long Chen's 12th heaven stage could be considered equivalent to everyone else's 9th heaven stage, so he was now just one step from the next realm. This realm was very mysterious, as no one had brought up what this realm had to do with. Even the senior generation refused to answer questions about it, making their disciples quite curious. During the next few days, Chen also came over. He had come out of seclusion and immediately joined forces with Xuanhuan. With Chen's formation, Zhao Rishan's mining efficiency multiplied. 10 days later, they had sucked away the majority of the ores in the 4 largest veins. According to the mother tree, they should not suck away all the ores. Those veins had their spirituality. If they weren't all sucked away, they would leave the seed for more ores to be born. This way, it would not destroy the balance of the world. Xuanhuan and the others were quite ashamed to hear about this. Before this, they had always mined all ore veins that they found until they were empty. After that, they returned to the mother tree. Xuanhuan and Chen got to work, and it was to undergo a second refinement of the immortal metals. Of course, their main tool was still Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan was not just capable of gathering metal ores. He also had the powerful technique of refining immortal metal. Otherwise, his source metal wouldn't be so powerful. With Chen and Xuanhuan taking turns, they forced Xuanhuan to refine the immortal metal. The metal that they beat out of him would be even stronger than his normal source metal once they forged it into armor and weapons, adding the corresponding runes. With Xuanhuan present, everything went extremely smoothly. Hundreds of pure immortal metal ingots went through Xuanhuan's forging, becoming incredibly precious swords and sets of armor. He was able to create hundreds of them a day. As for Xuanhuan, he cursed and screamed every day, but Xuanhuan and Chen simply laughed. They continued squeezing him of his metal, not giving him even a moment of rest. Xuanhuan even had an urge to die. He thought of killing himself several times, but with a formation master like Chen present, as soon as showed any signs of that, Chen would be alerted and stop him. After several attempts at this, Chen set up a new formation. Now, every time Xuanhuan started accumulating energy for an explosion, he would be automatically struck by a hammer. In Xuanhuan and Chen's hands, Xuanhuan was truly living a life worse than death. He had been cast into hell. Xuanhuan hated the two of them to the bone, but Chen and Xuanhuan loved him to death. With Xuanhuan, their life felt beautiful. They were able to gather and purify precious metals in the fastest, most efficient way possible. This time, the Dragonblood warriors' new weapons and armor were all made thanks to Xuanhuan. Their power was many times greater than before since the new material that they were made of was capable of enduring stronger runes. Even Xuanhuan and Chen were unable to calculate just how much stronger they were. As for Xuanhuan's own weapons and armor, he had further purified the metal that had come out of Xuanhuan to make them. Xuanhuan's source metal that they hammered out of him was already at an extremely high level of purity. Moreover, Xuanhuan had spent a great deal of time and effort to further purify it twice. With such high-quality material, his new armor was definitely his strongest battle armor ever. As Xuanhuan and Chen worked on the equipment, Mengqi, Chu Yao, Tang Wanner, and the others began to come out of seclusion. They were all clearly refreshed and had reached the full circle of nether passage, possessing the power to break through to the next realm. What Long Chen hadn't expected was that Nangong Zuyu and Beiding Rushwang had also returned. The two of them were still in seclusion on top of the mother tree. However, the two of them had brought back a startling piece of news. They had encountered Dongfeng Yuyang. What? Long Chen was shocked to hear that. How was that possible? He had clearly killed Dongfeng Yuyang. Lady Nangong said that this matter is absolutely true. The two of them even fought with Dongfeng Yuyang. Because of it, Lady Beiding was injured, so the two of them returned here, said Ziyan. She was also shocked by this matter, but Beiding Rushwang and Nangong Zuyu couldn't possibly be wrong about this. They had even fought against Dongfeng Yuyang. With their power, they would have seen through a disguise. Dongfeng Yuyang, so he has some tricks, Long Chen nodded. There was definitely something queer about this. He had actually been fooled. But it's fine. I could kill him once, so I can kill him twice. No need, I'll kill him next time. Liu Ruyan's icy voice rang out. Hearing her voice, Long Chen looked toward her and jumped. Liu Ruyan's aura had changed, becoming extremely cold and sinister. She was like a different person. Now, her long and narrow eyes vaguely had black runes appearing and fading in them. Looking into her eyes could make a person feel like their soul was being sucked inside. Boss, let's go hunt down Yi Ming and the others, proposed Gu Yang, instantly causing the Dragonblood warrior's eyes to light up. Chapter 25, 46 Impending Crisis. Long Chen shook his head. Now is not the time. The majority of everyone's armor has been badly damaged and is no longer suitable for battle. As for Yi Ming, we have no idea where he is. Within the vast star-filled divine world, it's no different from searching for a needle in an ocean. It's a waste of time. Yi Ming now only has himself to look after, so he's not afraid of any consequences and can sneak attack us at any time. Right now, we want to prevent him from feeling cornered, rather than forcing him to do something that we'll all regret. Mengqi nodded. Long Chen is right. Yi Ming is most dangerous now that he has nothing holding him back. With the corrupt path's viciousness, he's definitely thinking of every possible way to kill us. His target isn't just Long Chen but all our allies. We can't give him that chance. After saying that, she saw Long Chen with a light smile. Hence, she blushed slightly and demanded, "Why are you looking at me like that? Did I say something wrong?" Long Chen's smile widened. "As expected of my trusted wife, you even planned strategies for us." Meng Qi turned even redder. Long Chen was actually teasing her in front of everyone. She was so bashful that she couldn't say anything. "If you dare to tease big sister Chu Yao like this, I'll definitely attack you," said Liu Ruyan with extreme hostility. Long Chen looked her up and down and shook his head. "You're still looking for a reason to avenge the grudge from back then. I say, why are you so petty?" "Women are petty. Did you not know that?" Liu Ruyan snorted indifferently. This grudge had always been kept in the back of her mind. "I don't know what power you've awakened, but no matter how strong you get, I can still suppress you," said Long Chen a bit irritably. It seemed that after getting stronger, her arrogance had also gone a bit out of control. To challenge him in front of the entire Dragonblood Legion was definitely a provocation. "All right, if you were wrong, then you were wrong. Apologize to Ruyan," interjected Chu Yao. "I was wrong." Long Chen pointed at his nose in disbelief. When did Chu Yao become this unreasonable as well? Was this the same Chu Yao that he knew? "Yes, you were wrong," Chu Yao giggled. "Then tell me, how was I wrong?" demanded Long Chen. Chu Yao's eyes crinkled with a crafty light and she began to raise her fingers. "First, as a man you quibbled with a woman. Second, as a leader you stooped to the level of your subordinates to argue. Third, as a mighty hero who has beaten countless enemies, you decided to fight against someone like Liu Ruyan who has been alone her entire life. She is like a child. You, someone who stands at the peak of the world, are essentially arguing with a child. Are you not embarrassed to do such a thing? Tell me, don't you think that this is wrong?" Long Chen stared at her for a long time, unable to come up with a way to retort. His dumbfounded appearance elicited laughter from Meng Qi and the others. Long Chen shook his head, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. "Fine, I was wrong." Now Long Chen understood why people said not to argue with women. The moment he tried, he lost. There was simply no way to talk reasonably with women. To try was very foolish. What made him feel most helpless, though, was that Chu Yao's words somehow seemed very reasonable. He wasn't even able to point out exactly what was wrong with them. Liu Ruyan's icy expression finally broke into a smile. She then clapped hands with Chu Yao to celebrate their victory. Everyone was startled by this smile. Having known Liu Ruyan for so long, they didn't recall her ever smiling. Although she wasn't like Yi Zhikyu, who was an embodiment of ice, she also gave off a feeling of keeping others away. That smile was like a flower blooming. Although it was beautiful, it was gone in the next moment because she noticed everyone staring at her in shock. "You actually know how to smile?" asked Long Chen. This was inconceivable. "Is it any of your business?" Liu Ruyan returned to her normal iciness. Long Chen shrugged. Chu Yao was correct that he shouldn't argue with a petty woman. "Long Chen, when we get back, we can make our breakthrough to the realm above Nether Passage. At that time, we won't need to be afraid of anyone," interjected Meng Qi to break the awkward air. The world above the Mother Tree had helped them a great deal. After having cultivated there, the heavenly Tao energy had corroborated their cultivation paths. As a result, their mental realms had advanced and already touched upon the next level. The Mother Tree's guidance allowed them to reach this level most likely even faster than the Divine Family's disciples. Once the Dragonblood warriors advanced above Nether Passage, they really wouldn't need to fear anyone, not even the Divine Families. It probably won't be so easy. The realm above Nether Passage contains some kind of secret, or we would know its name at least. Furthermore, we'll have to deal with the various large powers on the continent when we return, especially the Corrupt Path, the Ancient Family Alliance, the Sea Demon Race, and the Zhao family of the Divine Families. They won't let us advance easily. There might be a fierce battle coming up, said Long Chen. Long Chen had to give everyone a warning. Once they stepped out of the star-field divine world, if there was nothing unexpected, they would immediately be surrounded and attacked. Due to Zhao Rishan, the divine families would not just sit still. They were clearly the ones who wanted to kill us. Were we supposed to just let them? Demanded Tang Wan'er. In this world, talking about reason is useless. Whoever is stronger is the one making the rules. Moreover, those rules are always used to restrict the weaker party, while they themselves are unaffected. That's why simply enduring and submitting is definitely unacceptable. They've always forced us to the point that we have no other choice, so there will definitely be a fierce battle once we return to the Martial Heaven continent. The laughable thing is that the Martial Heaven continent currently stands on the brink of crisis, yet we are still constantly fighting amongst ourselves. Long Chen's expression became contemptuous. People were always talking about uniting everyone, about joining forces against shared enemies. Bullshit. The divine families came out to lead the battle, but in the end, they didn't even follow that. Feng Fei was constantly forcing others to bend to her will, while Zhao Rishan had arrogantly killed countless innocent people. Long Chen had realized that he could not work together with such people. Sooner or later, he would be played to death by their foolish rules. Originally, Long Chen had been hoping that the divine families weren't like this. They were so powerful and had to have complete inheritances and proper attitudes. Hence, they shouldn't be as chaotic as the Martial Heaven Alliance from back then. But after getting close with the divine families, he found that they were fundamentally no different. Therefore, Long Chen was no longer planning on working with the Long family. He could no longer see any hope in that and would rather face the invading races with his brothers. Even if they all died on the battlefield, he wouldn't wish to leave his fate to others. During the next few days, Long Chen had everyone who had reached the full circle of Nether Passage rest and relax. They could play, dance, sing, eat, drink, and even sleep. As a bonus, the Luo spirit race's warriors were all friendly with them. These days of peace were hard to imagine for the Martial Heaven continent's cultivators. No matter how carefree a cultivator was, they carried a mission from the day they were born. Their burden was to continue their family or sex inheritance and bring forth future generations. There was nothing easy about living in the world. Easiness was faked for others to see, and the true bitterness was known only to the self. However, here, under the mother tree, the Luo spirit race's warriors were all pure-hearted and simple. They had no schemes. Their warm emotions affected everyone from the Martial Heaven continent. Long Chen and the others fell in love with this place, with some people wishing that they could stay here forever. However, that was just a dream. It was impossible. They were not from this world, so once the door to the Martial Heaven continent closed, they would be automatically transported back. Calculating the time, they still had 3 months, and this remaining time was precious to them. They even began to compete in archery and shoot at flying leaves. After just a bit, the mother tree had become their paradise. That piece was exceptionally moving. Why aren't you playing with everyone? Long Chen carried a gourd of wine and plopped his butt down beside Yi Lingshan, handing over a barbecued meat skewer. Yi Lingshan smiled slightly and thanked him. She then took a bite. After that, Long Chen handed over a wine cup to her, but she reddened and shook her head. I don't drink wine. Do you not drink wine, or do you not drink my leftover wine? Asked Long Chen. Yi Lingshan was embarrassed. Although she wasn't obsessed with cleanliness, she didn't want to drink from the gourd that Long Chen was drinking out of. As for Long Chen, he was sharp and had both noticed and directly exposed it. After that, Yi Lingshan glared at him. Actually, I like the skewer I just gave you. That's just a habit. I like first sucking away the oil before eating it. Long Chen, I'll kill you. Yi Lingshan shot up furiously. Although she didn't know if he was just joking or not, her stomach heaved. She then tossed the meat aside and reached out to grab Long Chen's neck. Chapter 25, 47 Yi Lingshan's Heart Devil. Yi Lingshan lifted Long Chen up, but he didn't resist. He simply looked at Yi Lingshan with a smile that was not a smile. My wives are all watching from a distance. Are you not afraid of their vengeance? Yi Lingshan glared at Long Chen. After a while, her eyes reddened slightly and she let go, once more sitting down. She then lowered her head and lightly said, Thank you. Thank me for what? Asked Long Chen. Thank you for caring, said Yi Lingshan quietly. I know you came to talk to me and accompany me. I know many people care about me. But you are unable to walk out of that shadow. Long Chen sat down beside her. He then plucked a blade of grass and chewed on it. Looking at the clouds beneath the tree, he had an easy smile. Yes, Yi Lingshan nodded. Long Chen said, I thought that Dongfeng Yuyang's death would make you feel a bit better. But now that you've heard that Dongfeng Yuyang is still alive, your heart devil is growing stronger. Tears silently fell down Yi Lingshan's cheeks and dripped onto the grass, and her hands were tightly clenching her clothes. After that, she lowered her head, not letting Long Chen see her crying. That stubbornness was heart-wrenching. Long Chen shook his head. It seems that you still haven't suffered enough setbacks in life. Even though your youth wasn't blessed, it wasn't enough. I should thank the people who constantly cast me under their shadow back in my youth. They made my heart unbreakable. Back then, I was just an ordinary little person. But even as failure, helplessness, anger, and despair nibbled at my heart like rats, they didn't leave behind any heart devils. That's because I was sure that a chance would come sooner or later. I worked harder than anyone every single day just waiting for those chances. I then firmly grasped those chances to save my fate. That's why old people say that it's best to make mistakes early on because while you're still young, when you fall, you cry. But after crying, you instinctively get back up. However, those that have never fallen don't know how to get back up after stumbling. It's as if the heavens are collapsing for them. If they could climb up, pat the dust off their butt and look up at the sky, they would see that the sky is still blue, that the white clouds are still relaxed. Then, forcing a foolish smile, they would realize that life is still very beautiful. Yilingxin's tears turned into laughter. She was embarrassed and vexed by Long Chen's teasing, so she reached out to pinch him, only to find that his skin was tough as dragon leather and impossible to pinch. "How thick! No wonder you can say such shameless things," said Yilingxin irritably. "Of course, if it wasn't for this thick skin, how could I have pursued so many wives that are as beautiful as heavenly feathers?" said Long Chen. "Shameless." Yilingxin cursed him, only to find that the heaviness on her heart had lifted quite a bit. She glanced at Long Chen, seeing him lying down while still chewing on the grass. He was staring at the clouds, and it was unknown what he was thinking. "Hey, didn't you come to cheer me up? Why aren't you saying anything else?" Yilingxin nudged him. "Cheer you up? No. Even without me, with your ability, you would be able to walk out of this shadow on your own," said Long Chen. "You have such faith in me?" asked Yilingxin. "Not just me. Everyone from the Martial Heaven Alliance believes in you the same way. Moreover, the Alliance head's sharp vision would not misjudge you. I came over because that girl Liu Ruyan is constantly vexing me, so I wanted to tease you and make myself feel better." Long Chen closed his eyes lazily. "You have no sense of shame." Yilingxin snorted. This was far too shameless. "This time your assessment is on the mark," Long Chen smiled. After a moment's hesitation, Yilingxin's face twisted slightly. She said, "Long Chen, what do you want? Let me tell you, my wives are right there, so don't try anything improper." Long Chen shot up, staring at Yilingxin with a shocked expression. "You really piss me off." Yilingxin clenched her teeth furiously and stood to walk away. "Hee, it was just a joke. Don't take it so seriously. When did you become so petty?" Long Chen hastily grabbed her and plastered a smile onto his face. "You really are hateful. I don't know how those big sisters fell for you. If it was me, I'd have long since throttled you," snorted Yilingxin at his wretched smile. "That's why we're not the ones together, right? So what did you want to say just now?" asked Long Chen. "It's nothing," said Yilingxin angrily. It's due to your heart devil." Yilingxin didn't reply. Long Chen knew Yilingxin's character, which was the only reason he was teasing her like this. He didn't expect her to react so strongly, though. Actually, the matter of the heart devil is not necessarily a bad thing. It is like a mirror reflecting your weaknesses. The greater you fear something, the clearer it will be in the mirror. You will see things that you don't want to see, as a person cannot avoid looking into a mirror forever. Those who dare to look at their own weaknesses are those who can get stronger. When you're bored, you might consider thinking even more about Dongfeng Yuyang, said Long Chen. "What would I think about him for?" demanded Yilingxin. "If you don't, you won't have a chance to reflect on this heart devil. Once we leave the star-field divine world, I'll be hunting him down. I don't know if what I killed last time was a clone or substitute, but even before I knew he was still alive, I felt that I had left him off too easily. I didn't think that the heavens would treat me so well this time. They've given me another chance and I'm going to cherish it. I won't let such a despicable person have a comfortable death," said Long Chen. Last time, when he had killed Dongfeng Yuyang, his rage had not been quenched after killing him. Long Chen had never encountered such a shameless person. Dongfeng Yuyang had acted like an upright gentleman but was the exact opposite inside. Hence, killing him had not been satisfying enough. Thinking of how he could kill him again, Long Chen was full of anticipation. Killing him twice was definitely a more satisfying ending. "But once we're out the various powers," said Yilingxin. "It doesn't matter who's there. I'll still kill him. They won't be so lucky," said Long Chen confidently. Dongfeng Yuyang was sinister and shameless. He was the most dangerous kind of enemy. Hence, he was number one on Long Chen's to-kill list. For some reason, after Long Chen had broken the cultivation rules of the 9-star Hegemon body art, his confidence began to grow. If it had to be described as something, then he would consider it absolute daring. "Why do all thorns become so simple in your hands?" Yilingxin smiled bitterly. She had been too ashamed to even ask for help, but now she felt so childish, making her feel like needing to ask help from Long Chen for this tiny matter was embarrassing. But for some reason, she also felt that Long Chen gave off an extremely warm and reliable feeling, as if he could prop up the very heavens. The so-called heart devil inside of her had started to fade away. However, Yilingxian even considered doing as Long Chen said and not letting it fade so quickly. She needed the bravery to face it. To make complicated things simple is my life's mission. Whether I do it correctly or not is a different matter, though. Just making it simple is good. This is what the old man taught me, said Long Chen. Perhaps the old man's words are the only ones that can get through to you, laughed Yilingxian. That depends on whether or not he's right. If he's wrong, I would retort even if he tries to hit me. Speaking of which, there might be some good news once we return. Long Chen suddenly smiled. What good news? Why is your smile so sinister? Yilingxian covered her mouth. That smile of Long Chen's did not seem like it was good. The old man and the alliance head might very likely get married, said Long Chen certainly. What? No way. Why not? Their relationship has tied them together for a lifetime. The alliance head has sacrificed her best years for the martial heaven alliance, while the old man is also a stubborn donkey and refuses to lower his head to her. The two of them care so much about each other but act like foes. Now, the two of them are finally getting along again, and they both intend to stay together. Once we return, the alliance head will be giving her position to you in full. She will be free. After that, I'm thinking that we should play matchmaker. You go advise the alliance head, and I'll advise the old man, said Long Chen. Giving advice is no problem, but both of them are stubborn and have their own pride. I'm not so sure it's a good idea, said Yilingxian. After all, the two of them were of a certain age. Wouldn't having a wedding ceremony make others ridicule them? The two of them have done far more shameless things. Why would they be afraid of this? Are you telling the truth? Yilingxian was startled to hear that. Let's not discuss the matter of face. I'll handle the old man. He loves the alliance head so much that he would sacrifice his life for her. He would definitely feel bad if he didn't give her a grand ceremony. Both of them are heroes of the martial heaven continent as they gave up their youth to their responsibilities. The juniors like us must make things up to them, said Long Chen. Fine, I'll try it, but I don't know if I can convince her, said Yilingxian. Then we've decided. I'll handle the old man, and the alliance head will just have to take the donkey downhill, said Long Chen. Are you cursing the old man? Laughed Yilingxian. After discussing this matter, Yilingxian felt much more relaxed. Her heart devil was cast aside, and she also joined Ming Qi and the others up on the mother tree for fun. Time passed by quickly. One day, runes appeared over Long Chen and the others' bodies. A strange aura began to grow around them. Everyone, gather up, shouted Long Chen. The day of their return to the martial heaven continent had finally arrived. Chapter 25, 48, Leaving the Starfield Divine World. Long Chen and the others became covered by a strange aura, and runes condensed around them. This was the call of the martial heaven continent. Once the runes formed, the transportation would occur in 6 hours. After that, all those from the martial heaven continent would be teleported out. However, that was only for the living. The Dragonblood Legion, the Martial Heaven Alliance, the Xuanhuan beasts, the Mo family, the Nangong family, and the Beiding family's disciples were all gathered. We're finally leaving. It's too bad. I feel like I've fallen in love with this place, sighed Beiding Xuanhuan. Being with the Luo spirit race had allowed them to experience a different kind of life. They learned what it meant to live beneath the shade of a giant tree. Every day was happy and free. Here they were actually living, but in the martial heaven continent, they were simply surviving. In a world filled with crisis, no one knew what terrible thing would happen the next day. Everyone was unwilling to leave like this, as this place was something they dreamed of having. They felt like they had barely managed to experience this blessing before they had to leave. On the other hand, the Dragonblood warriors were like sharpened blades overflowing with battle intent. They were filled with anticipation toward the new golden armor and their new swords. As for the Dragonblood warriors that had fallen in the last battle, everyone still felt hatred for their loss. Once they returned, they would get vengeance for those fallen brothers. Even this peaceful and calm life had not erased the hatred in their hearts. A debt of blood had to be repaid with blood. Their desire for vengeance had not weakened. Now that they had advanced to the full circle of Nether Passage and were equipped with new armor and weapons, their desire for vengeance was ignited. They even felt that waiting another 6 hours was too long. Long Chen stood at the front, loudly shouting, "Warriors from the martial heaven continent, it is time for our return. Our peaceful lives have ended. What we are going to face will be an even worse battle. Since you are able to stand beside me during this time of crisis, I won't say any emotional words. I will simply remember them in my heart. During the last battle, over 300,000 of our brothers and sisters ended up having their bones buried in this foreign world. Their souls rest here, but I believe that before dying, their thoughts lay with their family." Long Chen's voice resounded through the air. His words were like hammers striking people's hearts. Upon thinking of those disciples that had fought to the death, everyone's eyes reddened. In the eyes of those heavenly geniuses, perhaps we are viewed as ants. But in the eyes of our fathers, our mothers, our families, we are their world. We are the greatest glory in their hearts. We dislike battle and killing because it only brings us pain. But some people with wild ambitions and secret schemes keep viewing us as chess pieces, as pigs for the slaughter, as tools to profit from. Even now, when the martial heaven continent is on the brink of crisis, when we should all be uniting to fight against our common enemies, the reality is that while we wish to cooperate with them, they see us as fools. How can we cooperate with them? When the battle of the dark era comes, who knows whether or not we will be sheep sent to the tiger's mouth? The divine families are powerful, but so what? We can see their attitudes from Feng Fei and Zhao Rishan. We cannot entrust our lives to them. They are not worthy of our trust. Hence, we can only trust ourselves and rely on ourselves. By standing together with me, you are entrusting your lives to me. I, Long Chen, will not let any of you down. Starting today, we are a family. We will not beg others or make extravagant demands. We will not trust in fate or put our hopes in luck. We will use our own power to protect our family, to protect the martial heaven continent, to face the battles of the dark era. We will walk our own path. Long Chen's voice crashed through the air in waves, filled with anger and sullenness. Having been disappointed by the divine families over and over again, he knew he could not count on them anymore. Yun Tian was a sovereign's son. If Yun Tian was willing to raise that banner, Long Chen would be willing to fully assist him. However, Yun Tian seemed to have many secrets, and perhaps he had his own mission. He didn't seem to join forces with the martial heaven continent's experts. Long Chen didn't know what Yun Tian was thinking. However, he knew that these warriors in front of him had entrusted their lives to him. Some had even fought to the death for him. Therefore, he had to shoulder this burden. Despite being well aware of just how heavy this burden was, he knew that he wouldn't be a man if he didn't bear it. Senior apprentice brother Long Chen, as long as it's with you, we will not frown even if we're climbing a mountain of blades or descending into a sea of fire. Although you are a sovereign son or a sovereign sprout, you're a hot-blooded man we can follow sincerely. We will walk through fire and offer our lives for you. You are the sovereign in our hearts, we fully trust you. Emotional roars rang out. Those who had come here were all on the level of geniuses. Even as they spat out these words, not one person felt that they were sappy. Not one person felt that they were sucking up. Amongst these experts, there was a spiritual and bloody connection. They were fighting together for the same goal. They wouldn't regret it even if they had to die 100 times. Long Chen's origin and experiences formed a resonance with them. They knew he had never submitted to anyone. Even those who hated him were unable to stain his character. Although he had plenty of enemies, no one could question that character. This was Long Chen's specific charisma, something that had drawn over countless people and made them willing to sacrifice their lives for him. There was no deceit, only sincerity. After that, Long Chen cupped his fists toward everyone, causing silence to fall once more. When we go out, I believe that various forces will have gathered waiting for us. They still don't know what happened inside, but once we're out, the world will very likely flip on its head. Prepare yourselves. Once we're out, what awaits us is an unprecedented battle. Experts above Nether Passage might appear to suppress us. I'm not afraid. What's the worst thing that can happen? Death. I'd rather shatter as Jade than survive as a brick. We'll fight together. Even if we can't beat the big ones, we can crush the small ones. Since they don't care about the martial heaven continent's safety or the big picture, why should we have to concede to them? Kill one and you go even, kill two and you've profited. We can just all fight to the death. In the end, the martial heaven continent will be destroyed. We'll have just gone one step in advance. Anger soared amongst them. They knew that in this time of crisis, fighting amongst themselves was the most foolish thing. They didn't want to fight, but then their only option was to be killed. In the end, there were always some foolish people. They could only act stupid with them as there was no other option. Either act stupid or lose their lives. It was a simple choice. No one would choose the latter, but that was what infuriated them. They were fish caught in a trap with a bunch of fools, which refused to work together to get out of the trap, forcing them to fight to the death with them. Things aren't as pessimistic as you imagine. As long as we are united, we still have hope. Sit, stand, stretch, do whatever it takes to enter your best condition. Prepare for battle, said Long Chen. Yes. Everyone immediately began to circulate their auras. They had to be ready to face battle at any moment. You're leaving so soon, it's regrettable. Lingzai walked over. At the same time, the Luo spirit race's warriors came off of the mother tree, watching as Long Chen and the others left. Every single person here was a benefactor to the Luo spirit race. Without them, the Luo spirit race would have lost their mother tree. If the mother tree died, then they wouldn't wish to live either. They were very regretful about this. But Long Chen and the others were people from a different world, so they had to leave eventually. There is no banquet that never ends. The Luo spirit race is a kind race, so you should be blessed by the heavens to continue forever. As for us, our memories of you will never be forgotten. We experienced the most peaceful time of our lives here, and the Mother Tree's assistance has also increased our power. We are all truly grateful, said Long Chen. His words were sincere. The ability to comprehend everything within the heavenly Taos at the peak of the Mother Tree had truly benefited everyone immensely. Although Lingzai didn't say anything, Long Chen knew that the Mother Tree had sacrificed a great deal of its source energy for them. Perhaps that source energy was what Yi Ming and the others had been planning on secretly dividing up amongst themselves. The Luo spirit race had never owed Long Chen anything. If Li Qi hadn't risked herself to save him, perhaps he would already be dead. Hence, he was the one benefiting from the Luo spirit race. However, due to paying back this debt of gratitude, he had ended up dragging in the Martial Heaven Alliance, the Beiding family, the Nangong family, and the others, implicating so many deaths. Long Chen was filled with shame over this. It was due to this that Long Chen no longer wished to fight alone. He was willing to pick up this heavy burden and tie everyone's lives together. Lingzai smiled. We've consecrated you as our god, we will do as you wish. After saying that, Lingzai pressed her forehead against Long Chen's, startling him. A sharp pain suddenly rang through his head, and a leaf-shaped rune was branded on his forehead. After that, the rune quickly faded as if it had never been there at all. Lingzai then pressed her right hand over her chest and bowed deeply toward Long Chen. The Mother Tree's life mark is now connected to you. Perhaps one day, our Luo spirit race will have another chance to fight alongside you. Just at that moment, the runes around everyone's body rapidly grew. Long Chen didn't even get a chance to say goodbye when the void twisted, swallowing all of them. Everyone from the Martial Heaven continent vanished. Chapter 2549 Yi Lianchen. One day ago on the Martial Heaven continent, where the central plains, southern and western Xuanhuan regions met, space began to shudder. After that, a giant spatial door appeared in the air. This door was closed shut, but rumbling spread from it along with a violent aura. The entire central plains could sense the terrifying world energy. This was the 9th day since the disciples of the Martial Heaven continent had entered the star-field divine world. Although it was just 9 days, those 9 days had felt exceptionally long for them. The various experts of the continent rushed over to the spatial door when it appeared. The Martial Heaven Alliance, Pill Valley, the Corrupt Path, the Ancient Races, the Ancient Family Alliance, the Xuan Beasts, all the seniors of the various powers gathered. It seems there are fewer elders of the Martial Heaven Alliance now. Wait, check their auras. When Jianying, the old man, Li Tiangxuan and the other elders of the Martial Heaven Alliance appeared, the others were startled. The others found that their auras had reached the 4th step of Nether Passage, but they had also lost a few familiar faces. It had to be known that at this time, all the elders would come out to welcome their disciples back. I heard that the Martial Heaven Alliance's elders used medicinal pills to forcibly attack the 4th step of Nether Passage. A portion of them died from it, whispered someone. How ruthless. Their lives had reached the limit, yet they still forcibly tried to break through. The odds of failure are way too high. HMPH, a group of foolish idiots, at least a bunch of them have died. While everyone else was just whispering, one person spoke loudly. It was clearly intentional. The Sea Demon Race. An army of millions of sea demons was flying over. They had intentionally summoned their true bodies, making them as big as mountains. They had 3 leaders in human form, and the one at the very front had a golden crown. It was an icy-faced elder. 6 golden horns were protruding through his crown. His eyes shone like lanterns, and divine light came out whenever they opened. This old man seemed to be one with heaven and earth. Someone above Nether Passage. Everyone's heart shook. The sea demon race had actually sent out an expert above Nether Passage, and not just one. It seemed that the other 2 had reached the same level. The other 2 were bald, with their heads being exceptionally glossy. Moreover, they had tortoise shells on their backs and strange lines on their faces. Standing there, the 2 of them also seemed to be one with heaven and earth. It felt as if a look from them could destroy the world. They sent out 3 experts above Nether Passage at once. What is the sea demon race planning? Is this a display of power? The sea demon race was insulting the Martial Heaven Alliance so openly. They clearly hadn't come with good intentions. Courting death, the old man shouted furiously. The millions of righteous experts were just as angry as him. After all, those seniors of the Martial Heaven Alliance had bet their own lives in order to have some use on the battlefield in the future. Every one of them was a hero. For the sea demon race to mock those fallen seniors instantly provoked them. They were far too arrogant, the particularly brainless kind of arrogant. Calm down, Jining grabbed the old man. The old man had also advanced to the 4th step, but he had relied on his own power to reach this level, not medicinal pills. Having only recently advanced, his aura wasn't stable yet, so he was particularly easy to anger at this time. Nonetheless, the old man's temper had always been bad, so if it wasn't for Jining holding him back, he would have attacked just now. A group of ants. You'll be dying in the upcoming battles of the Dark Era. Your struggles are futile, said one of the bald elders with the tortoise shell on his back. The previous mocking had also come from him. The Martial Heaven Alliance is so lacking. They didn't even bring out a single person above Nether Passage, throwing away the face of such a large power. The Martial Heaven Alliance has truly fallen. What? We're talking about you, do you disagree? The other bald elder spoke up as well. The 2 of them looked identical, and even the way they spoke was the same. Fuck, do you think that tortoise shell will protect you? Get your ass over here and I'll break that damn shell, roared the old man. The bald elders smiled coldly. They were about to step forward when the elder with the golden crown snorted. What is there to fight about with a Nether Passage rookie? Don't lose face. The 2 bald elders stopped and glanced at the old man. Count yourself lucky, or you wouldn't even be qualified to see the battle of the Dark Era. I don't mind telling you the truth. Our young master will obtain the sea god's inheritance once making his breakthrough in the star-field divine world. Furthermore, once he breaks through to the 13th rank, his divine bone will awaken, and he will be able to summon the true body of the sea god. At that time, all of you will be beneath him. Not one person will be a match for him, and even sovereign sprouts will only be green leaves compared to him. Perhaps most of you people will have a chance to surrender, but Long Chen will definitely be killed. Even a sovereign sprout will become a green leaf. What arrogant words! Are you not afraid of choking on such big words? Just at this moment, an icy voice rang out. That voice was surprisingly young in this place that was filled with seniors. However, despite being young, it created a resonance with heaven and earth. Startled, everyone looked over to see a golden war chariot rushing over. It was like a golden shooting star. The war chariot's runes were shining, making it look like a blazing sun. It was too bright to look at directly. When the runes of the war chariot slowly faded, they realized that there were tens of thousands of warriors on it, all adorned in silver armor. Every one of them was unleashing a heavy killing intent and a bloody air. This killing intent was not something that could be trained. It was the result of experiencing countless slaughters, from walking out of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. There was a white-robed man standing at the front of the war chariot. Upon seeing him, everyone jumped. He had a third vertical eye, but that eye was closed. However, just looking at it made people feel their goosebumps exploding. A sense of immense danger filled their hearts. Just standing there, heavenly Tao energy whirled around him, as if wishing for him to use it. This was a shocking phenomenon where the heavenly Taos were throwing themselves at him to use. This was something that the people here had never seen before. So what if he summons the sea god's true body? This place is the Martial Heaven continent, and a sovereign could suppress him with a wave of his hand. If you don't like it, then once your king comes out, Yi Lianchen will be willing to give a display for you to understand, said the white-robed man, his hands clasped behind him. Even in the face of the elder with the golden crown, he didn't show the slightest emotion. HMPH, the sovereign sprout of the Yi family, is quite arrogant. Right now, the heavenly Taos are muddled and a sovereign has yet to appear. Who knows whether or not a sovereign will even appear in this era? Youngsters shouldn't be so arrogant. My race is the sea god's descendants and we are fated to rise during this era. The will of the heavens cannot be disobeyed. If you say such big words, you won't be able to take them back later. You will lose quite a bit of face then, said the crowned elder with a faint smile. It seemed that he already knew Yi Lianshen's status, but he didn't care. The six-horned sea serpent race's divine abilities can only show their full potential upon reaching the 13th rank. Fine, I'll give you a chance. When your so-called king reaches the 13th rank, I'll crush him. Yi Lianshen snorted. Foolish brat, do you know who you're talking to? Demanded one of the bald elders. After that, Yi Lianshen glanced at him. All of a sudden, his third eye opened and the void shuddered. As a result, blood spurted out of the bald elder's chest. At some point, a giant cut had appeared there. The bald elder then stared at Yi Lianshen in shock. A slave thinks he can talk here. If you dare to be noisy again, even if you have your master standing beside you, I'll still kill you, said Yi Lianshen. His third eye was already closed. The bald elder was shocked and infuriated, but he didn't dare to speak. Everyone was stunned, not knowing what had happened. Yi Lianshen had simply opened his third eye. He hadn't even moved, but it was as if the bald elder had been struck by a sword. That elder was an existence above nether passage. Considering that he came from a tortoise race, his defensive power must be astounding. Hence, the fact that he was silently injured was horrifying. Yi Lianshen was clearly in the nether passage realm, but he was able to injure the bald elder easily. The old man, Jianying, and the others were stunned. Yi Lianshen seemed even more terrifying than Feng Fei. Why didn't such a figure enter the star-field divine world? Was it because he felt it wasn't worth it? Youngster, don't be too arrogant. If it wasn't due to your youth, I wouldn't be so courteous, said the crowned elder angrily. Due to my youth, please. It's because of the divine families, isn't it? Take care of your dog and tell it not to make noise when its master is conversing. Otherwise, it will lose you face, sneered Yi Lianshen. After that, Yi Lianshen didn't give him a chance to respond. He already turned his gaze to Jianying. I hear that the martial heaven continent has a little fellow who is so arrogant as to not place even the divine families in his eyes. The reason I deigned to descend here was to suppress him. I'm saying this so you're mentally prepared. Jianying was shocked, as well as enraged. This expert had actually come to suppress Long Chen. The divine families had truly gone too far. Yi Lianshen, if you're going to say that, then you're not giving me, Long Yashin, any face. An arrogant voice rang out along with a thunderous roar. After that, they could see a giant beast flying through the air. Chapter 2550 Long Yashin. A giant leopard with glossy black fur came rushing over like a bolt of black lightning. With its final leap, it roared and a violent soundwave shook the void. The leopard was carrying a chariot made out of immortal gold, and the chariot was so big that it was like an entire palace. Tens of thousands of white-robed young experts were standing on top of it, all of them wearing swords on their belts. After the chariot stopped, 4 beautiful white-robed maidens opened the door, and a man walked out. This tall, thin man had black shoulder-length hair. He was extremely handsome with bright eyes and sharp eyebrows. His white robes were untouched by dust. A 3-foot-wide ring of light was behind his head, and there seemed to be the sun, moon, and stars revolving within the ring. Divine light enveloped him, making him seem like a divine king. As soon as he arrived, everyone clearly felt heavenly Tao energy rush toward him, as if prostrating to him. It was like a look from him could control the Tao. This person's chariot also had the marking of the divine families. In other words, another terrifying sovereign sprout had just appeared amongst the divine families. Long Yashin, why should I give you face? Have you forgotten that it was that fellow called Long Chen who didn't give us any face when we underwent our tribulations in the immemorial path? Fortunately, the head intervened in time, sending us to another world to complete our tribulations. Don't tell me you forgot. I've already investigated and know that this Long Chen is the same Long Chen from back then. Are you telling me that the always arrogant Long Yashin is going to forget about this just to accept a loyal dog? Perhaps you can forget it, but I, Yi Lianshen, cannot. If you don't like it, why don't we make a bet right now? We can bet whether or not I can kill him once he comes out, said Yi Lianshen, just as arrogantly as before. Long Yashin frowned. Yi Lianshen, the times have changed. The martial heaven continent requires everyone useful to unite, hence, Any past grievances can be settled after the Dark Era. Fighting amongst ourselves will only make us lose face. Ha ha ha, give it up, lose face. Do you think my Yi family is stupid? Your Long family doesn't give a damn about Long Chen's potential. You just want his secrets. You want to know how he raised a group of trash into elites. Is talking so sanctimoniously interesting? Who do you think you can trick? Yi Lianchen laughed contemptuously. Everyone present realized that Yi Lianchen came from the divine family's Yi family, while Long Yashin came from the divine family's Long family. It was rumored that the two families had some conflicts between them. It was no wonder the two of them would immediately act so hostile to each other. However, Yi Lianchen's words were truly sharp. He didn't give the Long family any face, directly saying that the Long family's care for Long Chen was just a trap. Just as they were clashing, more experts arrived. All the large figures of the martial heaven continent had gathered, so Yi Lianchen's words caused quite a bit of private discussion. After all, his words were extremely reasonable. There were many things that didn't make sense about Long Chen's rise. He had been trash at cultivation, but had suddenly soared. The most inexplicable thing was that he had raised a group of trash along with him, turning a group of unremarkable people into the world-shocking Dragonblood Legion. Anyone with the slightest brains would know that Long Chen definitely had some secrets. However, as his position rose, people gave up on finding out. No one had the guts to go after him. However, now that Yi Lianchen mentioned it, everyone's heart shook. Although the divine families were supreme existences, whether or not the Long family was intent on learning Long Chen's secrets was truly unknown. Quite a few people felt some respect for how sharp Yi Lianchen's words were. Just like that, he managed to create some conflict between Long Chen and the Long family. Long Yashin's gaze turned colder. Yi Lianchen, don't judge the heart of a noble with the character of a petty little man. Me, a petty little man. Ha ha ha, if your Long family really was a noble back then, your Long family wouldn't have. Shut up. Long Yashin's shout was like thunder shaking everyone's ears and soul. After that, they involuntarily quivered. That voice was like the furious order of a god. What a terrifying will. People were horrified as this shout contained violent pressure. In that instant, they had lost their connection to heavenly Tao energy. It seemed as if a shout from Long Yashin could strip their heavenly Tao energy away. That stunned everyone. What kind of power was this? Without heavenly Tao energy, how could anyone fight? He truly is worthy of being a sovereign sprout. He has started merging with the heavenly Taos at the great circle of Nether Passage. He's essentially half a step into that realm. The speaker was the most senior of all the elders on the martial heaven continent. She was Taoist Heavenly Feather of the Divine Ice Palace. No one knew her true age. All they knew was that everyone in her generation had died. Taoist Heavenly Feather always maintained the appearance of someone in her 20s, making countless women envious. She was the only one capable of maintaining their cultivation base and looks forever. In the cultivation world, there were plenty of old men but few old women. Many women were afraid of aging, so they sacrificed a great deal of their longevity to maintain their youthful looks. Once their longevity was exhausted, they would rather die beautiful. Hence, Taoist Heavenly Feather was an extremely mysterious existence on the martial heaven continent. Therefore, she instantly drew everyone's attention when she spoke. Senior, just what is the realm above Nether Passage? Why can't it be mentioned? Asked someone. Many people's expressions changed when that person asked the question. He was an elder whose cultivation base had reached the third step of Nether Passage. But even then, his sect leader immediately dragged him back, chided him, and apologized to Taoist Heavenly Feather. Taoist Heavenly Feather smiled slightly. It cannot be said. It is because the next realm relates to the heavens. Speaking of it will draw karma. Within every generation, the first to say that name will have karma target them, and they will very likely die immediately. This can be considered a warning by the heavenly Taos. If you don't mind me making a presumptuous guess, I'd say it is because the heavenly Taos are not happy with those who speak of this realm. Those who draw the ire of the heavenly Taos all have bad ends. Was Heavenly Fate Island destroyed because of this as well? They were only able to divine the tiniest hairs of fate. Moreover, they were only able to divine man but not the heavenly Taos. If they had tried to divine the nature of the heavenly Taos, they would have long since been destroyed. This karma is why so many people know the name of this realm but refuse to tell their disciples. It will draw karma to both the speaker and the hearer. Unless. Unless what? Everyone hastily asked. Unless there is someone who guesses the name of this realm. By voicing this fate secret, this name will no longer be taboo. However, the one to say it will definitely be in trouble and targeted by the heavens. That is why the senior generation warns the juniors not to wildly guess. If they do guess correctly, it won't be good for them, said Taoist Heavenly Feather. Everyone came to a sudden comprehension. No wonder they were always sternly chided when they asked their seniors about this. No, that doesn't make sense either. If it can't be talked about, why do so many people know it? Because amongst the senior generations, there have been some unlucky fellows to shout it out. Those people died but benefited everyone else. That's why the people in those generations know the name, but they cannot say it, sighed an extremely old man with a cane. I wonder which unlucky bastard it's going to be this time. It was unknown who mumbled this. Everyone looked at each other. It seemed that this secret was going to be exposed soon. The martial heaven continent had entered its most flourishing age, and the geniuses were preparing to attack the next realm. Once they did, there would definitely be someone to accidentally shout it for everyone else. Long Yashin, don't talk down to me. In our 37 battles, we've never managed to decide a winner. Do you think a bigger throat can scare me off? In reply to Long Yashin's roar, Yi Lianchen merely sneered, but he did not mention that topic again. Yi Lianchen, with me here, you can't kill Long Chen. The divine families will also not permit you to do so. If you just want to humiliate him a bit, perhaps the divine families won't care, but you'll have to face a strict punishment if you kill him, warned Long Yashin. It's just a dog, so what if I kill him? Do you think the divine families will take my life just because of a dog? Today I'm going to kill Long Chen. We'll see who can stop me. We can make a bet if you want, said Yi Lianchen lightly. Just at this moment, another war chariot came rumbling over. Upon seeing it, Yi Lianchen snickered. Jiang Wuchen has come as well. Now, everyone who had to suffer that tribulation has come. Let's see how you stop both of us. Chapter 25, 51 Enemies Arrive. World Gate opens. A group of armored experts walked off of the chariot. There were still some bloodstains on their armor, and dense killing intent soared out of them. It seemed that they had just come from a battlefield. Those warriors were escorting a large man with long facial hair. He was extremely tall, like a small giant. It was like he was a monster in human form. A strong scent of blood came from him, and he had a giant hatchet on his back. As he walked across the void shuddered. Looks like I came in time. Let me see just how many heads that brat who conned me back then has. I wonder if there's enough for me to cut them all down, snorted the large man. He wasn't intentionally speaking loudly, but every one of his words exploded through the air like thunder. Another sovereign sprout. Every expert stared in shock. The divine families actually had 3 more sovereign sprouts other than Feng Fei. Feng Fei is from the Jiang family, while this guy is also surnamed Jiang. Did the Jiang family produce 2 sovereign sprouts? I hear the divine families are the Jiang, Long, Yi, and Zhao families. The Zhao family also has a sovereign sprout named Zhao Rishan. It's said that he controls metal energy and possesses an undying body. I wonder if he'll come as well, said someone with a certain understanding of the divine families. The martial heaven continent side was still unaware that Zhao Rishan had secretly entered the star-field divine world as well. He had already been toyed with by Gu Ran. Jiang Wuchen came in so ferociously with blood still staining his body. However, the words between the 3 of them puzzled everyone. They kept mentioning how Long Chen had made them suffer. But how was that possible? The divine families were supreme existences. They essentially ignored the matters of the martial heaven continent. The sovereign sprouts in particular were special existences amongst the divine families. They were geniuses amongst geniuses. How had they ended up interacting with Long Chen? Everyone stared at each other. They could only conclude that Long Chen was truly a monster. He had made all these sovereign sprouts suffer. Even Jianying, the old man, and the others were dumbfounded. They had never heard Long Chen mention this matter before. Did he actually have such illustrious combat achievements? Jiang Wuchen, the 4 of us were conned by that brat back then. Now we can finally get our revenge. But it seems that someone wants to shamelessly accept that dog and is willing to go against us because of it. What do you think about that? Yi Lianchen asked Jiang Wuchen. Jiang Wuchen then looked at Long Yashin. Long Yashin, I have no enmity with you. Our relationship can be considered decent, but I can't give you face over this matter. He humiliated us and must pay the price. I can let him off alive, but he must kowtow 3 times. Then I can spare his life. Do you know what the Lord Venerate wants? Said Long Yashin coldly. Don't try to use the Lord Venerate to suppress us. I came from resentful Death City straight here. No one gave me any information about that, nor do I need any. Today, I'm going to make that arrogant fellow pay the price for his arrogance back then, said Xuanhuan. The three sovereign sprouts stood in the sky, facing each other in a triangle formation. All three of them had brought tens of thousands of subordinates. They were staring coldly at each other. The atmosphere grew increasingly tense. Ha ha ha, this time, Long Chen's definitely dead. No one can protect him. Alliance head, all your plans are going to come to an end. The head of the ancient family alliance, Dai Long, smiled sinisterly, intentionally provoking gianting. If the martial heaven alliance doesn't have Long Chen, it will immediately scatter like smoke in the wind. As for the righteous path, HMPH, sooner or later they're going to be ruled by the corrupt path, said Zai Wenchen with a cruel light in his eyes. Long Chen had been a thorn in the corrupt path side. Ever since his rise, he had dealt countless setbacks to the corrupt path. He was like their bane, causing them to lose endless face. Don't get excited too early. Suddenly, the crowned elder of the sea demon race spoke up. The Zhao family's sovereign sprout entered the star-field divine world with Feng Fei, while my race's young prince has awakened the sea god's weapon. Since both parties hate Long Chen, he might not even come out of the star-field divine world alive. Moreover, Zai Wenchen, you were pretty sinister. You actually sent the 7th-generation corrupt god's reincarnation in without exposing the slightest clue. Isn't that to act like a pig to devour the tiger? You're the one who's most clear on whether or not Long Chen will be coming out alive, am I right? Why are you acting so fake now? The 7th-generation corrupt god's reincarnation. The righteous path's experts jumped. They suddenly thought of a mysterious person that had been by Tianzizi's side. Zai Wenchen twitched. He snorted. The sea demon race's mouths are quite big. Zai Wenchen was startled to find that this secret had been leaked. According to what he knew, only the divine families should possibly be aware of it. However, this person had still exposed it. That meant that they had to have a collaboration with the divine families, and the divine families had leaked this secret to them. As for saying his mouth was big, he was mocking him for not knowing how to keep secrets. To put it frankly, he was calling him an idiot. Jianing's face turned pale. This star-field divine world was clearly a trap then. If so many people were targeting Long Chen, he must have faced many tribulations. Don't worry. So what if they're sovereign sprouts? So what if he's a reincarnation of a corrupt god? Long Chen definitely isn't inferior to any of them, comforted the old man. Even though that was what he said, the old man was also nervous. This time, the enemies were truly terrifying. Fuck, why hasn't the heaven-splitting divine tablet come back? With it, I could slaughter these bastards. The old man eyed these fellows furiously. You don't need to worry. Long Chen will be fine. I trust him, said Taoist Heavenly Feather suddenly. Although Taoist Heavenly Feather had always stood in the neutral position, she always maintained a certain care for the martial heaven alliance. Are you not afraid that you've made a misjudgment? Suddenly, an indifferent voice rang out. Startled at this rudeness to Taoist Heavenly Feather, everyone looked over to see that the speaker was the head of the Dongfeng family. The Dongfeng, Ximen, Nangong, and Beiteng families were already here. While the first two were in their own isolated areas, the Beiteng and Nangong families were banded together. Due to Nangong Zuyu and Beiteng Rushuang, the two families had ended up particularly close. For the Dongfeng family head to suddenly speak here, the other three family heads were all startled. Their impression of the Dongfeng family head was that he was always cautious and crafty. Why would he suddenly target Taoist Heavenly Feather? Did he take the wrong medicine this morning? You dare to question Taoist Heavenly Feather? When Taoist Heavenly Feather swept through the continent, your great-granddaddy was still playing in the mud. Taoist Heavenly Feather is the leader of the entire cultivation world. Are you trying to challenge her? Quite a few people began to curse at the Dongfeng family head. Taoist Heavenly Feather was revered by countless people, and she was viewed as practically a history book. Her knowledge could not be questioned. Hence, many people amongst the neutral faction glared at him. Haha, it doesn't seem that I said anything wrong. Is it wrong to question such a statement? The Dongfeng family head smiled indifferently. Just as everyone was going to continue cursing him, Taoist Heavenly Feather said, to tell the truth, everyone says that an old person's vision will grow blurry. It truly is easy to make misjudgments. But despite that, I can say that my eyes can still see very clearly. For example, I can see the heaven Caesar of your family that takes other people's inheritances. What? Everyone was shocked by this. A heaven Caesar? Wasn't that an existence that was not permitted on the martial heaven continent? If anyone dared to raise a heaven Caesar, they would immediately be wiped out by the rest of the powers of the continent. The Dongfeng family was raising a heaven Caesar. Could it be? Everyone immediately thought of Dongfeng Yuyang. What nonsense are you spouting? Don't think that just because of your seniority you can slander others. The Dongfeng family head's expression changed, and he pointed and shouted at Taoist Heavenly Feather. His heart was pounding wildly. Despite him trying to calm down, the gaze of countless experts applied immense psychological pressure on him. He began to panic. Why are you so nervous? If you are afraid of this secret being exposed, you should have kept quiet and not targeted me. Even though I've spoken now, I have no proof. Furthermore, you have the support of the divine families. What are you afraid of? Taoist Heavenly Feather shook her head. This is slander, raged the Dongfeng family head. If you say it's slander, then it's slander. Everyone, you can just treat it as a joke, said Taoist Heavenly Feather. Treat it as a joke? No one was capable of that. Heaven Caesars were a nightmare to deal with. They should not exist in this world. With Taoist Heavenly Feather's status, how could she possibly make such a joke? Everyone stared at the Dongfeng family head vigilantly. The Dongfeng family is under the protection of the Yi family. What do you not like it? The words on their side had ended up disturbing the three sovereign sprouts. Yi Lianchen then turned to glare at Taoist Heavenly Feather arrogantly. How could I not like it? The future belongs to you youngsters. An old woman like me has no choice but to accept it, said Taoist Heavenly Feather with a light smile. Although she didn't show the slightest displeasure, countless people were infuriated on her behalf. Suddenly, the spatial door began to shudder. As it slowly opened, balls of light appeared. It was possible to see figures within those balls of light. They've come out. Everyone immediately tensed and stopped breathing, staring intently at those balls of light. Chapter 2552, Absolute Power Suppression. Balls of light appeared, looking like stars in the sky. Those were the disciples that were leaving the star-filled divine world. At this time, it was impossible to see who was who within that light. However, everyone was searching for the auras that they were most familiar with. What? The arrogant sea demons' expressions fell. They could only sense the auras of a few sea demons. However, the worst thing was that they didn't sense the existence of the prince of the six-horned sea serpent race. As the crowned elder of the sea demon race was also from the six-horned sea serpent race, he began to grow uneasy. The sea demon race was not the only ones whose expressions fell. There was also the corrupt path. At this moment, Zai Wenchen and the others could sense no more than 1,000 corrupt disciples amongst those balls of light. Where had the corrupt path's army of hundreds of thousands gone? Furthermore, Tian Zizi's aura was not present. The only thing that made Zai Wenchen feel slightly better was that Yi Ming's aura was still there. Meanwhile, Dai Long turned pale. He no longer had his dignified appearance of having victory in grasp. He couldn't find Dai Feng's aura. Only the Martial Heaven Alliance, Beiding family, Nangong family, Mo family, Chuan beasts and some neutral powers gradually smiled. They could sense the majority of those familiar auras. They relaxed ever so slightly. However, those balls of light were still shining brightly. They could only barely sense auras but not see their appearances. Long Chen, Lingshan and the others are all alive. Hee, I told you that they'd be fine, laughed the old man. Look at the corrupt path, sea demon race and ancient family alliance. It seems that they aren't too happy. Li Tianxuan smiled slightly. He had the most confidence in Long Chen. Hearing him, the others looked over to see that those people's expressions were truly ugly. Could it be? Suddenly, one ball of light shot out like a shooting star at another. Even before leaving the balls of light, whoever was inside was attacking. Boom! The other ball of light exploded, and a wretched figure appeared, flying back. Dongfeng Yuyang. The one inside the ball of light was the Dongfeng family's peak genius. He appeared panicked and hastily fled. Boom! The other ball of light that had attacked him exploded, revealing Long Chen. Last time I let you off too easily by killing you. Thank you for giving me another chance. Lightning wings spread on Long Chen's back and his figure vanished, reappearing in front of Dongfeng Yuyang. His speed was shocking. On the Martial Heaven continent, with the familiar laws in space, his speed increased. It was because Lei Long had been impacted by the star-field divine world. Long Chen, you killed Dai Feng and the young king of the sea demon race, suppressed Zhao Rishan, and almost wiped out the sea demon race and the corrupt path's disciples. Do you think you can leave this place alive? Roared Dongfeng Yuyang. What? This roar from Dongfeng Yuyang was transmitted into the ears of every single person present, shocking everyone. Was this really true? The Dongfeng family, sea demon race, and the corrupt path's expressions all changed. Furthermore, the three sovereign sprouts of the divine families were startled. Zhao Rishan had been suppressed. "You won't get to see whether or not I live," sneered Long Chen. He knew that Dongfeng Yuyang was trying to get everyone to attack him, so that Dongfeng Yuyang would have a chance to slip away. However, Long Chen didn't care. His astral spaces shuddered with a terrifying power. Upon entering the 12th heaven stage of Nether Passage, Long Chen learned how to focus all his power into one spot. His fist howled through the air and seemed covered by countless stars. Even heaven and earth were suppressed by this fist. There was nowhere to run. "I'll go all out against you," Dongfeng Yuyang roared, and his manifestation burst into existence, shocking everyone. Isn't that Qiling Feng's manifestation? The Stone Emperor's manifestation. There's also the Blood Emperor's manifestation and the Peng Emperor's manifestation. Heavens, how can he possess so many manifestations? Everyone was stunned. Qiling Feng, Kong Pengzi, and Zhu Liuach's manifestations had been seen by many people before. Those were the manifestations of emperors. After just one look, it was impossible to forget them. For Dongfeng Yuyang to summon 3 emperor manifestations at once, they immediately thought of Taoist Heavenly Feather's words. "He really is a heaven Caesar," furious roars rang out. People glared at the Dongfeng family head, killing intent blazing within them. Boom! The void erupted as though a sun had exploded. Long Chen's fist then smashed into Dongfeng Yuyang's sword, which instantly exploded along with the 3 emperor manifestations. After that, Dongfeng Yuyang hacked up blood. What? Just now, they had sensed the auras of the Peng Emperor, Stone Emperor, and the Blood Emperor on Dongfeng Yuyang's sword. That meant even with the power of 3 emperors concentrated into his sword, he was unable to beat Long Chen's simple punch. Long Chen is far more terrifying than before. The Martial Heaven Continent's experts were all amazed. Just what had happened to Long Chen inside of the star field divine world for him to have such a transformation? What he was facing was a heaven Caesar, a forbidden existence. The latter had concentrated the power of 3 emperors but was still unable to receive a single attack from Long Chen. Hence, everyone was dumbfounded. Was the power of a heaven Caesar not as great as they had expected? Furthermore, from their previous words, it seemed that Long Chen had killed Dongfeng Yuyang once, but it seemed to have been a clone. Dongfeng Yuyang hastily retreated as he hacked up blood. However, Long Chen's hand reached out like a sharp claw, grabbing Dongfeng Yuyang's fist and pulling. As a result, Dongfeng Yuyang shrieked. His arm was torn off. "Dongfeng Yuyang, you can only hide behind your sinister schemes. When it comes to true power, you're dogshit. Your word is worth even less than dogshit. Did a little despicable person like you rely on these little schemes to become an expert? You must have been dreaming. Real experts are created through true power. To use the old man's words in front of absolute power, all schemes are meaningless." Long Chen sneered and waved his hand. The torn-off arm then exploded, and Long Chen moved toward Dongfeng Yuyang once again. Hee, that's just what I said. At least he remembered those words. The old man smiled, pleased. Having lost an arm, Dongfeng Yuyang flew back, trying to reach the other experts of the Dongfeng family. He begged for assistance. Those Dongfeng family experts also charged over to save him, however. Space shuddered, revealing a blue barrier around the spatial door, separating Dongfeng Yuyang from the other experts of the Dongfeng family. The world wall is still present. It is impossible to enter that space. The world gate was still slowly closing. Only once it was fully closed would that space be opened. Hence, Dongfeng Yuyang was knocked back by the world wall, allowing Long Chen to grab his other arm and tear it off. Long Chen then kicked Dongfeng Yuyang's abdomen, sending him flying and causing his abdomen to cave in. More blood was hacked out. As a heaven Caesar, you should have endured until you had reached the point of controlling this world. In terms of martial power, you aren't my match. In terms of intelligence, you're an idiot. Other than managing to reach new levels of despicableness, you are nothing. The other arm in Long Chen's hand also exploded. After that, he began advancing toward Dongfeng Yuyang step by step. Dongfeng Yuyang continued to hack up blood. Both his arms had been torn off, and blood had turned his white robe scarlet. His handsome face was now twisted in bitterness and fear. He clenched his teeth. In the Starfield Divine World, he had had a fortuitous encounter that allowed him to create a substitute with the exact same power as the true body. Such a substitute was exceedingly rare. Hence, he hadn't expected that this substitute would actually be destroyed by Long Chen. At that time, he had been traumatized. It was fortunate that it had been his substitute and not his true body, or he would already be dead. The power that Long Chen had displayed terrified him. During this entire time, he had been hiding in the star-field divine world, not even daring to go searching for treasures. He had thought that now that he had left the star-field divine world, he would be safe. However, he hadn't expected Long Chen to take advantage of this moment when the world wall had yet to fade to attack him. Long Chen's attacks contained terrifying power that suppressed the heavenly Tao's and Dongfeng Yuyang's core energy. Hence, he couldn't heal. Having lost both his arms, he appeared incredibly minuscule to the domineering Long Chen. Seeing Long Chen walk toward him like a death god, he was lost in terror. "Feng Fei Yiming Pill Fairy, come save me. We are allies." Not one ball of light responded to him. "You can shout until you break your throat. Those balls of light contain the final blessing of the star-field divine world. Other than me, no one else is willing to give up that blessing to look after you," sneered Long Chen. He stepped toward Dongfeng Yuyang. Outside the world wall, the Dongfeng family head began to beg Yi Lianchen to intervene. After all, the Dongfeng family had cast their lot toward the Yi family, becoming their subordinates. Yi Lianchen then frowned and suddenly shouted, "Long Chen, release Dongfeng Yuyang, and I can give you a chance to live." Boom! Dongfeng Yuyang's body exploded. Carrying his head, Long Chen turned to look at Yi Lianchen. "From which rat bastard hole did you climb out of? My mood's not very good, so don't try to court death today." Chapter 2553 Fearless. Long Chen looked through the world wall at the icy, arrogant man who had said such a stupid thing to him. Long Chen didn't know who he was, but just looking at him made his anger flare. For some reason, whether it was his expression, his voice, or his movements, they all contained a hateful flavor to them. If he encountered such a person normally, he would simply ignore them. But with his rage burning so strongly, he naturally wasn't courteous. As Long Chen's cultivation base rose, his control over his temper got worse and worse. Despite completely suppressing Dongfeng Yuyang, essentially venting his anger, his rage only got worse. At this moment, the scenes of the battle in front of the mother tree reappeared in his mind. He saw Dongfeng Yuyang threatening him with Yi Lianchen. That sinister smile of his was clear in his mind. Long Chen had an urge to make Dongfeng Yuyang have 100 lives so he could kill them one by one. That was the only way to release his anger. In reply to Yi Lianchen's threat, Long Chen directly showed him Dongfeng Yuyang's head. "Save me," shouted Dongfeng Yuyang. This was no substitute but his true body. Hence, he was filled with terror. He had never thought that such a day would come for him. Now he was tasting something new, and he was even more afraid of death than ordinary disciples. His voice was filled with a sobbing tone. That made the other experts look down on him even more. This was a peerless heavenly genius, a heaven Caesar. In front of death, he became a coward. Even an ordinary disciple wouldn't act like this. No one knew what kind of troubles Dongfeng Yuyang had created in the star-field divine world. But for Long Chen to hate him so much, he definitely hadn't done anything good. Since he dared to do those things, he had to accept the consequences. Now, he was in Long Chen's hands, shouting and wailing. Rather than resolving his predicament, it only made him a laughingstock before his death. The day a person stepped onto the cultivation path, they had to face death. Even ordinary disciples understood this. However, Dongfeng Yuyang was actually such a coward. On the other hand, Long Chen didn't show any courtesy even to a sovereign sprout of the divine families. This was what being domineering meant. Long Chen didn't show the slightest fear against anyone. Yi Lianchen shouted, "Brat, you're the one courting death. Don't think that a hostage will protect you. Let me tell you, you were the one who blasphemed us back in the immemorial path. I, Yi Lianchen, have 10,000 ways to make you live a life worse than death. If you understand, then hurry up in." So it was you. Long Chen suddenly realized why his voice was so familiar. Back then, when Yue Zioqian had been undergoing her tribulation in the immemorial path, the very heavens had been torn open, and 4 dislikable fellows had appeared to undergo their own tribulations, implicating Yue Zioqian and almost getting her killed. At that time, Long Chen had asked them to slow down, but the 4 of them had been exceedingly arrogant and hadn't cared about Yue Zioqian's life or death. Hence, Long Chen was enraged by that. As soon as Yue Zioqian had passed her tribulation, seeing her bloody state, Long Chen had directly started his own tribulation. even attacking his tribulation to strengthen it. That had caused the four of them to fail their tribulation, and they had fled. Even after so many years, Long Chen hadn't forgotten about it. When he had seen Zhao Rishan, those memories had been triggered. Amongst those four, it was Yi Lianchen who had given him the deepest impression. In this world, the only one whose voice could make Long Chen want to slap them to death was probably Yi Lianchen. Seeing Long Chen's sudden realization, all the experts were speechless. Just what kind of monster was he? After creating such a deep grudge with someone, he had actually forgotten about them. When Long Chen was in the immemorial path, he was nothing more than a cultivation rookie. However, he had actually managed to offend 4 sovereign sprouts in that state. That kind of ability was truly amazing. At this moment the world gate slowly closed. The void shuddered and creaked, while countless cracks appeared in the sky. Those balls of light also grew brighter, making the indistinct figures appear clearer, revealing their true appearances. Now Yi Lianchen was furious. His family had told him that they had found him a powerful subordinate. It was a heaven Caesar. As long as Dongfeng Yuyang was willing to make a spiritual contract with him, Dongfeng Yuyang would become his eternal follower. The reason the Dongfeng family had done this was because they had no choice. The Yi family head had personally come to them. If the Dongfeng family had refused, the Yi family would have wiped them out. All the Yi family would have needed to do was announce Dongfeng Yuyang's status, and then the Dongfeng family would be wiped out overnight. The only reason they hadn't done the spiritual contract earlier was because Dongfeng Yuyang had entered the star-field divine world, while Yi Lianchen hadn't been on the martial heaven continent before. They had to wait until Dongfeng Yuyang returned to make the contract. However, the contract that they had discussed was double-sided. Dongfeng Yuyang had to be loyal to Yi Lianchen and never betray him, but Yi Lianchen was also bound. If Dongfeng Yuyang died, his soul would receive a heavy blow. It was only due to the second condition that the Dongfeng family was willing to make Dongfeng Yuyang Yi Lianchen's subordinate. This would link the two families together, so it was a good thing for them. As for the existence of a heaven Caesar, even to the Yi family, it was extremely shocking. A random investigation had somehow noticed some oddities about Dongfeng Yuyang, and a deeper investigation had revealed this shocking secret. If a heaven Caesar could be raised, they would definitely become a terrifying existence. That was why the Yi family would directly come to force the Dongfeng family to submit. Yi Lianchen had been looking forward to this new subordinate. As an expert, having another supreme expert as a subordinate was a kind of glory. It was even better than having a powerful mount. That was why Yi Lianchen had sincerely wanted to protect Dongfeng Yuyang, but Long Chen didn't care about that. Long Chen, don't misunderstand. Releasing him is your only chance of living. Once the world wall fades away, you will have a miserable death, said Yi Lianchen sinisterly. What an idiot! If you know that I'm Long Chen, why would you threaten me? Long Chen sneered. He sent Dongfeng Yuyang's head flying toward one of the balls of light. Lingshan, here you go. That ball of light had turned dim, revealing Yi Lingshan. Her eyes flew open. After that, Yi Lingshan's sword came flying out of its sheath. Cold light slashed down. No. Regretfully, with just his head and his power suppressed by Long Chen, Dongfeng Yuyang could only watch as Yi Lingshan's sword fell upon him. His head then exploded, with even his Yuan spirit being wiped out of existence. Yuyang! The Dongfeng family head let out a heart-wrenching cry. Dongfeng Yuyang had died. Yi Lingshan's sword had exterminated all hope for the Dongfeng family. Boom! At this moment the world gate finally slammed shut. The balls of light around everyone opened, and the world wall faded. Long Chen, I told you that I would make you live a life worse than death, Yi Lianchen roared. His third eye suddenly opened. Everyone instantly thought of the tortoise elder of the sea demon race, who had been injured by this bizarre attack. Suddenly, Long Chen unleashed a punch, and countless stars enveloped his fist. It was the same fist that had broken Dongfeng Yuyang's defenses. While at first it seemed like he was striking nothing but air, when his punch reached its end, they saw a sharp blade filled with stars appear and strike Long Chen's fist. Boom! The void exploded and fragments of starlight flew through the air. Huge ripples spread, causing the void to collapse wherever they went. If you want to get revenge, then come. As long as you're not afraid of dying, that is. 6-star battle armor. Long Chen's furious roar came from within those violent ripples. It was impossible to see him, but it suddenly felt as if the world had grown heavier and then lighter. Everyone had felt like a giant boulder had been crushing them, and just as they resisted, the boulder vanished. They started floating into the sky. Everyone was startled. What kind of domain was this? It was so strange. However, before they could grow accustomed to this new lightness, a terrifying astral wind unfurled. Everyone instinctively summoned their manifestations to block this astral wind. They stared in shock. At this moment they saw a figure with a giant divine ring. The 6 colors were like the heavens, while the 6 stars were like the earth. Long Chen appeared like the master of the world, with a pillar of light shooting out of him, blasting apart the clouds. The dark dusk that had covered the martial heaven continent was blown away, revealing the stars. The stars were like a sea reflecting the heavens. Beneath the dome of the sky was one man and one divine ring. When 6 stars revolved, the divine ring shook the very universe. Just at this moment, a figure silently appeared behind Long Chen. Hence, Jianing hastily cried out, "Long Chen, watch out." Everyone was shocked to find that one of the tortoise sea demon elders had attacked. Using a strange thorn in his hand, he stabbed toward Long Chen's back. His sudden appearance was extremely bizarre, as it was impossible to sense him. He smiled sinisterly. However, just at that moment, Long Chen's figure vanished. When the elder saw that what he had stabbed was nothing more than an afterimage, his expression stiffened. "Dai, I'll send you to see your young master." Long Chen's voice rang out behind him, and his fist landed squarely on the tortoise shell. Boom! The tortoise shell exploded, and bloody mist filled the air. An expert above the Nether Passage realm had been killed in one blow in front of everyone's shocked gazes. Chapter 2554, Heaven Merging Realm. Countless eyes were locked onto Long Chen, unable to believe what they were seeing. An expert above Nether Passage had just been killed in one blow. The fact that Yi Lianchen was able to silently injure that expert had shocked them. But Long Chen was even more exaggerated, blasting him apart with one punch. For a moment, everyone was silent. They could only stare as the bloody mist fell and dispersed. That was the final brilliance of an expert above Nether Passage. It was exceptionally bright and spectacular. Taoist Heavenly Feather shook her head, lightly saying, "The sea demon race has a short-term memory. Yi Lianchen didn't kill that guy, instead injuring him as a warning. He didn't realize, though, that sovereign sprouts possess the power to fight across realms. If he was not on guard, they could kill him. After that, he wanted to use his realm advantage to trick Long Chen's senses and capture him. Considering that he was suppressing his aura, even though the tortoise race specializes in defense, he couldn't endure an attack from Long Chen. Not even 10 lives would have been enough." Through Taoist Heavenly Feather's explanation, everyone realized that he had been vainly trying to capture Long Chen. Considering his full power had been suppressed, it was understandable how he could be killed in one blow. The other tortoise elder suddenly began to shine, and that light transformed the world's heavenly Tao energy. It became foreign, as if the heavenly Tao energy had now given themselves to a master. After that, the tortoise elder roared and attacked Long Chen. The laws of heaven and earth were compressed under his palm, and multicolored runes enveloped it. Those runes contained metal, wood, water, fire, and earth energies. In this world, no one was capable of controlling so many different energies at the same time, because the different energies would suppress each other. One slip-up would instantly cause a backlash. However, this tortoise elder's palm was clearly covered by those energies. In fact, those energies seemed to be supporting him of their own accord. As a result, the void rumbled and a huge palm image appeared, covering heaven and earth. At this moment, the earth began to sink. This palm seemed to possess the power to destroy the land. This is the power of those above Nether Passage. With the wave of his hand, all the Taos are summoned. It is one with the will of heaven and earth. How could anyone block this palm? Startled cries rang out. The death of the other elder of the sea demon race had infuriated this tortoise elder. In his fury, he directly unleashed a full power attack, not giving a damn about Long Chen's life or death. However, even in the face of this berserk attack, Long Chen merely snorted. He then unleashed his own palm. Had he gone mad? Everyone was startled. Long Chen was definitely crazy to face the attack directly. Boom! The two palms crashed together, shaking the land and the stars, but the intense explosion everyone was expecting didn't occur. The space surrounding Long Chen and the elder was covered in black cracks. Countless black ripples were surging around them. Within that mass of chaos, Long Chen appeared completely emotionless, while the tortoise elder was filled with shock. Even as runes lit up on his shell and the veins on his arm bulged, he was unable to shake Long Chen. Both of their energies were concentrated on one point, and black ripples continued to flicker around them, emitting a terrifying pressure. He actually blocked it. Jaws dropped. Long Chen was able to receive the full power attack of an expert above Nether Passage, and seemingly without any effort at that. Using world energy to make up for the difference in realms. How shocking! Taoist Heavenly Feather mumbled to herself, nodding in praise. Of everyone present, perhaps only she was able to see that Long Chen's current power stemmed from his world energy. After reaching the 12th heaven stage of Nether Passage, Long Chen had finally learned how to perfectly control his world energy. He now knew how to link together his astral spaces with his 6-star battle armor. Not only did this allow his power to soar, but it also gave him unprecedented control over that power. Furthermore, on the Martial Heaven continent, he clearly felt that it was no longer such a burden to summon the 6-star battle armor. Although there were still some sharp pains throughout his body, it wasn't the same as in the star-filled divine world when his flesh was literally exploding off of him. One reason was due to the increase in his realm, but another reason seemed to be that the Martial Heaven continent's laws were more suited to the 9-star Hegemon body art. In this state, Long Chen didn't even need to draw out the life energy of the heavenly killing demon trees. He could maintain this state easily, filling him with greater confidence. In front of countless shocked gazes, Long Chen was facing the sea demon race's elder. Black runes whirled around them, emitting a space-staring sound. Although no one got close to the battlefield, they could still sense the apocalyptic power contained within those black runes. After a while, Long Chen narrowed his eyes and looked at the black runes around him. He suddenly smiled. I understand. To become one with the spirit of the world in order to control the laws, to use life and death to merge into the heavenly Taos. My guess is that the next realm is called the Heaven Merging Realm. When the name of the Heaven Merging Realm came out of Long Chen's mouth, Kajianying, the old man, and the other experts of the senior generation twitched. At this moment, the void up in the sky was torn open, and a giant black sword mercilessly slashed down toward Long Chen. It's over. Jianying bitterly closed her eyes. Long Chen was never smart around her. Why did he have to be smart enough to guess the name of this realm? This was a forbidden name. The first person in every generation to spit it out would face the wrath of the heavens. In every generation, some people died because their mouths were too loose. This time, it was Long Chen. In that instant, the world froze and no one could move. Heavenly Tao energy flooded the air, and people could only watch as that black sword fell. That black sword contained the might of the heavens and represented the will of the world. In front of it, people appeared insignificant, and they couldn't even form an urge to resist. This was a power that sparked despair. This was the wrath of the heavens. If the heavenly Taos wanted to kill a person, no one could avoid it. So when Long Chen said the name of the Heaven Merging Realm, everyone's heart turned cold. At this moment the black sword slashed down, and Long Chen as well as the tortoise elder were both devoured by it. As a result, a bottomless hole appeared in the ground where the black sword fell. Even the walls of this hole had turned black, emitting a destructive aura. Fuck, did I say something wrong? Long Chen's curse rang out from within that black hole, shocking everyone. They saw him safe and sound. The wrath of the heavens has been dodged. How is that possible? No one can escape such a thing. Seeing Long Chen still standing there, everyone was stunned. This was in defiance of an iron rule. Jianying and the others were overjoyed to see this, especially Li Tianxuan. He was the one who was aware that Long Chen would very likely die to the heavenly Taos, so that attack just now had been truly frightening. I didn't think that you actually have some ability. It just so happens that I, Yi Lianchen, don't kill nameless nobodies. Only now are you worth me killing. Yi Lianchen stepped forward, appearing in front of Long Chen in an instant and sending a kick at Long Chen's face. Right at the start, Yi Lianchen already used an insulting attack. It was unknown if he truly didn't care about Long Chen or if he was simply trying to antagonize him. A loser also dares to say such big words. If you didn't flee like a dog back then, you would have long since died to heavenly tribulation. Are you a pig with no memory? Sneered Long Chen. In the face of Yi Lianchen's kick, Long Chen didn't move to receive it. If he received it, then he would be truly humiliated. Instead, he flicked a finger, and a small blood-colored lotus flew out at Yi Lianchen. It was very small, the size of a longan fruit. Despite that, it contained a terrifying power, as this miniature lotus was the world extermination flame lotus. Using Long Chen's essence blood plus Huolinger's soul essence as a foundation, it was instantly condensed. This was a technique that Huolinger had learned after absorbing the myriad flames within the star field divine world. Although this attack didn't possess the full power of the world extermination flame lotus, its killing power could be said to be even greater due to its brief casting time. Even a peak expert could be killed in an instant if caught off guard. 63 stars floated above the lotus. This was a 7-star world extermination flame lotus. It was particularly strong because Huolinger had fully recovered thanks to the mother tree's help. She was even absorbing the karmic hell flames to strengthen herself further. At this moment, Yi Lianchen was startled to sense immense danger from this small lotus. However, he was already unleashing his kick, and if he dodged, it would cost him the initiative. Seeing no other way around it, he summoned his manifestation. Stars illuminate the cosmos. A field of stars appeared behind Yi Lianchen. Those millions of stars seemed to even pack the dome of the heavens within them. Boom! Yi Lianchen's foot slammed into Long Chen's flame lotus. Flames unfurled, devouring the heavens. Chapter 25:55-8 King roars at the 9 heavens. The flame lotus exploded and flames ignited the world. After that, countless runes appeared in the air, burning. The laws of the heavenly Taos can also be ignited. What kind of flame is this? Startled cries rang out. The laws of flames were contained within the laws of the heavenly Taos. In other words, they were under restrictions. However, the laws of the heavenly Taos around Yi Lianchen were now burning. The flames of this world cannot possibly burn the laws. The only possibility, then, is that these flames come from a different world, guessed one expert. The flames unfurled, filling the air. Within those flames they saw a figure rapidly retreating. It was Yi Lianchen. Yi Lianchen had shattered the world extermination flame lotus, but he himself was blown back by its explosive power. At this moment, his right foot was covered in flames, which only slowly extinguished after a few seconds. He snorted, "So you have a few tricks. These flames aren't bad, but they can't do anything to me." The stars behind Yi Lianchen revolved. It was as if he existed within the cosmos. As the river of stars flowed, limitless energy flowed toward him. With this power, he could suppress the karmic hell flames that could otherwise burn any other expert. Hence, it could be seen that Yi Lianchen's wild arrogance had true power to back it up. Standing there, the laws of the heavenly Taos prostrated themselves toward him. Stars illuminate the cosmos. This is a manifestation from the immortal era, one that has reached the divine rankings and is ranked 36th. I didn't expect that I would get to see such a manifestation in my lifetime, sighed Taoist Heavenly Feather. Senior, what is so amazing about this manifestation? Asked Jianying. Everyone else's ears perked up. In truth, there are many starry manifestations but only one amongst the divine rankings. However, it is split into 2 names. One is called Stars Illuminate the Cosmos, while the other is called Stars Move the Cosmos. The former refers to laws, the latter refers to power. However, these are just legends passed down from that time. We'll only know the truth if we keep watching, said Taoist Heavenly Feather. Senior's knowledge is admirable. Everyone sighed inside. Taoist Heavenly Feather was truly a godlike existence. It was as if there was nothing in this world that she didn't know. Most curious of all, the rumors had been that Taoist Heavenly Feather's cultivation base was only at the peak of Nether Passage. However, now that more people had reached that realm, they were still unable to sense her cultivation base. Her aura had always been flat, as if she was a mortal who didn't know how to cultivate. Yet, it also felt like that of a supreme expert who had comprehended life, death, and samsara. It was impossible to see through her. However, whatever her cultivation base was, her position, character, and learning had always been extremely admirable and respectable. That was why the Dongfeng family head's provocation toward her had drawn the ire of so many people. With this explanation from Taoist Heavenly Feather, everyone stared closely at the 2 people in the sky. A battle on this level was something that might not occur once in many generations, so they had to watch closely. Those memories would be a precious experience for their descendants. 2 people stood in the air, one with a river of stars behind him and the other with a divine ring. Both of them were blazing with killing intent. Yi Lianchen, you stole the lead this time, but if you can't handle him within an incense stick's worth of time, I will have to make my move, said Jiang Wuchen coldly. He was 1 step slower than Yi Lianchen, but considering his status, there was no way he would attack now. 2 sovereign sprouts attacking the same person. No matter how that was explained, it would be considered a loss of face. He would then be turned into a laughingstock of the divine families. He couldn't interfere. Thus, he gave Elianchin a warning. An incense stick's worth of time. Are you looking down on me or overestimating him? If I wanted to kill him, it wouldn't take the slightest effort. Elianchin was suddenly interrupted by a hand reaching out of the void. It swung in a beautiful arc to strike his arrogant face. Immediately, Elianchin's face distorted from the slap. The light of the stars around his face was shattered, and he shot back along with a sharp shriek, slamming into the ground. A large hole appeared in the ground, and giant cracks spread far into the distance. Only now did Long Chen's figure reappear. I've had enough of your unchanging act. Let's not waste words. Whoever wants to kill me can come at me together. When have I ever been afraid of anyone? Shouted Long Chen, his voice filled with unquestionable domineeringness. Everyone was dumbfounded by this sudden turn of events. One moment, Elianchin had appeared exceptionally domineering, but in the next instant, he was sent flying by a slap to the face. Furthermore, Long Chen had truly been impossibly fast. His movement looked like teleportation, as there wasn't the slightest ripple in space whatsoever. Teleportation was just a saying for a kind of instant transportation. In the minds of most people, teleportation was the result of pushing speed to the pinnacle, making it look like instant movement. However, that was not entirely true. Just like transportation formations, teleportation required folding the world. By finding the correct spatial node and accurately calculating the positions, it was possible to shuttle through space. The difference was that no matter how fast you were, you had to accumulate energy. That would give a sign to your opponent that you were about to make a move. On the other hand, true teleportation was said to only be possible for those above Nether Passage. In the heaven-merging realm, perhaps some people could come into contact with the profundities of space. The tortoise elder that had launched a sneak attack at Long Chen had used a kind of teleportation art to catch Long Chen off guard. However, at that time, people hadn't had time to be shocked by that technique before he was killed by Long Chen. The death of a heaven-merging expert had caused people to overlook his teleportation technique. Therefore, now that Long Chen was also using a teleportation technique to strike Elianchin, everyone was dumbfounded. After that, Long Chen vanished once more, reappearing in front of Jiang Wuchen. He smoothly slapped Jiang Wuchen across the face as well, sending him flying. What? Long Chen had slapped the faces of 2 sovereign sprouts. He was truly heaven-defying. Because Long Chen's speed was so fast, he appeared like a phantom, and even 2 sovereign sprouts couldn't dodge his slaps. How can there be teleportation within the Nether Passage realm? Demanded an elder from the neutral faction, stunned. He was an elder who had reached the level of being called a living fossil. His cultivation base had also reached the heaven-merging realm. However, it was because he had reached this realm that he was so shocked. Even amongst those who could reach the heaven-merging realm, not everyone could comprehend a teleportation art. This elder knew that the tortoise elder's teleportation art was the result of a teleportation art merging with his innate divine ability. It was not a pure teleportation art. However, what Long Chen was using was clearly a pure teleportation art. If someone as powerful as this elder could only grasp the slightest superficial understanding of such a technique, how could Long Chen freely use it? That was unbelievable. The heaven-merging realm refers to becoming one with the heavenly Taos. At that level, you must be able to control space and spatial laws as they are part of the heavenly Taos. However, that does not mean that you must wait until the heaven-merging realm to control space. As long as you possess a domain you are in absolute control of, you can do the same, said Taoist Heavenly Feather. After hearing this, the elder bowed toward Taoist Heavenly Feather. Many thanks for clearing up the confusion. This junior is too foolish. Even within my manifestation domain, I cannot accomplish teleportation. The elder was actually calling himself a junior in front of Taoist Heavenly Feather. Hence, the entire scene looked like an old man bowing toward a young woman. Taoist Heavenly Feather shook her head. Although the world of a manifestation can be considered a kind of domain, a manifestation is still a manifestation. It is not a true world as the laws inside are incomplete. Furthermore, when it is unleashed, it will clash with the laws of the martial heaven continent. Naturally, there is no way to be in complete control of the spatial laws to teleport. What Long Chen is using to teleport is not his manifestation, but his own power. After that, the elder suddenly came to a realization, and bowed deeply toward Taoist Heavenly Feather to express his thanks. Boom! The earth exploded, and two figures charged toward Long Chen at the same time. "I'll slaughter you." Both Yi Lianchen and Jiang Wuchen roared at Long Chen. At the same time, Jiang Wuchen summoned his manifestation, and a berserk roar rang out as the world darkened. Jiang Wuchen's manifestation was a towering black ape that beat its chest with its fist, unleashing a violent roar. With every beat of its chest, the world shuddered. Every beat made people feel like their own hearts would beat out of their chests. Another manifestation of the immortal era, Ape King roars at the 9 heavens, ranked 33rd on the divine manifestation rankings, said Taoist Heavenly Feather. Everyone was startled. Jiang Wuchen's manifestation was ranked even higher than Yi Lianchen's. Could he be even stronger than Yi Lianchen? As two sovereign sprouts attacked Long Chen at the same time, their power caused the world to change color. Two manifestations on the level of the divine rankings raged. Right now, all the experts present had retreated, afraid of being drawn into this terrifying current. The Dragonblood warriors stood in the air, clenching their fists. They knew that their boss was giving a display of power by challenging two sovereign sprouts at once. Long Chen had said that the current Dragonblood Legion had been forced to the point of no return. If they wanted to survive, they had to launch a counterattack. They had to forcibly open a path of living within the chaotic tide. Hence, the Dragonblood warriors' blood had long since started boiling. They were prepared for a huge battle. As their leader, Long Chen couldn't retreat. Facing two sovereign sprouts, he spread his hands. Boom! The three figures clashed together at the same time, unleashing an explosion of divine light. Chapter 2556 Help You Out. The blinding light was the result of multicolored runes exploding. They emitted a blinding light like the sun. When the light slowly faded, it was possible to see three vague figures within. From their general outlines, it was possible to tell who they were. Jiang Wuchen's giant body made him very easy to recognize, but Yi Lianchen and Long Chen's figures weren't so easy to tell apart. However, since two of them were attacking one person, the person at the center had to be Long Chen. What happened with Long Chen? How can he block the attacks of two sovereign sprouts by himself? Everyone was startled to see this. It seemed that Long Chen had undergone a heaven-toppling transformation in the star-field divine world. Three people were clashing against each other, and berserk energy was constantly exploding from their palms, bursting out like sharp blades, shredding the void around them. Break! Long Chen suddenly roared. At this moment, his six-colored divine ring rapidly spun, and power exploded out of his palms like a volcano. With a final explosion, Jiang Wuchen and Yi Lianchen were knocked back. Jiang Wuchen retreated 4 steps, each step causing the void to shatter like ice. Meanwhile, the ground beneath him exploded, unable to bear that power. As for Yi Lianchen, he was directly sent flying. His manifestation shuddered, attempting to stabilize him but failing. Even 1 against 2, Long Chen could force back his opponents. He actually had the advantage against 2 sovereign sprouts. Long Yashin was startled, not having expected Long Chen to be so powerful. However, now that things had reached this point, there was no way this battle would end anytime soon. After all, Long Chen had just slapped the faces of 2 sovereign sprouts. There was no way they would take that lying down. Even an ordinary person wouldn't be able to accept such humiliation, let alone prideful sovereign sprouts like Yi Lianchen and Jiang Wuchen. At this moment, Yi Lianchen and Jiang Wuchen were ashen, killing intent exploding out of them. Yi Lianchen shouted, "Get out of the way. I'll kill him." "He's mine, you scram." Jiang Wuchen reached out and grabbed the giant hatchet behind him. Despite the hatchet not attacking yet, its sharp aura had sliced through the void. Jiang Wuchen was fully enraged now. Long Chen's slap was extremely humiliating, making him feel like he was going insane. Boom! Jiang Wuchen was like a wild, magical beast charging toward Long Chen. He was wielding his hatchet, which was a divine item with an exceedingly ancient history. Its fierce aura caused a rumbling that made people feel like their souls would flee. "You scram, his life belongs to me." Yi Lianchen also attacked and a sword appeared in his hand. His sword had countless star patterns along it, as if millions of stars had been condensed inside of it. "You want to kill me? Just the 2 of you." Long Chen snorted and evil moon appeared in his hand. With a single step, he appeared in front of the charging Yi Lianchen and unleashed a slash. What? Long Chen's attack was identical to Yi Lianchen's. His saber was slashing at his opponent's head just like Yi Lianchen's sword. There was no feint or trick. Long Chen was truly undergoing a suicidal exchange with Yi Lianchen. Was Long Chen trying to force him to change moves midway? Yi Lianchen twitched. This was clearly an attempt at forcing him to concede and retreat, which would allow Long Chen to grasp the initiative. As a result, Yi Lianchen turned his sword. He had no choice but to switch to defense because he had no confidence in blocking Long Chen's attack with something else. Evil Moon then slashed heavily into Yi Lianchen's sword, sending him back several steps. One unleashed a full-strength attack, while the other was forced to switch techniques midway. Yi Lianchen was naturally at a disadvantage. Most shocking of all, he realized that a portion of his power was sucked away by Long Chen. How is that possible? Yi Lianchen found this difficult to believe, as his astral energy came from his manifestation. Only he was able to control this power. If anyone else tried to absorb it, the curse of the stars would kill them. Die. Just at that moment, Jiang Wuchen's hatchet fell. This attack had been accumulating power this entire time, so it possessed the power to topple mountains and invert the seas. Go fuck yourself. Long Chen swept his saber out, not forgetting to add a few words. A sinister aura exploded out of Evil Moon. At this moment, two divine items crashed together with shooting stars, and a huge explosion boomed. Intense sound waves spread through the air. As a result, some disciples with weaker cultivation bases held their ears as blood flowed out of them. The only sound they could hear was that booming sound, and they couldn't even hear their own screams. Some disciples even directly fainted. The sound waves possessed a strange law to them, so even though they were at a great distance and at the end of the sound wave, they were still affected. If they were closer, perhaps their souls would directly shatter. In front of countless shocked gazes, Jiang Wuchen tumbled back. This giant seemed powerful, but he seemed inferior to Yi Lianchen. Right now, Jiang Wuchen was shocked and infuriated. He almost spat out blood, but even as it rose into his throat, he forcibly swallowed it back down. Jiang Wuchen clearly sensed that Long Chen's attack just now contained Yi Lianchen's power as well. Did he actually borrow Yi Lianchen's astral energy? Yi Lianchen, what are you doing? Are you lending him your power? Jiang Wuchen roared furiously, blaming Yi Lianchen. Perhaps that way he could win back some face. Using this method, he was telling anyone that he hadn't lost to Long Chen. It was Yi Lianchen who had loaned Long Chen power. Just now, it had been the two of them together to force him back. Yi Lianchen was still shocked, pondering about how Long Chen had taken his astral energy when he heard Jiang Wuchen's cursing. As a result, his fury soared, but he had no way to explain it. Long Chen truly had borrowed a portion of his power, and Jiang Wuchen's announcement had told everyone that he was the loser in the previous exchange. I told you not to interfere. I'm going to use my full power now, so don't get hurt accidentally. Yi Lianchen snorted, and the river of stars behind him suddenly charged out of his manifestation, transforming into sharp swords. He's a sword cultivator, exclaimed Yue Zifeng. A sword cultivator? Aren't sword cultivators only capable of using sword arts? Asked Gu Ran and the others. A sword cultivator could only use the sword, so using other magical arts was a blasphemy to the sword. But Yi Lianchen had previously used his fists and only taken out his sword once he had been slapped by Long Chen. Summoning a river of stars to fight was also not the method of a sword cultivator. If it was Yue Zifeng personally making this statement, no one would believe that Yi Lianchen was a sword cultivator. I don't understand either, but his stars contain the will of the sword Dao. These attacks are the result of triggering that will. Look carefully at his sword, said Yue Zifeng. When they focused on Yi Lianchen's sword, they suddenly noticed that the stars within were mimicking the swords being unleashed by his manifestation. Is his sword linked to his manifestation? Hence, he can only unleash his greatest power when his manifestation is fully activated, right? Asked Meng Qi. That is most likely the case, said Yue Zifeng. Everyone sucked in a cold gasp of air. If that was true, then Yi Lianchen's strongest state was when those millions of stars were fully activated. Even in his current state, none of them could match him. If he activated all those stars in his manifestation, who could fight him? At this time, Star Sword streaked toward Long Chen, and he repeatedly swung Evil Moon, blasting them apart. Swords rained down around him, leaving glossy holes in the ground and enveloping him. On the other hand, Jiang Wuchen stood still and watched. After a moment of hesitation, he coldly said, "You still have half an incense stick's worth of time." Although Jiang Wuchen was also angry, attacking Long Chen now would end up with him clashing with Yi Lianchen, so he chose to endure briefly. Long Chen, you had better endure this. "You can't die to his hands or I, Jiang Wuchen, will kill everyone connected to you," shouted Jiang Wuchen. Suddenly, lightning exploded out of Long Chen. At some point, the void had been filled with lightning runes. They had been hidden before, but now they appeared, transforming the battlefield into a sea of lightning. So that's what was going on. When the sea of lightning appeared, the question that everyone had been pondering was answered. This was how Long Chen was teleporting. He had a lightning domain present that none of them had noticed before. His control over this lightning had reached a practically perfect level to be able to hide it from everyone. The spatial pressure of the battle had increased with the intensity of the fighting, affecting these runes. Hence, he had to increase their power if he wanted to continue teleporting, but this decision would expose them. When those lightning runes appeared, Long Chen's body vanished and he escaped Yi Lianchen's lock, essentially exposing his teleportation secret. However, just as he vanished, Jiang Wuchen's heart turned cold. His hair suddenly stood on end as a sensation of death filled him. After that, he instinctively shot forward and raised his hatchet behind him as a shield. Boom! Evil Moon then slammed into the hatchet, exploding with power. Being unable to block the intensity of the clash, Jiang Wuchen coughed up a mouthful of blood and slammed into the ground, raising a giant wave of earth. "Since you want to die so badly, I'll help you out." Killing intent blazed within Long Chen's eyes. His divine ring suddenly changed. Now, 3 of the colors were spinning clockwise, while the other 3 spun counterclockwise. 6 stars lit up within his divine ring. Light shot out of the Feng Fu star to the Alioth, Life Fate, Enlightenment Palace, Divine Gate, and Nethergate stars, before finally returning to the Feng Fu star, creating a 6-point star. When that 6-point star appeared, Long Chen's blood chi was fully activated, and a berserk power caused the world to shudder. A domineering will filled the air. "Boss is finally unleashing his full power," exclaimed Xuanhuan. Long Chen had been fully enraged by Jiang Wuchen. Suddenly, Long Chen swung Evil Moon at the earth, striking Jiang Wuchen, who was just climbing out of the ground. Chapter 2557, Xuanlinger comes out to fight. Jiang Wuchen could feel the world freeze as if a star was crashing toward him. Even before the attack reached him, the pressure made him feel like his body would explode. Jiang Wuchen was shocked. Due to leaving Long Chen to Yi Lianchen, he hadn't fully activated his manifestation. Also, he hadn't expected Yi Lianchen to allow Long Chen to escape his lock. That was why he was now at a disadvantage. Sensing the lethal power of Long Chen's saber, Jiang Wuchen let out a roar, and a rune lit up on his forehead. At the same time, the giant ape king in his manifestation also roared, an identical rune appearing on its forehead. Boom! However, before he could accumulate his energy, Long Chen's saber had arrived. Both of them crashed through the earth. The earth trembled and shook, completely deforming. A giant bubble of earth rose out of the ground. Bang! That giant bubble finally exploded, sending a mass of rubble in every direction. At this moment, Jiang Wuchen's figure appeared, flying back. Jiang Wuchen is injured. Everyone saw that a foot-long wound had appeared on Jiang Wuchen's chest. His white robes were now stained with blood. It was unknown if it was because all sovereign sprouts wore white robes, but the look of those robes always made them appear rather spiritual and graceful. However, Jiang Wuchen's giant body was unable to give off the same effect. He looked more like a monkey wearing white robes, and it gave off an extremely jarring feeling. Through the cut in his white robes, people saw black under armor beneath. However, even this armor had been cut apart. "I really dislike it when people threaten me. A dragon has a reverse scale. If it is touched, it will draw its fury. Since you lack any sense of respect, let's fight with our lives on the line. We'll see whose life is tougher." Long Chen's figure appeared, and a wicked aura accumulated around him. Everyone could see his black robes flapping in a wild wind, and the icy killing intent in his eyes. His back was bent slightly like a leopard staring at his prey, about to unleash a fatal blow. Just at this moment, star swords came shooting toward Long Chen once more. However, Yi Lianchen couldn't unleash all the stars within his manifestation at once. It seemed that every star needed to attack once in order to fully activate his manifestation. At this moment, a young lady suddenly appeared behind Long Chen. She was wrapped in flames, and flame runes revolved in her eyes. She was forming hand seals. Raging flames devour the heavens. Xuanlinger's voice was melodious like an oriole, but her attack was not so warm. Thanks to the help of the Mother Tree and Lingzai, Xuanlinger had fully merged with the Taos of the thousands of flames within the star-field divine world. She now possessed a level of control over all kinds of flames. A normal flame cultivator first learned how to control techniques and hand seals before trying to control flames. But Xuanhuan was a spirit of fire, so she didn't need to learn all that. Over the years, Chen had given her various treasures, raising her spirituality. Because of this, she knew all kinds of techniques. Furthermore, through hand seals, she could use her flame energy to draw out the world's flame energy, merging the two. That raised her power to the peak and saved her a great deal of energy. During her final days in the star-field divine world, Xuanhuan had spent all her time training hand seals. Moreover, those hand seals were not taught to her by Chen. They were things that she comprehended herself. Others went from outside in, but Xuanhuan was the opposite. Rather than the normal path of flame cultivators, she used her flames to make hand seals, not the other way around. At this moment, flames burst forth and giant flame dragons crashed into the star swords. The flame dragons and star swords exploded when they met. Who is she? I've never seen her before. People were startled to see a new character who was capable of blocking Yi Lianshen's swords. Even if those swords were just a process of Yi Lianshen fully activating his manifestation, every single one of them possessed the power to kill an Empyrean at the peak of the Nether Passage realm. With tens of thousands of them flying through the air at once, even a peak heavenly genius would find it difficult to block them. How was this girl that they had never seen before capable of receiving them so easily? Xuanhuan helped me block him. Don't let him interfere, said Chen. All right, leave him to me. Xuanhuan smiled. A flame sword appeared in her hand. This was a 3-foot flame sword that was thin and narrow. It looked very delicate. However, as soon as it appeared, the entire battlefield space twisted. As Xuanhuan swung her sword, a flame dragon shot out, blasting apart a wave of the star swords. What? Startled cries rang out. This girl was actually able to unleash such an attack. A sea of flame spread through the battlefield, enveloping Yi Lianshen. At that moment, Xuanhuan vanished and reappeared in front of Yi Lianshen, unleashing another slash of her sword. That's Chen's technique. Xuanhuan was teleporting as well. Anywhere there were flames, she could freely teleport. Scram! Yi Lianshen slashed with his starry sword. Boom! Yi Lianshen hastily retreated, and people were shocked to find flames burning him. It seemed that his expression wasn't very good. Yi Lianshen found that these flames were not so simple. They were causing his blood qi to surge chaotically, making him feel uneasy. Furthermore, they were capable of even igniting his astral energy. What kind of flames are these? Roared Yi Lianshen. His astral energy had never been affected by any kind of flame before. These unknown flames were shocking. Big brother Chen told me not to talk to strangers, so I can't tell you, especially since you're a bad egg who's going against him. Xuanhuan shook her head and attacked once more. The sword in her hand was condensed of the purest power of the karmic hell flames. Although the true karmic hell flames had been absorbed, and these karmic hell flames were an imitation that lacked their full power, they had at least retained a bit of the karmic hell flames, special abilities. The karmic hell flames were something that even gods were afraid of. If these were the netherworld's true karmic hell flames, Yi Lianshen would already be incinerated. Despite being an imitation, these karmic hell flames were not so simple either. Yi Lianshen's astral energy was being burned, and his manifestation was greatly disturbed. Like this, Yi Lianshen was unable to unleash the full power of his manifestation. You want to stop me? Chen, you really are despicable. Then today I'll kill this little girl of yours. Yi Lianshen sneered. He stopped trying to activate his manifestation and instead attacked directly with his sword. The stars within his sword blazed with light like it was a river of stars. As it slashed down, space-time was suddenly thrown into chaos. What a terrifying sword. Look at the stars in his manifestation. It seems that 1/10 of them have been activated. If he activates them all, just how powerful will he be? The crowd turned ashen. Now they knew why some geniuses were called sovereign sprouts. They were existences that they couldn't touch. Compared to them, the various geniuses of the martial heaven continent were merely ordinary. The difference was too great. If the sovereign sprouts were already on this level, then just how powerful were actual sovereigns? No wonder it was said that they were undefeatable existences. Their power could not be imagined. At this moment, this sword was slicing through the void, destroying even the surrounding flames. Looking at what was happening, Xuanhuan formed hand seals with her left hand as she held her sword in her right hand. After that, images appeared over her fingertips, and flame runes condensed into giant walls before her. In an instant, over 100 flame walls appeared. One-handed seals. Startled cries rang out. Xuanhuan had just made over 100 hand seals in the blink of an eye. Was she really human? Every hand seal required the body, heart, and will to work together. There couldn't be the slightest error. To create 7 hand seals in one breath could rank someone amongst geniuses. The strongest record was someone creating 17 hand seals in an instant. That record had never been touched. However, Xuanhuan had made over 100 hand seals in an instant, and this completely toppled their understanding of hand seals. They felt like they were going crazy. Having to endure Yi Lianchen's attack, the flame walls were exploding one by one. When the final wall was broken, Xuanhuan swung her sword. With a final explosion, Yi Lianchen's attack was shattered. The flame walls had constantly ground down his sword's power. By the time it broke the final wall, it was essentially out of power, so Xuanhuan easily destroyed it. Everyone sighed in amazement. They had sensed just how terrifying Yi Lianchen's attack was. This meant that Xuanhuan's flame walls were also incredibly powerful. Suddenly, flame runes shuddered and condensed into countless dragons that surrounded Yi Lianchen. After that, Yi Lianchen's sword danced in the air, unleashing streaks of sword chi that destroyed the flame dragons. Looking at this, Xuanhuan extended her left hand once more. Her fingers danced as she quickly created hand seals. It was impossible to even see her fingers clearly. As she rapidly formed hand seals, more flame dragons appeared within the sea of flames. Following that, the people heard the roars of various beasts. Then flame swords, flame sabers, flame spears, flame chains. The flame runes condensed into countless weapons and beasts, all attacking Yi Lianchen. Yi Lianchen's sword was fast, but Xuanhuan's speed with which she formed hand seals was even faster. Her attacks came in an unending stream. Furthermore, her flame energy continued to spread, and the world's flame energy was rapidly being summoned here. A giant flame domain was constantly growing around Xuanhuan and Yi Lianchen. At this moment, various flame manifestations were constantly attacking Yi Lianchen. Weapons, beasts, prisons, mountains, countless shapes and forms attacked. Is she really human? People stared at Xuanhuan in shock. Chapter 25:58 Phoenix roams the heavens. What is going on? Am I going crazy? Senior, please help explain things to us, begged an elder to Taoist Heavenly Feather. Such a thing should theoretically not be spoken of. After all, this was most likely some kind of secret of Xuanhuan, something taboo for others to know. But seeing Xuanhuan rapidly forming hand seals with no pause, these experts were starting to question their own existences. She had formed over 1,000 seals in just a few breaths. This hand seal rate is inhuman. Is there some kind of trick behind it? Others also wished to know what was going on. Amongst all of them, Taoist Heavenly Feather had the highest seniority, the greatest experience, and was the most erudite. Perhaps she was the only one who could know. Taoist Heavenly Feather smiled. You are correct, she truly isn't human. A human cannot do this, not even a sovereign. Then, she's a spirit of fire that has taken human form. Being made of flames, all flame arts are under her control. Her hand seals use her flame energy to draw out the world's flame energy. Countless variations are undergone with the casual turns of her hand. There are flame spirit bodies, ice spirit bodies, but whether they are natural or artificial, they are not true spiritual bodies. Since this girl is a condensation of flames, she has a true spiritual body. There's nothing curious about her being able to use flame arts, said Taoist Heavenly Feather. But she possesses her own soul, she even has bloodline energy. Are we sensing it wrong? Your senses are not wrong, but don't look at me. I've lived for many years, but I have not seen everything. In theory, a fire spirit is the same as ordinary earth flame spirit beasts. They possess a trace of spirituality but lack spiritual strength. They can condense a form but lack a bloodline foundation. As for Long Chen's flame spirit, I don't know why she is the same as a person, said Taoist Heavenly Feather. Even she was unable to answer everyone's questions. All things had spirits, but there were laws differentiating them. A flame spirit was always low level, and no matter how great its spirituality grew, there was a limit. That was an iron law. However, Xuanhuan had broken this iron law. Not only did she look like a person, but she also seemed to possess her own flesh and blood. Her soul was the same case. Her intelligence was an equal match with a human's, and she had even learned hand seals. There was no way to explain this. Explosions constantly rang out from within the flames. Flame runes whirled around, but it was impossible to see Yi Lianchen. Through these explosions, it was clear that he was trying to escape Linger's prison. However, Linger's hand seals changed quickly, and an unending stream of flame art submerged Chen. No matter how he attacked, he was unable to escape her flame domain. "Let's see how long you can last." Chen's voice rang out from within the flames. It seemed that being trapped by a flame spirit was extremely infuriating for him, but it also seemed that he was helpless to do anything to Linger temporarily. He could only slowly exhaust her. After all, she was currently controlling a giant flame domain that had to use up an enormous amount of energy. She couldn't last forever. "Big Brother Chen told me that all I had to do was to trap you. I've accomplished my mission." Linger giggled, her face completely pure and innocent. How powerful! She actually managed to trap Chen. So Chen is in possession of a flame spirit capable of imprisoning a sovereign sprout. Chen was most likely too careless. Perhaps he wanted to give a display of power to intimidate others as a stalling tactic. If he could activate another tenth of his stars, perhaps this flame spirit would be unable to trap him. To put it frankly, a square-faced man suddenly shook his head. He tried acting like a badass, only to end up being a dumbass, finished off someone else. "I'm not the one to say it." The square-faced man pretended not to know anything, but everyone understood. There was actually someone with such a loose mouth as to say such a thing. The person with the loose mouth also had an urge to slap himself. He had essentially just cursed Chen. If Chen learned of it, he would lose his life. Hence, he glared at the square-faced man, cursing him for leaving this hole for him to jump into. But he could only blame himself for directly jumping in. "Careful!" Suddenly, a startled cry interrupted them. A saber image descended from the heavens, and everyone hastily dodged to the side. Boom! The saber image slashed a narrow and deep ditch in the ground. Unfortunately, one expert was rather slow and was cut by the wind. Cracks covered his entire body, and he instantly grew still, afraid of moving an inch. After that, a wood element expert extended a hand, sending life energy into his body. This third-step nether passage expert slowly began to recover. The people beside him involuntarily gulped. They felt their throats turn dry and their bodies turn cold. Just the wind from the saber image was enough to almost kill them. Just how powerful was the real attack? They looked over, but there were too many flames to see. They were unable to see anything. This saber that had descended from the heavens had truly been frightening. "I feel like we should find a different place to watch from. This place doesn't have good feng shui," proposed one person before fleeing. The flames here blocked their sight, so they couldn't see what was happening with Chen and Xuanhuan. Hence, they were unable to dodge their attacks in time. If it hadn't been for that timely warning, who knew how many of them would have died just now? With Linger blocking Chen was going all out. His 6-star battle armor was at full power. "Is Chen injured?" The people who retreated and managed to get a view from around the sea of flames saw Chen covered in blood. They were startled to see this, but they were even more shocked to see Xuanhuan. He had grown even larger than before. He looked like a giant devil ape. Every swing of his hatchet possessed enough power to shatter stars. Xuanhuan had used some unknown technique, and his eyes had turned scarlet. Those were no longer the eyes of a human. He was like a wild beast. At this moment, Xuanhuan's body was covered in a dozen wounds. Every one of those wounds was deep enough that they could see bone. Blood was splashing out of both of them as they fought. The most shocking thing was that, as their focus had been on Linger, something had happened to cause Xuanhuan's aura to slowly fall. Meanwhile, Chen's aura was as fierce as ever. Boom! Chen's saber slammed into Xuanhuan's hatchet, knocking it aside and giving him the space to land a kick on Xuanhuan's jaw. A cracking sound rang out. What happened during this time? Xuanhuan activated his manifestation and transformed into a monster, but he still can't beat Chen. Furthermore, it seems that his mind is affected, allowing Chen to injure him multiple times. If it was anyone else, they would probably have been hacked to death already. The spectators were now spread all around the battlefield. Some people were entirely focused on Chen and ignored the fight between Linger and Chen. After breaking Xuanhuan's jaw, Chen slashed Evil Moon at Xuanhuan's head without hesitation. However, a golden sword appeared in his way, blocking him. Feng Fei. Feng Fei was actually joining in the fight as she was from the same family as Xuanhuan. However, by interfering now, Did that not signify that Jiang Wuchen had lost? Sparks flew. Feng Fei was actually blown back, and her manifestation shuddered, seemingly on the verge of collapse. Feng Fei was startled by this. Only upon blocking Long Chen's attack did she truly grasp just how powerful he was. The power contained within his saber only erupted the instant it made contact with its target. This saber contained a domineering will that had almost shattered her manifestation. If her manifestation shattered, she would lose her heavenly Tao energy, and that would leave her open to be killed by Long Chen. Feng Fei had no choice but to interfere. In her eyes, Jiang Wuchen had already lost. Long Chen's attacks were bizarre, and the injuries he caused could not be healed by heavenly Tao energy. Although Long Chen was also covered in blood, that was caused entirely by himself. He was unable to perfectly handle the power of the 9-star Hegemon body art, resulting in his body slowly tearing itself apart. As those injuries were not given to him by Jiang Wuchen, Feng Fei couldn't allow Jiang Wuchen's defeat to look too terrible. 2 against 1, 3 against 1, it doesn't matter, come. Long Chen snorted and raised Evil Moon once more. His killing intent did not flag at all. Jiang Wuchen had used his family to threaten him, and he could not endure this. Phoenix roams the heavens. Feng Fei was rapidly forming hand seals and condensed her manifestation. After that, a brilliant phoenix cry rang out. A phoenix then came flying out of her manifestation, unleashing rainbow light that dyed the world in its color. As soon as it appeared, any who looked at it felt a sharp pain in their souls. The phoenix cry shook their minds. What a powerful soul art! Meng Qi's expression changed. She could sense just how terrifying this attack was. This phoenix was not as simple as just being part of her manifestation. It possessed its own will. The phoenix spread its wings and charged at Long Chen. Runes lit up on its body, and a strange sound filled the air. Ay! Countless disciples screamed, clutching their heads. That sound was like iron nails scraping each other. It wasn't a loud sound, but it pierced their ears and into the depths of their souls. Don't try the same trick against me twice. The star in Long Chen's divine ring that represented the divine gate star suddenly blazed with light. Light also exploded out of Evil Moon as Long Chen's spiritual strength erupted. Boom! Evil Moon slashed down. The divine gate star shuddered, supporting Evil Moon with its power. In front of everyone's shocked gazes, Feng Fei's giant phoenix was cleanly cut in two. A miserable shriek rang out through the air.